nature of who we are, the character of the country. That's not hyperbole. I believe that to be literally true. And so it matters a lot that we focus on what we're going to do and who we're going to pick. And so when I announced for the Senate, I did the same thing when I announced for president, to state clearly why I was running when I announced for president. And that was, there's three reasons. One, it was to restore the soul of this country, because I think what's happened, especially after you saw what happened in Charlottesville with those people coming out of the woods screeching and their veins bulging, close your eyes and remember what it was on television. And a young woman got killed, and they asked the president what he thought, and he said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that. I mean, for real. Maybe Andrew Jackson said something like it before the Civil War, but literally no president's ever said something like that. And I said that's one of the reasons I was running, to restore a sense of decency and honor. We, the people, we hold these truths to be self-evident. We never fully lived up to those things, but we've never walked away from them before. This president, this administration has walked away from them, because every time, every generation has moved that arc of inclusion wider and wider and wider open. And it's being shut down now in the way in which he appeals to white supremacy and prejudice and so on. And I think it's corrosive for the country. The second reason I said I was running is restore the middle class. The middle class has gotten a beating, taken a beating. We used to be the wealthiest middle class in the world. We are no longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. And all the data shows that almost 60% of the American people believe their children will never have the standard of living they've had. We've never thought that way before in the last century. We've never lost that sense of optimism before. And a lot of people are worried. And this time when we rebuild the middle class, we've got to bring everybody along. Everybody along. Everyone from the disabled to all people of color, as well as hard-working people who just, as my dad would say, I'm not looking for a handout, Joey. I just want them to understand my problem, the government. Just understand my problem. Just give me a shot. And I said the third reason I was running was because we had to unite the country. And I was pretty roundly criticized by a number of my colleagues, and all 900 running for the primary. No, but actually, there's some really good people. They really are. They're good people. But they, if you notice, they'd say, yeah, well, Joe Biden used to be able to put everything together before. I mean, you know, granted, he's the guy that wrote the Violence Against Women Act. He did the arms control treaties. He did blah, blah, and we'll go through all the things I've done. And they said, but that was the old days. This Republican Party is different. Well, it is different, but it was only 3 years ago that we did a lot of those things. And so I think unifying the country is absolutely critical. I don't think it's naive to think that, you know, I understand this new Republican Party well. I've been on the receiving end of Donald Trump's $1 million of the ads trying to besmirch my only surviving son, going after my family, going after me. I understand them. I understand them well. But it's not about me. It's about you. It's about the people in this room. It's about the people around the country. And presidents should not hold grudges. Presidents should run and be elected to represent all the people. And I mean that sincerely. John knows me well. I mean it. All the people, Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Because if we can't bring the country together, we can't do anything. This country is built on a constitutional system that's designed to require consensus. Consensus. And without it, there's nothing that can get done other than the abuse of power by a president who says, I can't get it done, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it. And so I don't think it's naive at all. I don't think it's naive at all to talk about uniting the country and the need to do it. And I believe we can, because I refuse to accept the proposition some of the good people I'm running with and for this nomination say, to accept the notion that we're going to be forever at war with one another. It cannot be sustained in America. It cannot be sustained. It's not who we are. And so we have to. We can't surrender the notion. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. But I've gotten a lot of hard things done before. Doesn't mean it's not going to be hard this time. And here's the deal. You can get Republicans sometimes in the House and Senate to vote with you. And when you don't, you go out and beat them. And I don't mean by going after their personalities. I don't mean the dirty politics of saying, going after their motives. Look what's happened in American politics. And almost every state, even small states that are close like yours, like mine. What happens? If I turn to you and I say, the reason look, I think you're in the pocket of big business. I think you're immoral. I think you're this. By the way, let's work out a deal on how we're going to deal with climate change. Fat chance. I learned a long time ago from a guy named Mike Mansfield, who was the majority leader from Montana when I got there as a kid. And I used to call him Iron Mike, more integrity in his little finger than most people had in their whole body. For real. A great man. And when he said to me one day, he said, Joe, it's never appropriate to question another man or woman's motive. It's always appropriate to question their judgment because you don't know their motives. Don't know their motives. Question their judgment. When you do that, you can get to go. You can get to do something. You can get something passed. And so when, in fact, a lot has changed with this president. You know, when the Carney show comes through town once and you find out there's no P under any of the 3 shells, you usually don't bet on it a second time. You know, he was going to take care of the forgotten people, and he forgot to forget. You know, but here's the deal. When, in fact, so much has changed that I think the environment is so ripe for us to do so much more, not as Democrats, Republicans, as a nation. We can own the 21st century. We have everything it takes. I've never been more optimistic in my whole life about the prospects for this country. And folks, look, you know, if you think about it, we're in a situation where we got to give, when the Republicans disagree with us, when I'm your president, if I'm your president, they disagree with us, here's the deal. You go out and you take it to them in their districts. You campaign. For example, I went into 24 states. I campaigned for 67, 68, 69, I'm not sure the exact number of candidates, last time out in 2018. I got invited, the only guy that got invited in all the states, from Alabama to Montana to North Dakota to Colorado to Pennsylvania, states that we lost and or were close. And guess what we did? We didn't go after the personalities of the people we ran against, and I was imprudent enough, as the press will remind you, to say we're going to win 41 seats. Take back the House. We won 41 seats. Some of the most talented people I've ever campaigned with, 38 of whom were women. And by the way, 4 Academy graduates, 1 the first Marine fighter pilot, dropping bombs. And we, you know, this is this incredible group. But what did we do? We said, all of a sudden when people realized, remember we lost the House when we passed Obamacare. Everybody said you lost because it's not popular. Well, then what happened? Then along came the Republicans in this state and others and said, we're going to take away Obamacare. We are not going to cover pre-existing conditions anymore. The 20 million people who have it, we're going to get rid of it. You can't keep your child on your health care policy till age 26 anymore, et cetera. And all of a sudden they said, whoa, what? Because people didn't even know it was Obamacare. I said to the president, and I keep picking on John here, but John was with me, John knows. I said, Mr. President, you got to take a victory lap here. You passed this, you got to explain it. Remember I got in trouble, which I never do, for saying they should have a fireside chat? Remember that? Biden says fireside chat. What are they talking about? Anyway, but the president said we don't have time. There's too many things we have to face to take a victory lap. Well, it wasn't until it got started to take it away that people realized, whoa. So all we did was go out and say, look, your state rep, your governor, your senator, your congressperson wants to take away this thing you now have. And people said, whoa, no, and guess what? We won almost everything. So that's what I mean. When you, in fact, can't convince, you go out and you make the case. And so people know. I'll conclude with this and go to questions, because there's so many issues I want to talk to you about, from education to climate change to anything you want me to talk about. Climate change to a whole range of issues, the Violence Against Women Act, which they're trying to kill, that I'm so proud of, have written, a whole range of things. But, you know, one of the things that everybody knows who Donald Trump is. I'm not being facetious. It's not a political, it's just a reality. Even his supporters know who he is. They know who he is. The people who like him, they know who he is. None of them are arguing they want their kids to grow up with the same character, but they know who he is. They've decided they like him because of things he did or because of things Democrats didn't do or whatever. We got to let people know who we are, though. That's what this election is about. We got to let them know that we choose hope over fear, because he feeds on feeding fear to people. Fear. We got to choose truth over lies. The idea, if you say the lie long enough and as much as you can, that's his theory. It just breaks through. That eventually, if you say it and say it and say it and say it, look, we got to demonstrate we choose truth over lies. We got to make it clear that we choose science over fiction. Over fiction. For real. And so we got a lot of work cut out for us. And I want to start off by thanking everybody under the age of 15. We owe you big, kiddo. I don't know how you got it. But thank you, thank you, thank you. After it's over, come up and talk to me for a minute, okay? Promise, all right? Anybody under 15, you get something special today. Because I tell you what, this got to be boring, boring, boring for you. But thank you. Anyway, why don't, as my mother was here, say, Joey, hush up and take some questions. So let me start off. Any questions? Fire away. We got people in the audience with give the microphone to that.
Hello, Vice President.
How are you?
Thank you so much for being here today. I just wanted to say thank you for your work on the ACA. My child was born super sick, and before the ACA lifted lifetime insurance caps, and so I really appreciate it. And I just wonder, with all these efforts to dismantle the ACA, what are you going to do to ensure that all children receive the health care that they need and can access the medical services that they require?
What's your first name?
Sarah.
Sarah. You know, you could hear the little crack in Sarah's voice there, because a lot of you experience the same thing I have. I've been a significant consumer of health care. When I first got elected, before I got sworn in, I was in Washington hiring a staff, and a tractor trailer broadside at my wife and 3 kids shopping and killed my wife and killed my daughter. But my 2 sons survived and hospitalized a long time and weren't expected anyway. But what happened was I had insurance. I had at least the peace of mind and the certitude that I'd be able to get them good doctors. And then I got hospitalized years ago with a cranial aneurysm. I was hospitalized, and a couple times they took the top of my head off the second time because they couldn't find the brain the first time. But it was the nurses that gave you hope. And and my son Bo, the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, decorated war hero, for real. A year in Iraq and spent about 6 months in Kosovo before that. And he came home, and shortly afterwards was diagnosed with stage 4 glioblastoma, given months. Not a question of would he live, just could he live? How long? And you use the magic phrase most people don't know. Insurance companies used to be able to say, if you run out of coverage, suffer in peace, you're on your own. One of the things my dad used to say is that everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity. How can a parent maintain their dignity when they have a dying child and there's not a damn thing you can do about it? How can a parent maintain their dignity when they're in a situation where they've got a talented child and go on to school and they can't figure out how to ever get to pay to get them there, to do anything about it? Health care should be a right, not a privilege. So here's what I propose. And I'm not going to go into excruciating detail, but if you want me to go into more, let me know, okay? Number 1, I take Obamacare and I further subsidize it so it costs less to get into Obamacare for anyone, no matter what your income is. So you can get what they call a gold plan, and you can do it where you never have to pay if you can afford it. That is, if you have a good income. You can buy into it, and in fact, you'll not have a deductible more than $1,000 ever. That's the gold plan. You don't have to buy that plan. You can buy a cheaper plan if you'd like. For those who cannot afford a health care plan, I provide what Barack and I wanted. I say Barack, I know he's my close friend, but my point is I would usually call him president, but I don't want to confuse him with the other guy when I say president. So that's why I'm saying Barack. No, I mean it sincerely, so I don't want to get it mixed up. And so we talked about the need to add what we call a public option, Mr. Mayor. That is a public option to provide it Medicare, a Medicare-like option for people who, in fact, wanted to buy into a Medicare option, if they wanted to do it. And if they couldn't afford it, if they qualified for Medicaid, they'd automatically be enrolled in this Medicare option. But it's Medicare for those who want it, because we've got 160 million people nationwide who, in fact, like the health care plans they've negotiated, many of them with their unions and companies, that are very expansive plans that they like. And, in fact, they gave up significant salary concessions in order to get that coverage. And you shouldn't have to give it up if you want to keep it. Like Medicare for All, you must, as a matter of law, you cannot have any private insurance. You have to give it up. 160 million people like their plans. But they come along and say, well, you know, Barack promised you could keep your doctor. It turned out not to be right. This is, you can keep your plan as long as your company has the plan. They could turn around and say, I'm not going to do it anymore. Then you're able to buy into the Obamacare, that would become Obama-Biden plan, become the Biden plan, that relates to having this public option. And my plan, I don't want to kid you, because your state's like mine. What's it cost? It costs a lot of money. It costs about $750 billion over 10 years. But it doesn't cost $30 trillion over 10 years. And it leaves you with the option of keeping what you have if you want it, or buying in if you don't want it. If you can't afford to buy in, you get it for free. You get it for free. That's the additional subsidy. Now, everybody in my state, like yours, if I'm not mistaken, unless, God bless Warren Rudman's memory, unless you all have changed your notions of, I know he's a Republican, how do you pay for it? I lay out in detail how I pay for the plan and everything else I call for, and we ought to be able to get you these charts. And these are the tax increases for the very, very wealthy, because we now have a $900 billion additional deficit because of the tax proposals that the president put forward, Trump, that overwhelmingly takes care of the top 0.1% of the American people. For example, what I do is I take capital gains and I treat them as ordinary income, not on your selling your home, but capital gains from clipping coupons on the street. Nothing wrong with that. You want to do that? But if you're in a 39 point, and I raised the tax bracket back up to 39.6 for the wealthiest, and if you're in that tax bracket, you pay 39.6 on the capital gain instead of paying 20%. That alone would raise $800 billion. That one thing. I raise the corporate tax rate. I come from the corporate state of America. More corporations are incorporated in my state than about the rest of the world. But not a joke. It's gigantic. Well, guess what? Barack and I thought the corporate tax rate should be lowered from 38 to 28%, but not to 20%, and in fact, only paying 13%. So if you take it back up to 28%, which is a rational position, that raises about $720 billion. I'm not going to go through it all. And ending the fossil fuel production tax break, that raises about $25 billion right off the bat. There's a whole range of things. So I pay for everything I call for, everything I call for. And it still will reduce the deficit in the process. Reduce the deficit in the process, because you don't need all this money to pay for the things I call for in healthcare, education, et cetera. So that's probably more than you wanted to know. There's a lot more to say, but you should not have to worry if you have, for example, you know, when Gail introduced me, you know, let me say it another way. How many of you in this room, you don't say who or how, and if you don't want to answer, you don't have to, obviously. How many of you have lost a son, daughter, husband, wife, mother, or father to cancer? Raise your hand. In every room I'm ever in. And so what happens? What happens when you don't have coverage? And if you have to sell your house to get the coverage? How many have, well, I won't go through it. Anyway, so there's a lot we can do, afford to do, and here's the biggest deal. I admire the intention of my friends who talk for Medicare for all, but the minimum number is 30 trillion over 10. It's closer to 35 trillion. Most people think it's 40 trillion, the experts. But that's $3.5 trillion a year. That's more money than we spend on every single thing the government does. Hear me? You could wipe out the Pentagon, everything, satellites in the sky. You could wipe out departments of education. You wipe out the entirety of the civil service. Wipe it all out. It doesn't add up to 3.5 trillion a year. And I think the most important thing in running against Donald Trump is we have to have truth in lending here. No, the worst thing to do with this guy if you're running against him is assert something that either is not accurate or is so preposterous to get done that he's able to have a field day. And don't underestimate this guy. Don't underestimate him. He brags about an economy that is growing, and it is growing, except if you're in the bottom 96% of the country. No, but look, the stock market is the highest it's ever been. Unemployment is incredibly low. I mean, it's real. I mean, it actually is. It is growing. But it's not, there's no rational distribution of the growth in terms of increases in income and other things. I will answer questions shorter than that if you ask me less complicated questions. Behind me, sir. I like the plaid cap.
What are you looking for in qualities for a running mate?
You available, sir? Look, the only thing I know a lot about is the vice presidency. And one of the things that has been written about by a lot of presidential and vice presidential scholars, for real, of late, is that they argue that there's never been a vice president and a president closer than Barack and I. Now, that didn't happen accidentally. We didn't know each other that well when we started. But with the debates we all went through, and he was on my Foreign Relations Committee, I say mine, I was the chairman of the committee, I got to know him. And when he moved his family to Washington after some time, I set him up with my son Hunter and his family, and they talked and became friends, and Michelle became friends with my daughter-in-law. Our granddaughters, my granddaughters, and his daughters are each other's best friends. Maisie, who's a freshman at Penn, and his daughter, who the same one who has picked Michigan over Yale. I'm not sure how happy everyone is about that, but anyway, it's a great school. They're each other's best buddies because they've gone to school since they've been in grade school together in a small school in Washington. And Malia and my older granddaughter, Finnegan Biden, are great friends. And so we became very close, but it didn't happen accidentally. It happened because we agreed at the front end that we would be completely honest with one another. And when the president is asked by his friends from Chicago, what's it like having Joe early on, he'd say, it's like having an older brother, with him. What we agreed on was when he first asked me to be vice president, I say this because it's public knowledge now, is that I said, no, I didn't want to be vice president because I really thought I could help him more, being a senior senator who had some influence in the Congress. And I know vice presidents are usually standby equipment. That's about all you are. But I asked him, he came back and he asked me to meet with my family about it and then get back to me because he knows Jill and my family well. And to my surprise, my deceased son and my son Hunter strongly argued I should do it. And the coup de grace was delivered by my mother, who was then 92 years old. She wouldn't move in the house with us because we were raised in a 3-bedroom house with 4 kids and a grandpop. So she didn't think she wasn't going to move in, even though we had room for her. So there was a little garage we turned into a nice apartment at the top of the driveway, and she said, that's okay. But she was down, and after we went through this meeting on the back porch, because I told, he said, go home and talk to your family about it, but get back to me in 48 hours, okay? And about whether I could be vetted, you know, to check me out with 10 lawyers looking at me. Doing, as someone very tactfully said, a public colonoscopy. But at any rate, so what happened was that we went through this meeting for about an hour, and my mom, who was, I won like a lot, I won the gene pool. I was one of those guys for real, had a mom that everybody wished had been their mom. My mother heard everybody's confession all the time. When we go out, you had to be in by 12. There was a little kitchen that came in the door through the dining room, and if my mom was, figuratively speaking, hearing confession with my friends, she'd go like this. Just, don't stop, keep moving. Anyway, I turned, I said, honey, you haven't said anything. She said, Joey, remember when I called you a couple months ago and asked you, you came up to the house and I asked you about Barack, and you said he was a really man of great integrity and brilliant? I said, yeah. I said, remember, Joey, when you were a kid and they were we were a segregated state. They desegregated the adjacent neighborhood and sold a home, a real estate guy sold a home to an African-American couple, and the people were protesting at night. It was in the summer, and I told you not to go down there, and you went down and you got
Welcome everyone here to News Now. I'm your host Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here, and we are just moments away on the News Now to bring you the coverage that you need to know. And we're always worldwide here for you. I'm so great to be back with you, everyone. It's going to be a fantastic journey here as we get ready for 2020. And welcome everyone here to News Now live look in New York City as they are getting ready for that big ball drop to happen tomorrow for New Year's Eve and 2020. Welcome everyone here to News Now. I'm your host Mike Pace with Ron Hoon. Happy to be back here, Ron.
Mike, so you were still able to get into the building?
I was.
Everything?
Everything checked out. You know, if I didn't get an email, they said, Mike, you've had enough vacation. You got to come back in.
Yeah, well, you know what? You got to use it or lose it. It's the end of 2019, so
You
good
really
for
do.
you, Mike.
You really do.
That's for
Yeah.
sure.
So it was a great time to be back home in Chicago. And
Yeah.
boy, was I eating or what though? And you know, everything.
Really?
Well, everything's centered around eating, right?
I
You
know.
family, friends, we're all
Yeah.
eating. I mean, it came to the point, Ron.
Okay.
One time for breakfast, I had meatloaf. I mean, it was meatloaf for breakfast.
Well, that is truly one of the great things about Chicago, all the great restaurants. Now, if you had to pinpoint one thing, though, Mike, let me just ask you.
Yeah.
Because certain cities are going to be, like Seattle, they're known for their seafood.
Sure.
Kansas City, they're known for their barbecue. If there was one type of food that Chicago is most well known for, it would be what?
It's the pizza and it's the Italian beef sandwich. Oh, the Italian beef is king. Double dip it.
Okay.
And you know, we have a little slice of it here with Portillo's, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So we have a little slice of it right here in
Okay, right.
Arizona.
Yep, right.
I know a lot of Chicagoans love that out here.
Plus, they have the Chicago-style hot dogs.
Yep.
You know, I was wandering through McCormick Park once a few years ago. I thought I got to get one of those, and
Yeah.
they're loaded up.
They really, really
Yeah.
are. And I love how you just can't put ketchup on it. You know?
Everything
that is
but.
a Chicago rule.
Correct.
No ketchup.
Meanwhile, there are about 20 other additives.
Yes, everything. Yeah, they call it going through the garden. You know, you just bring your hot
really?
dog through the garden.
Good. Yes. Right. Yeah. Well, so things have been fairly cold here.
Yeah, that was something.
You know, you had to leave Chicago to get back to the cold weather.
Yeah, that is something. I mean, the lows. I mean, like low 30s.
Right. Yesterday morning I had the ice warning when I hopped in my car. Like, holy
Yeah, but those
cow.
don't get triggered too much here.
No,
But when they do, you got to take a
yeah.
picture of it almost,
for
you know?
sure.
All right, so let's talk about, well, we got 2020 vision because what is going to be coming up in the new year? I mean, you figure impeachment is going to really carry the first quarter, right?
Yep.
And then obviously in November, we got the big election there
Yep.
to talk about.
So all that's going on, and at the same time, we're getting really close, by the way, to kicking off 2020 in style. Did you tell? We haven't mentioned everybody yet, but we're getting ready for the testing of the ball,
Yeah.
right? Of the New York Times Square ball drop.
Yes, we
Is that
are.
What's going on?
Yes, we are. So they're showing the very miniature version of the ball right now.
Oh, is that what
So
that is?
you're getting to see a very small look of it, but we're getting a look of
Oh,
it right
I
now.
thought they were going to actually like drop the ball and make sure it comes down the pole.
I think
No?
that was the plan, but look at the weather here now, Ron. They're dealing with some rain right here, and but I think this would be the perfect time to test it, because what happens if it's raining tomorrow?
Yeah.
You're still gonna have to drop it.
I'm with you, Mike. Let's drop that thing down the pole. Let's see what happens. It was years ago here for the Fiesta Bowl. We had the chip drop. Back when I think it was when Tostitos was the sponsor of the Fiesta Bowl instead of PlayStation. And one year we had a chip that dropped into a giant vat, they said, of salsa.
Okay.
And I thought it was so creative.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
right.
And then after a couple of years it went away.
Yeah.
But I guess that's probably because Tostitos went away.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, maybe we could come up with something new and cool and really creative to rival Times Square with that crystal ball.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, they got so many crystals on that ball. It's amazing.
I actually, when I was in Ireland once, I went and toured the Waterford Crystal Factory.
Oh.
Right there in Waterford, Ireland.
Amazing.
Yeah, it actually was quite spectacular.
Wow.
So, anyhow, so apparently everything they believe is going to go okay, but the question now is what's going to be happening out on the campaign trail, Mike, is we really, I mean, I know we still have 2 days to go to get into 2020,
right.
but it's full on, full pedal to the metal for the next few weeks, because Iowa's going to make some major statements here at the end of next month.
That's true, and so many of the Democrats right now that are, in the top tier.
Yep.
You got your Elizabeth Warren, Buttigieg, and Biden.
Mm-hmm.
They can't go a sentence without talking about President Trump here.
Yes.
And it's anything from, his tweets to his rhetoric, but
Yeah.
it's going to be fascinating to see just how this all shapes up with Nancy Pelosi still hasn't sent over the articles of impeachment over to the side of the Senate, so that's a lot of hanging in the balance as well.
It's sort of a high stakes poker game, because I think maybe she feels like she's got the leverage right now. If you don't run it the way that I want to see it run, I'm not sending those articles of impeachment over. But the pressure, as soon as everybody gets back from vacay, which, hello, what a great gig. If you can set your own pay and you get what, 2 to 3 weeks at Christmas, most of the month of August. I mean, it's incredible. But when everybody gets back starting next Monday or Tuesday, the pressure on her will actually mount very quickly. And not just from Republicans. I think even some Democrats in the Senate are going to say, hey, we've got to move forward. Of course, we want the trial to run exactly the way we want it to run, they'll say. But then they'll look across at the House and look at it and say, well, the thing about it is, whichever party is in power, they get to set the ground rules. And so that was one of the complaints in the House. That a number of Republicans were like, we're being railroaded here in terms of the way this whole system is being set up. So I think there's some folks on the Democratic side in the Senate who feel that way as well. We know that with Chuck Schumer and others. But I really feel, Mike, with each passing day, there will be greater pressure on Nancy Pelosi to just send him over and let's get moving. For no other reason than you have key people in the Senate who want to run for the presidency, and it's just not going to be a good look if they're out in Iowa day after day when this is such an important thing that they're doing. It's right up there with the other most solemn task that ever confronts the United States Senate, and that's the declaration of war. So between that and the impeachment of a president, really, when you think about it, that's never happened.
Right.
I mean, they've been impeached, but they've never been convicted and removed from office. It's a solemn type thing. And they just cannot be traipsing around the snows of Iowa the entire month. So she's going to have to get it off her desk. That's my prediction, Mike.
Pretty fast.
During that week.
Yeah.
I actually think during that week, no matter whether she gets any of the, the various aspects of how she would like to see the trial run.
Truly, because right now it just seems like the Democrats, they scored the touchdown with impeachment, but it's like they don't want to kick the field goal yet. They don't want the extra point.
Oh, the point after.
Yeah, so you don't want to send it over yet.
Yeah, man, this is an extended timeout.
Yeah, this is a big timeout.
Even if it's a TV timeout, it's long enough.
It is.
Right? So, by the way, have you been to a football game in the last year or so? Do you notice how, at least for the colleges, I don't know if they're doing this in the pros, but they have a guy who goes out onto the field with a gigantic digital clock and spins it around.
Oh.
Yeah. So I go to some of the Washington Husky games at my alma mater up there in Seattle, and I noticed this year, at least for the big TV games, they're out there with a big digital clock that they spin around. And at first I thought, well, that's good. They're letting the folks in the stands know how long this break is going to be. If you want to run to the restroom or grab a hot dog or whatever. But then it dawned on me, I think it's really mostly for the teams. So they know exactly how much time is left in this break, and then let's get you back out on the field and play ball. But it's kind of an interesting new development.
Yeah. Definitely. And speaking new developments, this is a big talker, and I'm glad, Ron, that you made it your poll question for today.
Yep, Joe Biden says he would consider, somebody asked him this weekend, and he said, yeah, you bet I would consider appointing Barack Obama to the Supreme Court. He said if he'd take it. So, and this is important in that I think it really is one of, in terms of a true decision point for a voter, and if you can get an idea, well, who would they appoint for Supreme Court justices? I think that really matters, right? So he said he would appoint Barack Obama, and so we put that poll up, and what I try to do now is to have it end right about when we hit the air with the fastest 15. And here are the results, Mike.
And there it is. Barack Obama dominates this one, 55%. And then you got George W. Bush pulling in second there, just under 40%. And Bill Clinton didn't get too much love.
Yeah. Plenty of people in the chat comments were saying none of them. But we just wanted to actually put these as some of the names that were out there. So it is pretty interesting, isn't it? I mean, you can't put Jimmy Carter on the list because he's just had so many health struggles. And then, I mean, you really stop to think about it. We've lost George H.W. Bush. We hope that Jimmy Carter can really rebound from some of these recent health scares. We actually had pictures of him walking into church, with the aid of some other folks. So, anyhow. The poll just ended, and the majority of folks say Barack Obama of those three would be the best Supreme Court judge.
Look at that. Now, do you think, I mean, there'd be no way that Barack Obama would want to do that, right? As a former president, wouldn't you want just the allure and the prestige of being a former president?
Sure. Plus, you can go out and give a speech and make what, like $500,000 or what? I don't know what the going rate is.
All right.
I think he probably really likes the life he has right now. Yeah.
That seems like a stellar life, no doubt. While we're speaking of Barack Obama, there's a new poll out.
Okay.
They wanted to know, this is an annual poll that they do, who is the most admired man in the country? And, well, there was a tie.
Okay.
It was between Barack Obama, the tie, and President Donald Trump. So it was the battle of the presidents.
Is that right?
So that was the big one. This was a Gallup poll that they do, each year. And it was now, get this, Ron.
Yeah.
Could you believe that it was along party lines about the voting? Right? I mean, nothing. This is the most partisan stuff. I mean, this is the country that we're living in right now, where it's just a party line vote, pretty much.
Right. And so, I mean, I think the way you said it is exactly right, Mike. You know what's so interesting about it is Barack Obama's still a relatively young man. What will he do over the course of the next 20 years or so? It's so fascinating to me, Mike, that age is just no longer an issue out on the campaign trail. Because, when Ronald Reagan first ran and he was 69 years old, and people were like, we can't have a man in his late 60s running for president. Well, would you believe that Donald Trump is 73 years old?
Yeah.
And would be obviously 74 next year in the election year. And shortly after he took office would be 75. And it's just not an issue anymore. Bernie Sanders is 78. Nobody's questioning his age. And so we do have some older people that are running. But I guess it's all, who knows, Mike? Maybe politics is the fountain of youth.
Yeah, maybe,
and we just haven't figured it out yet, guys like you and me. Run for office and live for a long time.
Yeah, something there.
Seems like it'd be stressful.
They say there's a swamp in D.C., but maybe there's something in that water that keeps you going.
Yeah.
You don't know.
You know what's funny about that, Mike? So I bought books for all of the kids in my family. They're all grown up now. And I bought a book on Civil War history. It was the last year of the war, mostly revolving around what was going on in Washington, D.C. at the time. I'm trying to remember the name of the
Is
book.
this the Hymn of the Republic?
It is Hymn of the Republic. Did you look at that?
Well,
maybe?
this is the weird. Okay, this
Okay,
is weird.
okay.
I was on Amazon today just looking at books and
Yes.
stuff, and that was one of the books that I saw.
Really?
Is that just weird?
There you
Let's-
go.
Let's play some lottery numbers or
Wow,
something.
no kidding. Well, strange minds think
Wow.
alike. Anyway, I bought that for my son. I read to him like a couple of sentences out of the foreword where it describes Washington, D.C. as literally a literal swamp
Okay.
in 1864. But even though it was, what did they describe it as? Malodorous and,
right.
had all these pretensions of being a great world capital, and occasionally they would build a building, with like great panache, like, like the Capitol building, etc. With the grand columns and everything else. And the way the guy wrote it, he said, it almost had the feel as if somebody had taken some of the great buildings of Paris, like straight off the Champs- Élysées, and dumped them in a swamp.
Oh, okay.
That's what Washington, D.C. seemed like in the 1860s.
Oh, look at that. Isn't that something?
Isn't that so interesting?
I love history books.
Yeah,
Aren't they
a
great?
literal swamp.
Yeah, that's something to always look back at. Well, Ron, it's so great to be back and
Good to have
be
you back,
alongside
Michael.
with you.
Okay.
And we're just getting going here on News Now. When we come back, we're getting a better picture now of the actual ball in New York City. You can see it right there behind them.
Okay.
And it looks like they'll be practicing just pretty soon. So
All right.
stay right here with us, and we'll watch them in action.
Plus, you got Bernie Sanders coming up.
Yep, we got Bernie Sanders happening live right now, and we also have Joe Biden coming up
And I
in a
think
little
with
bit.
the Joe Biden stuff, Mike, that is, to me, it's so interesting that the actual Senate trial has become one of the major headlines for him.
Yes.
First he says he wouldn't testify of subpoenas. Now he says, I would respond to the subpoena and would testify. It just opens up a whole new avenue that
It does.
makes this 2020 election season crazy.
It really does.
Oh,
It looks
Mike.
like they're about to flip the switch, Ron.
Wow.
Let's listen in right here on News Now as they make this official.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! We're headed up. Check out. Watch what happens right here.
And there we go, looking very solid as it now makes its climb. And then we all know what happens tomorrow. When the clock hits midnight, oh, that ball will be dropping and the world will be watching. More News Now. Up next, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to News and Now. We are here on Fox 10 Extra and worldwide on our YouTube channel on Fox 10 Phoenix. Taking a look right now at our 10-day Foxcast. It looks a little bit like this. 57 degrees for today, and then tomorrow for the last day in 2019 as we close out another decade. It'll be 60 degrees, and the first day of 2020 looking at 60 degrees as well, with beautiful sunshine. You can see the rest of the week there as we get into the weekend at 66 and just under 70 for Sunday. We'll definitely take that. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here, worldwide with you on News Now. Thank you so much for joining us always. It's always great to be with you. It's great to be back here on the News Now set, bringing you the news of the day from around the country. And we're going to bring you to a live event right now. Let's go to Iowa, where Senator Bernie Sanders does the road to 2020.
President who is a pathological liar. We may disagree on issues, but you do not want a president who very intentionally is trying to divide us up based on the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation or our religion. I think the people of this country, regardless of their views on this or that issue, want a president to bring us together, want a president to understand that when we have disagreements, we debate those issues in a civil manner, that we're not a bully trying to insult and humiliate people who disagree with us. So our campaign is about beating Trump, but it is about more than beating Trump. Our campaign is about asking questions that many other campaigns do not ask. It's about thinking outside of the box. It's about remembering what Nelson Mandela, one of the great heroes of my lifetime, stated. And he said in a very profound remark, and I quote, "Everything is impossible until it happens." Everything is impossible until it happens. What does that mean? What does that mean? What it means is when we think back in American history, or we think about where we are today, there's always a consensus of what's normal, what's acceptable. And you think about the great struggles of American history. I'll just give you a few examples. 100+ years ago, women in America did not have the right to vote, okay? And the establishment consciousness of the time, shared by many, many people, was that, nothing personal, woman's place is in the home. Of course you can't get a higher education. Of course you can't vote because, politics is kind of complicated and you really don't understand the details of it. We all agree on that. That was the consciousness of the time. How did that consciousness change? It changed because women and their male allies stood up and fought back and demanded equality. We talk about slavery, the horrors, the abomination of slavery, segregation, and a conscience that existed in many parts of this country about racial inferiority carried to its extreme by Hitler. Racial inferiority. Oh, the color of my skin is different than yours. I'm superior to you. And zillions of people believe that. But African Americans and their allies stood up and fought back. And it said, under God's eyes, we are all equal human beings and entitled to the same rights. And more recently in our lifetime, I'm a little older than some of you, and I remember this so clearly. My state of Vermont, has been one of the leaders in the country historically in gay rights. We're ahead of the curve. But I can remember, not so many years ago, as a United States congressman from Vermont, marching in parades at around the time in which Vermont was discussing gay rights, big issue in the legislature, and having people at the sidelines yelling out horrible, horrible phrases. In fact, awful stuff in my own state, which was a leader in the country. And if you think back 30 or 40 years ago, if anybody in this room would have said that gay marriage would be legal in every state in this country, nobody in this room would have believed that. Nobody would have. But what happened was that the gay community and their straight allies stood up and fought back and said that in America, every person, regardless of their sexual orientation, has the right to love whoever they want. And you think back, and what I'm talking about here is not gay rights. I'm not talking about civil rights. I'm not talking about women's rights. I'm talking about how consciousness changes. And if you think back on workers' rights, 150 years ago, the understanding was, I'm a boss, you are the worker. You will do what I say. 7 days a week, you're fired. I don't like your religion, you're fired. I am the boss. That's the end of the discussion. But workers stood up, and they formed unions. And they said to their bosses, sorry, we're not animals, we are human beings. You will treat us with respect and dignity. We will engage in collective bargaining. And some of those workers were killed. Some of those workers were jailed. Some of those workers had their lives destroyed because they stood up for workers' rights. Now, what is my point? How does this get back to Mandela? What we have got to do is ask ourselves, where are we now in this moment in history, such that 100 years from now, people will look back and say, I can't believe that that was going on. I can't believe it. We accept it, but 100 years from now, we want our grandchildren and great-grandchildren to look back and say, I can't believe that. In the same way that if you try to explain, a mom explains to a daughter that 100 years ago women didn't have the right to vote, the daughter may say, come on, that's absurd. Where are we now? Where we are right now is that we have 3 people in America owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Where we are right now, while 49% of all new income goes to the top 1%, we got 500,000 people, including 30,000 veterans, who are sleeping out on the streets or in emergency shelters tonight. Where we are today is that in the richest country in the history of the world, half of our people, including people in this room, are living paycheck to paycheck. You know what that is? I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. I know what it is, and many of you know what that is. And what that means is that if your car breaks down and you don't have the $500 to get it repaired, you're not going to be able to get to work. And if you can't get to work, you don't have an income. You don't have an income, you can't feed your kids. What it means is if you are 55 years old, you're one of tens of millions of Americans who have nothing in the bank as they approach retirement, and they are scared to death about that. What that means, if you are in Iowa, you're a woman I met in Des Moines a month ago who makes $10.20 an hour, has 3 kids, and can barely feed her kids. That's what it means. My view, and I know your view, is that in the richest country in the history of the world, we must create an economy that works for all of us, not just the wealthiest people. In America today, we all understand how important education is. Right? Everybody knows how important education is. And Iowa, actually, historically, has been one of the leaders in public education in this country. And yet, right now, and again, I'm thinking, think forward 100 years. Look back to where we are right now. Psychologists tell us that the most important years of human development are 0 through 4. Okay? And that the best investment, you're going to invest $1 in the federal level or state level, the best investment you can make for the future of this country is investing in the little children. When you invest in the young children, they do better in school, less likely to drop out, more likely to become productive members of our society. Everybody knows that. There's not a debate. And yet we have a dysfunctional child care and pre-K system, which means that in Vermont and in Iowa, it is virtually impossible for a working class family to find the high quality, affordable child care their children need. That ain't right. But again, I'm asking you to think outside of the box. Everybody understands how important early education is. And we are failing and failing abysmally. We have child care workers who are earning less than McDonald's workers. That is crazy stuff. If you love this country, you love the children. And if you love the children, we make sure that all of our kids have quality, affordable child care. Same thing for public education in general. You know, recently some of you may have read that there are Major League Baseball players who signed contracts for hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, it's great for them. And yet there are teachers in America who go to work in their first contract making less than $30,000 a year. If we believe in education, if we believe in our children, we must attract the best and the brightest into education. I want to see the day come when young people in college are saying, I am so excited because I'm going to be doing the most important work in America, educating our kids, and I'm looking forward to becoming a teacher. So it is not a radical idea to say that we should be paying all of our teachers in America at least $60,000 a year. That we should triple funding for low-income Title I schools. And again, think ahead 100 years and look back. If we all understand how important education is, then we have got to make every kid and every parent in America know that if their kid does well in school, they will be able to get a higher education. That's why we're going to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, people say, Bernie, that's a nice idea. How are you going to pay for it? And this is, again, requires thinking outside of the box. We have become used to governments that give massive tax breaks to people who don't need it and then ignore the needs of working families. 11 years ago, as all of you will remember, Congress, against my vote, bailed out the crooks on Wall Street who nearly destroyed our economy. 2 years ago, unbelievable, after Donald Trump said, well, my tax plan is for the working families, 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%, and large profitable corporations received massive tax breaks. Well, if we could do that, you know what else we could do? We can cancel all student debt in America. And when we look forward 100 years from now, and I want people to look back. I want your grandchildren to be saying, Grandma, Grandpa, don't tell me there was ever a time in America when people couldn't go to the doctor when they were sick. Don't tell me that the cost of health care was so high that people actually died because they couldn't afford the health care that they needed. Again, take a step back. Take a look at what is going on around you today. In America today, we are spending twice as much per person on health care as the people of any other nation. Twice as much, 18% of our GDP. And yet, 87 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. It is my view, and it is the view of the majority of people in this country, that health care is a human right, not a privilege. The function of a rational healthcare system is not to make $100 billion in profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies, which is what occurred last year. The function of a rational healthcare system is to provide quality care to all in a cost-effective way. And that is why, as President of the United States, in my first week in office, I will introduce Medicare for All single-payer legislation. And I want to say a word about that because the healthcare industry will be spending tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in opposition. Trump and the Republicans will be doing everything they can to lie about what Medicare for All means. And in fact, we will be opposed by the Democratic establishment as well. All right, so I want to tell you what Medicare for All is. I'm the guy who wrote the damn bill, so. What does it mean? Here's what it means in concrete terms. Number one, before we get into Medicare for All, we got to think, how are we paying for health care today? How do we pay for health care? We've had meetings all over Iowa, all over this country, asking people. You know, people telling me, well, Bernie, I'm spending $15,000 a year on premiums, spending $12,000 on premiums. Oh, I got an $8,000 a year deductible. Oh, my God, my prescription drug bills are off the chart. Out-of-pocket expenses right and left. I got sick and I was in the wrong network, and then I had to pay out of my own pocket, so forth and so on. Right now in America, and I want everybody to hear this because you're not going to hear it from my opponents. If you are in private insurance and you are the average family in America, right in the middle of our economy, you make about $60,000 a year. You are paying $12,000 a year on average for your health care. 20% of your income. Some people are paying more, some people are paying less. That is a huge amount. So before people ask me, Bernie, how are you going to fund Medicare for All, which is a fair question, how are we paying for it today? And I'll tell you how else. Well, let me ask you a question. Tell me about premiums right here, right now. What are you paying in premiums? Anyone want to volunteer? Don't be shy. Yes, ma'am. All right. Family of four, $1,800 a month. That's $20,000 a year. That's how we are paying for it right now. Do you have any deductible?
Both the employer and employee.
Okay.
We pay both the employer and the employee part of that. That's why it's
You're
a little more.
self-employed?
My husband's in private practice.
Yeah. All right. All right. That's one way. Who else wants to? Yes, ma'am.
I'm on Medicare.
Yes.
And I pay 140 Part B, like 40 to 50 prescription, and 130 or 40 supplemented, which goes up every year.
So that's $3,000 or $4,000 despite being on Medicare, you're paying.
Yeah, and what I understand is that will go away.
Of course, I'm going to explain that, yes. Okay? But what I want to first establish now, it is a very fair question to ask me how you pay for Medicare for all, because we all know health care is not free. And I'm not here to tell you that it's free. We got to pay for it. But this is how we're paying for it right now. There's a family out there that pays, I'm guessing, $20,000, $30,000 a year. A woman on Medicare, over 65, paying $3,000 a year out of her own pocket. Who else wants to tell me about premiums? Yes, sir. Stand up if you could, please. Misty, get the mic.
Sure, about 700 only
month?
premiums.
A month.
Yes.
All right, that's $10,000 a year, $9,400 a year. And you got any deductibles or out-of-pocket expenses?
Yes, yeah. The deductible covers, you pay 100%, so $3,300, and then after you meet it, then it covers 80%, I believe. So you still have, and there's I'm not sure what the out-of-pocket is.
Right.
It's either 10 to 15 grand.
Okay. Who else wants to talk about premiums, deductibles? Yes, ma'am. Get a mic.
My baby's 9 months old here, and I'm still paying the hospital bills for him. And we have health insurance. My husband works full time. Our deductible is $8,700 a year.
Is this for the birth of the baby?
This baby right here.
You're paying,
I'm
still
still
paying
paying
off
him
the
off.
birth of that baby?
I'm still paying him off.
Okay. Well, he's a beautiful baby. He's worth paying off. But help me out here. Your quote-unquote illness is that you were pregnant and you had a baby. Is that your illness? Okay. And you had a deductible and you had to pay $8,700 for the birth of the baby. Okay. Okay. Premiums, deductible. What about deductibles? What deductibles do people have, ma'am? You got a mic?
I'm still paying for a lumpectomy I had in April.
Okay. Deductibles. Now, I want to say a word about the current system. And I'm not going to keep you here 5 hours to talk about it. Because it's a system that gets me really upset. And I do this every day, talk to groups of people, and it still gets me upset. Because of its dysfunctionality and its cruelty. It's cruelty. Yesterday I was in New Hampshire, and just the same question, how do you pay for health care? Some guy gets up, I guess 35 years of age, just tell you how we're paying for health care. I don't have, but we don't want a president who is a pathological liar. We may disagree.
All right, folks, when we come back here on News Now, you can see Joe Biden has just hit the stage there in New Hampshire for his rally. We'll take you there coming up next here on News Now.
We could spend the whole day talking about climate change, which I think is the existential threat to the world and to the nation, about education and our failure to invest in our children, both in preschool as well as post-high school. We could talk about immigration and how we're being embarrassed around the world by showing ourselves to be something we're not, the way we deal with immigrants and the way we deal with children being snatched from their families and their mother's arms, or the way we insist. My wife just went across the border into from Brownsville, Texas, into the area where the people seeking asylum for the first time in American history, Joe, are having to do it from abroad. They cannot come to the United States to seek asylum. We've never done that before, and they're living in squalor. Thousands of people across the border. We could talk about the need to deal with the women's issues, from violence against women to the right of a woman to choose, and all those issues that relate to it. And so many more things. But I want to get to your questions. But before I do, I want to speak to one issue and then talk to any and all of those issues you'd like to raise with me. And I'll try to answer them as succinctly and as quickly and directly as I can, because you're entitled, you're a group of people who want to know what each of us stand for and what we'll attempt to do and what you think we can do. Folks, from the time I announced my candidacy, which was a little late in the game compared to others, from the time I announced my candidacy, I've talked about the need to unify America, to unify the country. I'm running against or with a number of very competent people for the Democratic nomination, a lot of good people. And I find it fascinating. They talk about he's an old guy, but boy, he's naive. I didn't think age and naivete went together. But because Biden doesn't understand this new.
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. We're taking a live look in New Hampshire right here. You got Joe Biden just starting up his rally. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Welcome back to News Now. Always bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country, and we take the live feeds when we get them, just like this Joe Biden event. So let's take it back out to New Hampshire right there as he is talking to the crowd, and we'll listen in right here on News Now.
We are a democracy, and our democracy depends upon consensus. We have to be able to pull the country together. And I believe but I really mean it. Think about it. Think of how many of my fellow travelers in the Democratic nomination process think you can't do that. They say it's naive to be able to do that. Well, I'm telling you, I know how to do it, and we can do it. We must do it. There's no alternative. Because America is unique in all the world. We're an idea. America was founded on an idea, both in the Declaration and in the Constitution. We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union, it's about union. It's the United States of America. It's not the Democrats of America and the Republicans of America. That sounds corny, but think about it. There's no way to be able to govern unless we can arrive at a consensus. And they say, well, Joe, you don't understand this new Republican Party. I think I understand it better than anybody. I've been on the short end of that new Republican Party more than anybody else in politics. No. The president spent over 10, 12, 14 million, I don't know how many dollars it's been running negative ads about me. Going after my surviving son, telling lies about him. Making me the object of things that are totally fabricated. Even Facebook has taken down the ads that are being run by, and the bots being run by Vladimir Putin about Joe Biden. I've learned three things lately. Vladimir Putin doesn't want me to be president because he knows I know him, and I know him well. Number two, Kim Jong-un of North Korea doesn't want me to be president. Just, by the way, do you see what he said? The official news agency. You can smile. I'm okay. But all kidding aside, he said the official news agency in North Korea said, I don't know, not 2 weeks now, 10 days, 2 weeks ago, Joe Biden is a rabid dog and should be beaten to death with a stick. That's the quote. Well, and then he got a love letter from Trump. And the other thing, have you ever seen a time and that you've been involved in politics or involved in observing that a sitting president has spent so much time, money, and effort to try to pick a Democratic nominee?
All right, so that was just a little listen in right there in New Hampshire. We would listen a little bit longer, but the sound is just not its best right there. We'll be right back, everyone, here. More News Now is up next. And we are back here on News Now Worldwide here for you as you're taking a live look at Times Square. And it is a rainy Monday there. And we're hoping that's not going to be the same weather for tomorrow because of the big party, the big bash, and the big New Year's Eve celebration that will be taking place at this site come tomorrow. So we're hoping this rain will pass and they'll be able to have some mild weather. Some cold weather they'll take too if it's just not with that rain. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Hi everyone, Mike Pace here. Welcome back to News Now. Continuing with these top stories here of the day, and we're going to keep you in New York right here. Such a sad story that happened over the weekend. It was a Hanukkah celebration attack. A man starts stabbing people at a party at a rabbi's home. Let's bring you the very latest from officials in New York.
He's on the sheriff's right now. He's trying to get representation here, but he is fully apprised and aware of what we're looking to do right now, and he agrees 1,000%. I have also with me my Chief of Staff, Mike Hoblin, my Chief Advisor, Dan Moscato, and am I missing anybody here? Steve Liebman of the Journal News. Anyway, we go back about 25 years, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Anyway, down to business. Look, we've had some very troubling and trying times here of late here in Rockland County. And, while some will go out there and offer a lot of words and oratory, this administration believes in action aimed at identify problems that we encounter. The hallmark of that action started the evening of the event, where obviously I immediately reached out to Sheriff Falco, made sure that he had all the resources county government could provide for him to address the issue that was unfolding on Forshey Road that night. I want to acknowledge all of our first responders, volunteers in particular, our EMS, our law enforcement personnel, who worked very rapidly to identify the suspect in the crime and brought him back to Rockland County. Today we're here to look at an option that is a bit of outside the box. Government often doesn't think beyond the tip of its nose. Here in Rockland County, I'm blessed with a number of people who I know from my past lives, most primarily in law enforcement. Today we have the CEO of Brosnan Risk Consultants, Patrick Brosnan. He is here with some of the professionals from his team, and they are going to be lending assistance of the private sector to augment the efforts being done by municipal law enforcement personnel in order to assure a number of things. Most importantly, that there are plenty of resources available to make sure that the people of Rockland, and particularly in the Orthodox Jewish community who this is affected, are being tended to, can have some sense of peace of mind, so that they can believe that, yes, the government, whether it be the town or the county, is going to leave no stone unturned in order to do whatever has to be done to deal with whatever issues they encounter. And I know many people have come up with a number of potential possibilities at the motivation here. Frankly, at this juncture for us, the important issue is that that investigation is ongoing, so they get to the bottom of exactly what occurred, so they can have the best case possible in court should it go that way. Also, the fact that the people in the community feel that the issues that they are concerned about, whether in founded fear or not, are being effectively addressed by people in government. So with that, I have a gentleman here, Patrick Brosnan. Pat and I go back to the NYPD detectives for a number of years. He has the company Brosnan Risk Consultants. He is the CEO of the organization. And there's an offer to supply resources to augment the effort of maximizing the protection for the community in need. So I'd like to have Pat speak about that and, in particular, speak about the professionals that he has brought on board. And I think most he'll be very impressed. And again, this may be a point of some solace for the people of Rockland County when they hear exactly the resources we're bringing to bear in protection and service to them. Patrick?
Thanks, Ed.
You bet.
Pleasure. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Myself and Ed go back to the NYPD days in the rock and roll 80s and 90s. We were there for the opening day of crack, like Major League Baseball. It was right around the High Holy Day, St. Patrick's, in '85. And since then, we've remained good friends. And I am both proud and honored to be able to assist the County of Rockland, where I reside and have resided and raised my family for 25 years. I live approximately 8 minutes from the scene of the crime. So I am personally deeply disturbed at this cowardly act and this disgusting, reprehensible cancer that I've seen in recent weeks in Rockland on at least 13 occasions, where there's been such an uptick in vile acts of anti-Semitism that I spoke to my team, and we have a very, very serious team of it, and we decided to step up and provide immediately, as of yesterday afternoon, an armed security patrol comprised of off-duty or retired FBI agents, state police, and NYPD detectives who are highly conditioned and highly trained to help to minimize a reoccurrence of this horrible event. So before I begin, I first want to salute the outstanding courage of the congregants of Rabbi Rottenberg's shul. They fought back. They fought back in the face of evil. They didn't have guns. They didn't have training. They threw furniture at them. They threw furniture at this guy. They threw a coffee table at him. That is the spirit. That is what is the spirit here. You have to fight back. I'm not saying anyone should put themselves at risk, but you can't just be mowed down. You can't be chopped down. You have to step up. You have to look at this evil in the face. You have to step up. There's not enough law enforcement out there. We're not everywhere all the time, whether private or government. It goes back to see something and say something. I would add another set of verbs. I would add do something. And yesterday you saw it. You saw it yesterday, and it works. It works. This guy fled like the coward he was, and the coward he remains, in the face of elderly congregants, some of them, not all, who were armed with nothing less than pieces of furniture. So I salute them. I salute them directly, as does my team. We're neighbors in this great county, and we are united to help battle this terrible cancer, this hatred, this bigotry, this terrorism. Let's be crystal clear on what that means. So terrorism, it's bandied about everywhere. It's modified with various adjectives. It's domestic terrorism, it's international terrorism, it's this. This is a terroristic act. And when the facts are uncovered, when we peel back the onion and get to the piece that no one eats of this guy's life, we will learn. We will learn through a meticulous examination of all his records, all the stuff that you hear about on television, read about in the paper. They will align. All those facts will align. And I am willing to bet that there is an ulterior motive that we do not know today. I don't want to get in front of the investigation. But we will learn that for someone to get in their personal vehicle, take a weapon, drive south to 47 Fourchet Road, a personal residence, not an iconic building, not something that's known, not the Jewish Museum, not a synagogue, and go in there on Hanukkah, during prayer, during Hanukkah, and try to murder a number of people. I will posit the position that there is facts behind this. There are facts swirling in the background that we do not know at this time. And that'll be determined by the likes of my team and their colleagues who are actively working in government now. And I have tremendous faith in the men and women of law enforcement, both state, local, and federal, and that they will bring the facts forth and uncover what the motivation was for this. And that motivation will inform us. That'll help us. It's always helpful, because that will inform us to the extent that we'll be able to prepare strategies and to implement strategies that will minimize reoccurrence. You're never going to solve it completely, ladies and gentlemen, but you can minimize reoccurrence. So, in connection with my team, we have decided to provide this armed patrol until further notice, until we determine at which time. I can't say. Could be a month, could be 6 months, free of charge. We'll volunteer our services around the clock. We're going to protect the neighbors. I live 8 minutes away, raise my kids here, my colleagues, my team. We all live in the county by and large, and we support the county. It's a great county. And under Ed Day's leadership, it's only going on to greater things. And he's doing amazing stuff with the county. And this is not the direction we want to go in. So to that point, we're confident, again, working with the extraordinary men and women of law enforcement, that we can help. So how do we help? Do we put big guys in big trucks with big guns? Is that how we do it? No. We're a technology-infused intelligence company. We leverage technology. We leverage technology with data. We leverage the data with labor. And then we wrap it in a process. And that's called smart security. And that's where we're in the lead. God bless you. That's where we're in the lead. And that's where intelligence coupled with labor, infused with data, we can help. We can help here, and we will help here, and we're going to. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on that. I'd like to introduce a couple of my team members. To my right is Brian Parman. Brian Parman recently joined our team. Brian was the head of counterterrorism for the FBI. He was a special agent in charge of the FBI's Counterterrorism Bureau in New York City, as well as the head of the Joint Terrorist Task Force in New York City. Been with the FBI for 23 years. He is a distinguished expert on all things terroristic. He has recently joined the Brosnan Risk Consultants. We're proud to have him on the team. He's an extraordinary adjunct to us in our fight against terrorism. And we salute what you've done, Brian, and we really appreciate you stepping up with the team. To Brian's right is Michael Palladino. Michael Palladino, you may recognize, he's in the press a lot. He's the head of the Detectives Endowment Association in New York, 20,000 members, second largest union, police union in America. Mike has recently joined our team, and he's another extraordinary member. My left, the big fella, is Eric White. Eric White comes out of law enforcement as well. Eric White oversees all our national contacts in law enforcement through a range of various fraternities, police unions, and other law enforcement contacts that tie us together so we have a national presence and the ability to navigate through various federal, state, and law enforcement contacts to help move our program forward. So with that, I'm just going to ask Brian, if you don't mind, if you could step up and give us an assessment of what you know.
Yes, sir. It's an honor to be here today. Thanks to Commissioner Day and Sheriff Falco. First off, I'd like to say that our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this horrible crime. That is where our mind goes first. And secondly, I know that out there in the community, there's a lot of apprehension, a lot of fear, because today, in our troubled times, too often, people want to make a statement about their social, religious, or political agenda with weapons and not with words. It's our opinion that the most effective weapon against crime is cooperation and collaboration of not only public and private community, and we're happy to be a part of that effort, making sure that the community we live in, the community we work in, the community that we have put down roots in, that we're a part of the solution. I'm very, very happy to be with Brosnan Risk Consultants, and very, very happy that we're able to join with the efforts of our local, state, and federal authorities to help prevent this tragedy or tragedies like this from occurring in the future. I'd like to recognize the people that did something that night in the face of tragic occurrence. I'd like to recognize our brave first responders and law enforcement officials, and I'd like to thank the community leadership at the local, state, and federal level for what they're doing. And thank you all, for the media, for being here today, because you are the voice and how it gets out to the public and informing them about seeing something, saying something, so that the authorities can do something, is where we're at in today's world. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Day.
Okay, I'm just going to close with one comment. Pat mentioned earlier about fighting back. People fought back. And what I'm saying here to everybody now, and I'm glad it was mentioned by Brian that the media is here, we are fighting back. As a community, as a county, we are fighting back. Regardless of what the motivations are, regardless of what the investigations reveal, the fact of the matter is we cannot sit around and do nothing. So we are taking proactive action. in order to address the concerns, the fears that are out there. And again, I want to thank Brosnan Risk Consultants and Pat and his team for volunteering to do this. It talks about what Rockland is truly about. These are all Rocklanders who saw what happened in Rockland, and they know what the true heart of this community is. And they are disgusted by what's happened. They are angry about what happened. And they are going to do something to ensure it does not happen again. So with that, we'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Taking this particular shul, is it your belief that it is still at greater risk even after the arrest of a suspect?
We believe that what's been going on here, regardless of motivation, is concerning to the community. Part of effective security and law enforcement is to ensure that the people who you are protecting feel protected. So a good amount of this is to deploy resources to address what clearly is becoming a problem.
Mr. Day, why is this not a job for your local sheriff's department?
It is a job for a local sheriff's department. This is called an added resource for our sheriff's department to use. I had a long conversation with Sheriff Falco. He's a forward thinker. He understands the challenges of law enforcement and the limitations of law enforcement. I do too, obviously, with a background in law enforcement myself. So at the end of the day, this is an offer of assistance by a private firm, and he embraces that also.
Can you talk more, either of the two of you, about, I mean, you mentioned that this is the intersection of technology, data, and labor. What does that look like on the ground? What are we actually going to end up seeing?
Sure, thank you.
David.
Sure, thank you, and thank you, Ed. So, by the way, it is a public-private sector relationship, and we've done it in Rockland in the past when there was an uptick in home invasions a few years back in Orange County. So it's not our first rodeo in regards to that, not to diminish it in any way. So to answer your question, sir, what we're doing at Brosnan Risk Consultants as it relates to mitigating risk for clients is we've taken the intersection, or rather the fusion, of labor, your traditional security officer, whether armed or unarmed. We give them the tools. We give them the technological tools. We give them a process. We provide them data, and then we wrap it into a solution. So what does that mean? It sounds like a lot of fancy words. We have a 24/7 national command center 4 miles from here. It looks like something out of NASA. It's manned by 27 people, 11 around the clock, 16 on the 4 to 12, 27 on a day tour. What are they doing? They're watching everything all the time in the various states that we operate in. We operate in 41 states at 1,700 locations with 5,400 officers. That's every day, Christmas, July 4th, and a blizzard in February. We're keeping an eye. We have a thumb on the pulse of crime. So we have algorithms. We have really smart folks that work with us that have devised algorithms where we input keywords. In this case, for instance, I won't speak to this case because this case is still an open case. But in any ongoing matter, we'll say with bank stick-ups, for instance, we monitor a lot of banks. We make sure that we have information. If there's a robbery of a bank on 42nd Street and 8th Avenue, up on 82nd and 2nd, the officers working there have information related to that. But we get it through social media. We capture it. We disseminate it into the proprietary phones of 5,000 officers so they have situational awareness. They, in effect, have eyes not just in the back of their heads, they have eyes in the sides of their heads. And they're out there with an enterprise behind them, an operating enterprise, an engine that provides intelligence that allows them to make better decisions, faster and smarter. And that's a really big deal. And we've seen the proof is in the pudding. It really works. So
we'll see security officers that are on the ground better connected to digital resources.
On the one level, but it also provides them with minute-by-minute operational intelligence of what's happening outside their line of vision. Everything that's happening outside their line of vision. So, for instance, if say, they were protecting a location up here in New City and there was a suspicious package 2 blocks away, the officers wouldn't know that there might be a bomb, a suspicious package 2 blocks away. We would receive that information because one of the keywords is a bomb. Some millennial will tweet it invariably, bet the farm on it. We capture the tweet, we assess it for validity, and we dispense it instantaneously. And it goes in and it informs the officer, and then he makes decisions. He redirects pedestrian traffic, he closes ingress or egress locations, he does stuff. What does he do? He makes smart decisions. That's the future. That's the future. You can't operate in a vacuum, particularly in today's world. They must have eyes not just on the back of the head, but in the sides of the heads. And that's called situational awareness.
Can you just specify with these armed security operations? So is it armed security for all synagogues in Rockland County, for certain ones?
Great question. So, working with Ed Day, we're in receipt of, just this morning, a list of synagogues who feel threatened.
Okay.
That's a subjective analysis.
County.
It's in Rockland County, correct. And that's the post order of the trucks.
Can you say
So
how many synagogues that is?
I cannot.
But you're going to be providing armed security to all of those synagogues? I'm still confused.
No, so we're providing, we're volunteering a free service of armed officers, okay? Ex-FBI, state police, and detectives. They'll be going to these different, in a very, very menacing, omnipresent truck. This is part of it. This is how it works. So you hide in plain sight. And they'll be going in a specific cadence, driven by facts relating to prayer service, to a specific series of synagogues to help to deter a reoccurrence of the event of the other evening.
And those are the synagogues that have come and said we feel threatened or we feel need for
Correct.
security?
100%.
Primarily in Ramapo?
I'm sorry?
Are these primarily in Ramapo, or are they throughout the county?
I can't say because it's been evolving, and it was evolving as recently as 9:45, so I don't know precisely where all the addresses are yet because it's growing. I'm sorry? Sure, Ed's got that one.
This will be, we're compiling a list, and I want to acknowledge Gary Seepson from the Federation, and also Rabbi Freed also is going to assist us in ensuring that we have a listing of all known synagogues so we can interface it with the effort that's being made by Browse and Risk.
Mr. Brosnan, did I also hear you say that you're going to be investigating the background of the suspect as well as providing armed security?
No, I'm sorry. What I stated was that it's a federal case at this time, by my understanding. I think
it's the local, let me handle this.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let Ed speak to that. But we're not involved in that.
The investigation will not be done by a private concern. Right now, case responsibility lies with the Ramapo Police Department.
Because you were saying we will get to find out more about his background, we will uncover things.
Yeah, and I'm speaking subjectively collectively of the law enforcement will get to that piece of the onion where you get everything from the kindergarten teacher's maiden name up to what he had for breakfast this morning. They will get that.
There needs to be an understanding. To make it very simple, the Ramapo PD has lead investigative authority in this case. They are supported by the state police. They're supported by county sheriffs. They've got a resource from other towns. The FBI is involved. There were search warrants executed. The goal here, and I speak to this as a former detective commander myself, the goal here is to find everything you can, because we want to be assured of certain things. We want to be assured, for example, that if this person is the criminal, if this person is the one who did it, that he is acting as a lone wolf. Is he acting with other people? Are there other threats out there? Look at the social media. Pat is speaking of a dynamic now that was not even around 20-plus years ago when I got out of the police department. The work that's done now, the digital work, social media, there are so many things that can be determined as far as it relates to motivation, actions, potential actions, connections, and these are the things that are being done as we speak now by the authorities.
I have one more question, then we'll break for one-on-ones.
Has the suspect been tied to the November 20th stabbing in Muncie?
Not that I am aware of. I mean, this question has come to me. I mean, common sense would dictate that, of course, law enforcement is going to look at any potential connection among and between any incidents that have occurred that have similarities. So that's just a given. I understand one of the local newspapers reported this that the FBI is looking at. Of course, they're looking at it. You would be negligent if you didn't look at a potential connection. So I'm sure that's being done.
Mr. Bay, just to clarify, just to clarify real quick, I think it was mentioned a couple of times, the county isn't paying anything to Mr. Brosnan for this service?
This is gratis from the Brosnan Consultants, yes. Yes, Steve. 1 second. Sir. Steve.
You spoke about social media. How do you tone down, including yourself and your political campaigns, the heavy anti-Hasidic Ramapo rhetoric that's going on? I mean, where's the leadership coming to tone down people who support you, support that one? At some point, Who's stepping forward and saying enough's enough?
We can bandy about social media from now until doomsday. At the end of the day, from my perspective, on the pages that we manage here in government and also my professional page, we have filters in there, we have administrators, we try to knock words out that are used. We cannot control thought. That is just not reality. What should happen, and this is something we've spoken about many, many times, when something bad happens, it's critically important that we join together as a community to ensure that people understand that we will not tolerate whatever violent acts are being done, whatever hateful acts are being done. But just as important is that we need to focus on the positive things that happen every day here in Rockland County. This is a wonderful county. And if we don't balance the two, if we don't balance the positive things that happen in Rockland or any community with things that may not be good things, we're going to have a very skewed look at what this county is about. And I maintain to this day, my own experience here, living here since 1983, that this is a wonderful county with great people, okay? And we are going to have few people here. And I will note also that the alleged suspect isn't from Rockland County. I will note also, we talk about summits. There was a summit that was just done, Outreach by Malware was done in Ramapo. And right after that summit, this happened. So there is no absolute answer. What there is, though, is doing a meritorious and overly an aggressive effort to deal with the issues that come to our attention. Okay?
Mr. President, are your members volunteering their time or they're being paid for this?
Sorry?
Are your workers volunteering their time or they're being
Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. It was a tragedy in the making over the weekend as 5 were wounded in a stabbing for a Hanukkah celebration in New York. We just heard from officials in New York today as they were giving us an update on the situation that happened over the weekend. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Welcome back to News Now. We're still going to be continuing to provide you the very latest with this story. We're going to now, this is a news conference that is happening right now as we speak in New York. The attorney representing the suspect accused of stabbing 5 people at a Hanukkah celebration at a rabbi's home is now speaking out. Let's listen to that attorney.
For the accused, Mr. Grafton E. Thomas. Kim Thomas is to my right. This is Grafton's mother. And Reverend Wendy Page, Methodist Church in Harriman, where Miss Thomas and her son more occasionally attended, is to my left. First, I want to extend to those who were victimized and injured in this assault our deepest sympathy and hope that they recover very promptly. Obviously, to the Jewish community, certainly as it's being portrayed by some, this is an incident which is deeply affecting and scary. I hope what I'm about to say will dispel at least some of that and serve as something of an antidote to comments made by our governor and our president with regard to this situation. Before I get to all that, I hand-delivered this morning a letter to the Rockland County District Attorney's Office with my notice of appearance, and I stated as follows. From my initial review of the matter, it appears clear that a mental health evaluation needs to be conducted of my client. I would consent to entry of an order of examination by county court and would expect that the same will require an in-hospital evaluation for a period of at least 30 days, as is contemplated by the Criminal Procedure Law 730.23 and 730.31. I will need access to my client for evaluation by our retained psychiatrist. I also would like access to all available discovery, including any statements made by my client, and demand that he not be subjected to interviews or interrogations by members of law enforcement absent my presence or the presence of someone from my office. We spoke a little while ago with Mr. Michael Dujanchik, who is the individual at least identified publicly as the attorney on the matter. He indicated to our office that a more senior attorney, Dominic Cristino, as I understand it, will be handling the matter for the Rockland County District Attorney. And when I got back a few moments ago, I saw a notice of grand jury proceeding for January 3rd at 9:30 a.m., signed by the acting district attorney, Mr. Jalise. So that is the status of the matter, at least in a formal way. I'll be speaking with forensic psychiatrists who I hope will be able to have access to Grafton promptly, as I did this morning, to speak with him and begin the assessment process. The FBI and law enforcement did extensive investigation through a search warrant at the home in Greenwood Lake. We were able this morning to go to the home, Reverend Page and I, and review scores of papers which frankly show the ramblings of a disturbed individual, but there is no suggestion in any of those ramblings and pages of writing of an anti-Semitic motive, of any anti-Semitism. I spent about 35 minutes speaking with Grafton Thomas this morning, and while obviously I can't disclose the detail of that conversation, I can tell you that I heard nothing in that conversation that confirmed in any way, shape, or manner that he's a domestic terrorist, that he intentionally targeted, even though it seems somewhat strange to say this given the circumstances, I was certainly celebrating Hanukkah that night myself, that he targeted this in that sense. Now, I can't get into the detail of what he was doing and why he was doing it. I'm not sure he can honestly yet get into that detail or understand his own behavior. But I do feel it important to say to the members of the community and law enforcement that from what I understand to this date, this is the action of a individual who for a long time has decompensated. He's been treated in mental health facilities. I won't right now comment on the nature and quality of that treatment. I think over time people will be able to form their own conclusions about that. But it may be that he was non-compliant with medications which were prescribed to deal with his severe depression and other manifestations of psychosis. They were not being dealt with appropriately. His involvement in the criminal justice system up to the age of 37 and a half has been minimal, though not non-existent. It's been minimal. There don't seem to be incidents of violence or acting out that we're aware of or that are part of the record that I've had access to. With all that being said, I hope that both sides can agree on a time period for the evaluation of this gentleman so that his true psychiatric nature can be discerned and that we can proceed accordingly. Ms. Thomas has indicated to me that given her level of upset. She's not prepared to speak to the media, but I did want her to come today. She obviously is deeply concerned about those who were victimized by this, as well, of course, her own son and his status. She is a registered nurse. She's worked at a hospital in New York City for many years. She's come out of public housing projects to own a home in Greenwood Lake in New York and bring her son up in a manner which was as positive as possible. She's a native of Guyana. She did, in 1986, gain citizenship in the United States, as I understand it, and she has been a law-abiding and contributing member of our community. I already know that people have written me all sorts of crazy things about immigration status and all sorts of accusations and allegations. I think at a time like this, being calm as is possible, not responding with a great deal of hysteria and over-dramatization, not allowing political leaders to make this into something it is not, is of paramount public importance. And when I got a call from Reverend Page yesterday at about 6:30 in the evening and told me that she knew the family, I immediately realized that before a narrative gets too set in stone and before political leaders use this as a means of demagoguing about a particular issue, we need to know the facts. And that's a more difficult process to amass and assemble, but it's an important process before we take this to places where it really need not go. Reverend Page, you want to say any words?
I would like to say that we must look at the symbol of hope of the menorah that stood, and that stood long ago also, with the oil that was still burning. And we have to acknowledge that Grafton has experienced a long history of mental health. And that should be the focus, not terrorism. Mental health.
Just a few other basic facts that may be of importance to you or may not be, but you should have access to them, and you'll find in dealing with me that I'm going to try to be as transparent as possible about what I know that doesn't trespass on attorney-client privilege. Grafton was school president at his high school in Newtown in Queens. From there, he joined the Marines. He was in the Marines for a short period of time and sustained injury when he was there and left the Marines. He held a series of jobs, and from what I've read in the papers that were left, which are literally papers from the late 1990s that I've had a chance to look at, although I can't tell you in the hour I absorbed every detail of all of them, it appears that he had very neat handwriting and was coherent in attending to his affairs in those years. He had a number of different jobs, but it appears he went to college late on some sort of football scholarship, perhaps, to William Patterson. He was in his early 20s after having various jobs and being in the Marines. These were fairly short-term jobs, and it appears that sometime within the last 10 to 15 years, I can't be more exact, he suffered a decompensation which has been progressive and ongoing, causing, at least in his home, to be present scripts and pills for major depressant disorder. In speaking with him, he was able to explain his behavior with reference to various auditory hallucinations and, one might say, demons. And his explanations were not terribly coherent, which is what leads me to feel it critical that fairly immediately we have psychiatric evaluation done of him, not weeks after the event, but as, in a sense, as close as is possible. If anybody has any questions, we'll try to answer those questions. Respect each other, please, and don't scream. I'll recognize you if you just put your hand up, please.
Mr. Sussman,
Sir.
why wasn't he committed during the May 19th hearing if they knew that he was at that time suffering from such a severe mental illness?
It's premature for me to speak to what others did or didn't do, quite honestly. What I can tell you is that his mother has reached out over time on a number of occasions to mobile mental health and other entities trying to get services, if you will, and direct services for her son. Grafton did live in Wartsboro for a period of time where he's had an apartment outside of her home, and she, obviously given his age, has been unable to control his activities directly. She sought though assistance. Why in a particular occasion he was not treated differently, I think individuals are going to have to account for that, and I hope that's part of any inquiry and investigation. But I think it's a fair question. Yes, ma'am.
Can you speak to the information that's come out in the last hour about what was found inside of the home? Handwritten journals expressing anti-Semitic sentiments, and a whole list of other things I'm sure you've seen.
I've not seen.
Oh, you haven't seen?
I haven't seen. The journals that we've had access to, the writings we've had access to, which I actually have here, probably 75 pages of rambling notes, I saw absolutely nothing that related to anti-Semitism, Judaism, or anything else. So I can't speak directly to that. I haven't seen the information yet. Sir?
Well, related though, I mean,
Sure.
have you seen the federal complaint filing hate crime charges against your
We
client?
haven't seen that. We haven't gotten it here in the office. So
Can you respond generally to this filing by federal prosecutors?
can't respond because we haven't seen it, so I can't respond generally to something I haven't seen or specifically. But my impression from speaking with him is that he needs serious psychiatric evaluation, and that is the primary focus. I don't know whether those who are making these charges have spent a moment speaking with him or relating to him. But my impression from what I have read in my conversation with him is there are severe psychiatric issues. Whether those manifested in anti-Semitism at a moment, I can't tell you. I don't know. That's not what I heard when I spoke with him. Go ahead.
Can you explain, you said that he was suffering from depression, if that's right, and can you kind of expand on that, or expand on any other mental health issues, psychological issues that he was dealing with?
What I can tell you is that for a period of about 10 to 12 years, he's been classified as Social Security disability insured based on his mental status. So his mental illness is not something that was developed in reference to a defense in this case. It's been recognized by the authorities who provide benefits to individuals who have such mental incapacity. And he's been recognized as I said, for a number of years.
Would you refer to him as, being diagnosed as depressed?
I diagnosed him, I would view him as being mentally ill. And the question of whether he's paranoid, schizophrenic, those are questions I think someone who has expertise has to look at. I believe if you look at prior diagnoses, you'll find that in records. But again, that's not the same as saying that everyone who has those diagnoses acts out in this way. People who have auditory hallucinations and believe they're following some script, and there was reference made to that in my conversation with him, are of one sort of mental illness. There are plenty of people whose mental illness is controlled by medication and they're not dangerous in this way, and they don't act out in this way. So I don't want this to become an assault on those who have mental illness either. That's equally inappropriate. But I'm dubious from what I've heard, both from him and what I saw in his home and when I've spoken to his mother and other family members. They have someone who is acting out of a terroristic, anti-Semitic framework. Yes, sir. Hold on, we'll get to it in a minute.
Given what you all are saying and what you said yesterday, and I wonder if his mental state had deteriorated in recent months. So in the federal complaint that they're referencing, they quote from journals and Google searches in which he searched about Hitler and hating the Jews and local places of worship and referenced the Hebrew Israelite movement. Did anyone see this, and had his state changed in recent weeks or months?
Well, when you say did anyone see it, I can't tell you if anyone saw it. I think it's fair to say that his mother did not see it, and that his mother saw manifestations of behavior, not that sort of behavior which caused her concern, I know, for instance, bleach was found in the vehicle, and there was a good deal of public discussion about bleach. From reviewing receipts in his possession, bleach, and looking at his home and seeing the quantity of bleach around, he was obviously very fixated with germophobic behavior, concerned about being infected, washing his hands 50 times a day, behavior which is not normal behavior. And so, again, I have not seen the federal complaint, and there may certainly have been this kind of fixation as well. But I don't believe anyone close to him saw that. Blaze? And then we'll come over to here.
Can we talk about what his mental health diagnosis might have been over the past few years, and what, if any, medications he might have been on currently?
Sure. He was on medication like Prozac. He was also on Seroquel. And there are other medications. Latuda is a bottle that we found. There's a prescription for it, and we also found a bottle in the list that the government left with the mother showed that they also took a bottle. That, as I understand it, is an antidepressant. So antipsychotic medications, antidepressant medications, those sorts of medications. Now, again, whether he was medication compliant is another issue. At least preliminarily, I believe he was not medication compliant, and certainly in the last month, that's my impression from my conversations, which may again have led to the level of decompensation and destabilization that we see manifest. There was a question, Chris McKenna and then the gentleman.
Did he ever work in Muncie, or do you have any other explanation for what led him to that particular place?
The work record that I'm aware of does not show any work in Muncie. He worked for a while in Newburgh in a warehouse. He worked in other locations that I have been able to identify through pay records that I found in his possessions and otherwise. I see no particular work history in Muncie or any particular connection to Muncie. To answer your question. Yes?
Can you talk a little bit about what triggered him that night, or what his motivation was? I know you hinted at something earlier about maybe voices or demons or something.
So again, this is very preliminary, and I think that what I can tell you is simply that there seems to be an alternative universe looking at his writings and talking with him. There seems to be an alternative universe and a set of what I called earlier auditory hallucinations or voices that are present for him, which is not unusual for people who suffer from his level of psychosis. He seemed to indicate that there was a direction that he was following that evening. That direction, as I got it from him, did not involve violence toward other persons. It involved destruction of some property. That obviously got out of hand. How that got out of hand, I can't tell you. I wasn't inside. But my impression is that the situation he found where he went in was not the situation he expected to find. And that may have been a trigger for him. As you heard from Mr. Day, there was, and others at the county earlier today, there was a response, people throwing furniture and otherwise things were happening in there. I can't at this moment reconstruct what happened in there, but I think that may have some impact on his mentality.
Did that home have any significance for him? Did he know to go in there? Had he previously been there?
No. I believe that what triggered him going in there was, as I said earlier, some voice that told him to do something there, but nothing that is objective or that you could say he had a prior history at that home or knew someone there or had a grudge against someone there. Okay, anyone else? Yes.
Was how involved was he with the Black Israelite movement?
I can't answer that question definitively. I heard nothing from him which suggested any association. I know that in Jersey the Black Israelites were involved in the events, the tragic events of several weeks ago, so I assume that prompts a question. But I know of nothing that connected him to that, nor did he say anything which led me there. Yes?
I'm just wondering if you're familiar with Kendra's law, or any other laws that may have applied to his previous appearances in court, and if you have any criticism of how that was handled, and maybe counseling that he maybe should have gone through state-ordered counseling as opposed to his other encounters with the criminal justice system?
Again, it's premature to get into a full-blown critique of what happened previously, what went wrong, what may have gone right, what could have been done. History moves in one direction, and we're where we are. We have to take lessons from this situation and utilize them, I think. But again, even far premature to know what all those lessons are.
Did he ever undergo counseling of any kind that was state-ordered or private? Are you aware of that?
The answer is yes, but again, I don't know the details.
Two questions.
Okay.
You indicated that Mrs. Thomas had grown increasingly concerned with her son's behavior recently.
Over the course of years and recently.
And can you give us detail on what exactly that looked like? And was she afraid of her son?
No, she was not afraid of her son, and she had a positive relationship with her son, to my understanding, and a loving relationship with him and he toward her. I think that's a fair statement. I think that she, as a nurse, she's an RN, she's been in nursing many years, saw signs of, I'm using the term decompensation, but signs of emotional ability, instability, and as I said earlier, reached out on a number of occasions. But again, getting to the gentleman's question, the responses thereto were middling.
Was there anything that day, that Saturday, that stood out? And Wendy, I know you're reacting to a lot of this. Can you speak of your interactions with Mr. Thomas and your characterization of him?
I received an email yesterday saying that I shouldn't depict him as a nonviolent person. And I told them back that that is the person that I know. Kim never expressed to me at any point as her pastor for the last more than 10 years that she was afraid of or scared of her son in any way. I've been at visits in the hospital. I've been at visits with him at the house. He's always been a gentle giant with mental illness. And he's very introverted. He doesn't like to be around a lot of people. And he's a vegan. And he's very simple. And there were moments when his sentences, he would have trouble completing sentences. And that would be a clear indicator that he was experiencing something that we don't experience, but he was experiencing it. And from my experience with Grafton, he has been a calm, caring, loving person.
There was an incident where...
Just let this gentleman and then go over here. Go ahead, sir.
And I know that you said that Ms. Thomas is not commenting. You were at the news conference earlier. We saw you crying. Can someone just talk about how...
Sorry, go ahead.
Pointed out that you have a close relationship with a gentle man. How are you doing now with this having happened by someone who, as you're saying, has a mental history, also has a history of being gentle and kind? How is Mrs. Thomas doing? How are you who know him doing?
This has been a shock, a total shock. Speaking with Kim this morning, for a little while, it was just like, I just don't believe it. I can't believe this because it's just not a characteristic that we've seen in Grafton. So for a while, I just told her, you don't have to believe it, but we have to accept that this is the reality of what is now. And I saw Grafton in the hospital, and I questioned things like, can they see that he needs more services? In a way, as a single mother, taking care of a man who has mental illness with the systems that be, and the seeking. I know that she did everything that she could. I know that she took him in when she could. I know that she called mental health hotline when she needed to. I know that she took very seriously the responsibility of caring for Grafton and also wanting him to come out of it, to develop through it. And there were moments where he showed signs of great improvement, and then there were fallbacks. We could have never known that this was going to happen. It wasn't something that we sat at home and said, oh, look at him, he's playing with knives. No, we didn't see those behaviors.
All right, this gentleman here had a question.
I know you said he had very little to no criminal history, but has anybody spoken to you about an incident on November 20th that he may have been involved in where another man was knifed on his way to a synagogue? Is he a suspect in that?
Well, again, you'll have to ask law enforcement about whether he's a suspect in any other specific incident. I can't really comment. So I have no way of answering your question because I'm not one of those who'd be investigating that at this point. I'm looking at the circumstances of this event, obviously, because this is what we know he is involved in. I believe he's involved in. Chris?
Who was he hospitalized and for how long? Were there multiple instances?
I'm putting together a timeline, which I'll try to disseminate as soon as I have it complete. But in 2019, he was hospitalized.
All right, so we were hearing from the suspect's attorney there speaking just after that horrible situation that happened on Saturday. 5 wounded in that Hanukkah celebration attack. More news now is coming up next.
Bigotry in all its forms. I'd now like to invite a conversation because this is a roundtable, and I'd like to invite my congressman to give a few words if he'd like.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I had the opportunity to meet with many of you before and spoke before, so I'm going to keep this short. I want to welcome the senator and thank her for being here. Sometimes on the trips from Washington, you can pull all the hair out of your head. I don't have much to pull out anymore. But the planes are what makes you late, and you're sitting there and you just have to wait. But we're glad you're here, and we're very sad that we have to be here for this kind of situation. But it's very good that all the community leaders are here, all the good elected officials are here, all the people who make Rockland and such a great place to live and raise a family. We're all here speaking with one voice, and the senator said it, and that is anti-Semitism or hatred of any kind will not be tolerated. And that's why we're here, rather than be kowtow to people who are hateful. It's going to be the opposite. We're going to stand up to people and not allow, whether it's anti-Semitism or any other anti, to grab hold here. I know there'll be some discussions about the perpetrator of this terrible crime up here being charged with hate federal statutes, and we'll talk about that. But I'm for frankly throwing the book at anybody who would dare do this, hurt other human beings, try to kill other human beings, and make people feel unsafe even in their own home community. That's not the America I know and love. That's not the country I know and love. And each of us has to fight back on any of these things. So I want to thank so many community leaders, many of whom I know personally, for being here. I want to thank all the electeds. I want to thank our senator who worked so hard for us in Washington, and I'm happy to participate in this panel.
if I could just start off, I think what we'll do, we have a lot of community leaders, political leaders, elected officials sitting around this table and in this room. We won't have time to acknowledge everybody, so I'll ask if you speak, just briefly state who you are and what your position is. I'd like to just start off with one topic, one question that I think is on a lot of people's minds.
And welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. We continue our coverage of this horrible situation that happened over the weekend. 5 were stabbed in a New York stabbing Hanukkah celebration that happened on Saturday. And right now, live happening in New York, officials hosting this roundtable discussion on religious hate crimes, not only in New York, but across the country. And you have Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and many others there right now. Let's listen.
But what we're seeing out there, and it's getting worse, I believe, as each month goes on, we see a level of ugliness, a level of out-and-out anti-Semitic hate. We know with the First Amendment that certainly censorship's not allowed. We know people have a right for free speech. But what do we do? How do we balance that with the very real fear and concern that this type of rhetoric is stirring up more hatred and provoking these types of horrible acts?
Yeah, I think Facebook and other social media sites bear far more responsibility than they're taking. I believe that if a website is dedicated to hate speech and violence against any community group, it should be shut down. So I would just urge, when you see I think we should, as a community, file complaints against any website that does deliver those messages, and actually really aggressively urge Facebook to shut it down.
Ellen Jaffe, New York State Assembly member. I think what we need to do, we really need to talk about beginning the process with our kids when they're very young. Even childcare in first grade or second grade, but in their elementary school and junior high school, there has to be the discussion about caring about everyone, about the diversity in America that makes America great, about respect for everyone. And we need to, on an emotional level, as well as an intellectual level, provide that kind of guidance in our schools, all of our schools, private schools demanding that as well, public schools, to be able to assure that our youth understand and have that capacity to understand that everybody is equal, everybody deserves respect, and caring about each other. And that is something, a former teacher can tell you, it's something that I worked in a junior high school in Pomona, assuring that I had roundtable discussions with the youth talking about each other and the diversity in the school district and respect for everybody, and what that respect assures success, and it assures stability. So that's something that we need to really discuss with our educators, and leading that way and getting more of our youth to go into the mental health field. Because when I met with a number of psychologists to talk about this actually several months ago, to be able to talk about the concern that I've been hearing from so many parents throughout this state regarding the kind of pushback there is within the communities, that we need to really assure that we have psychologists in every school and more in the communities. And I've discovered in the meetings that I've had that we do not have enough of our youth going into that field. So that is something else that we need to really have that kind of background. Thank you.
Hi, Izzy Spitzer, Mayor of New Square. First of all, I want to welcome and thank our Senator Gillibrand for volunteering and offering help and making a special trip from Washington with much delays to be here today. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge our Congressman, Elliot Engel, who made an effort as well to come here today, and again, called on their own. We did not reach out to them. As soon as they heard about this terrible, terrible incident, they immediately reached out and offered help, and they are here today with us, physically helping us. And so I want to thank everyone. First, our prayers are with the, we still have a very critical, struggling, one of the people who got stabbed, and he needs prayers for him to recover and survive. At the same time, I want to just confirm, and I think, Senator, you came up with a great line that it all depends what the intent of that blog is and what the intent of that social media site is. We're all struggling, and the Congressman also mentioned, and of course I want to at the same time acknowledge we had the governor yesterday who came and showed a lot of support and with some good offers as well. And also the governor on his own reached out and offered and came flying in the morning. I think that our struggle in the county here is one of our biggest struggles, which we've been struggling for years. This is in the making for many years. This is not a sudden incident which happened. Unfortunately, we saw this coming for many, many years. We had meetings, numerous meetings with different leaders, different parties, trying to build a coalition, trying to set an agenda and a dialogue. We failed miserably, and this is the results. When you talk about intent of blogs, you talk about intent of social media, Senator, you hit it on the nail, which I think you have a good, I'm not a lawyer, but I think you have a good groundwork on what to go. I think it's in a way, it's a shame, I can say, that we need Washington to come in, our congressmen, our senators to come in and come up with suggestions and fight the social media and those terrible blogs. We're struggling locally how to find a way to tone it down, and definitely by not giving them a free hand for so many years and coming up with all type of defense and excuses why it's allowed, and here we are with blood on our hands and a struggling victim who's hopefully is going to make it to survive. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership. You've been so helpful every time I've come to visit your community. It's made such a difference. And I just want to thank you for being such a champion and working with me and Elliot on the federal level to make sure we can get you the resources that you need and the support that your community needs. So thank you for all the work you do every day. And our job is to figure out how we can make your community safe and give you the resources to do what you need to do to keep it safe.
You're welcome. I want to mention as well that Congresswoman Anita Lowy called yesterday. She's away, she's out, and she called that she's on board, supportive, and she will be here. As soon as she returns, we'll have a meeting and some productive discussions. Thank you. I want to publicly thank our Congresswoman Anita Lowy as well.
Senator Steve Gold, co-president of the Jewish Federation and Foundation of Rockland. I'm glad you brought up social media. I believe that the Facebook group administrators need to take responsibility of what is put on their site and what they let stay up on their site. I also believe that social media should follow the rules and regulations of regular media. Whether you write an op-ed to the New York Times, they check you out to make sure who you are and what you're writing is true. When I appear on a TV show, they check me out to want to know that I'm legitimate. And I believe that the government should have some type of federal standards to hold these people accountable. Because without it, they're going to continue doing. You know, you say to let Facebook know that this is a horrid hate speech. They don't take anything down. You know, at our Community Relations Council at Federation, I would say 3-4 times a week, we ask Facebook to take something down, and they come back and say, we understand what you're saying, but it doesn't fit into our policy. So, I think what we need to do when we see hate speech on all these Facebook groups or Twitter groups, we should just hashtag back and say, this is hate speech. Not get into a personal battle with these people, because you're never going to win. But every post that anything is hate, whether it's anti-Semitic, against the LGBTQ, against Muslims, just do the hashtag, this is hate speech. Let that trend and let the algorithms, kick in, so everyone will see that this is what we mean. But I believe the federal government has to take a stronger stand on some type of regulation for these administrators to take responsibility of what's on their site. Because I'm sick and tired of hearing an administrator tell me, it's not my job. I don't have time to check anything out, which is BS, because they are on their sites. Thank you.
Senator Mona Montel. I play multiple roles here in this town. I'm the chief of staff. I'm the chairwoman of the Democratic Party. But the role I'm proudest of is that I'm a mother of 10. And yesterday, as well as being a member of the Orthodox
It's such a sad situation there over the weekend in New York on Saturday. You could see officials from really all parts of New York coming together to talk about religious hate crimes, not only in New York, but across the country. So we'll have much more on this coming up on fox10phoenix.com in just a little bit. But we have Pilar Arias with a look of what's coming up as well.
Yeah, hello everyone. So you got to wonder, the Democratic presidential candidates, what New Year's resolutions they have.
Yeah, you really do. Maybe to win.
Right. Well, we have both Andrew Yang and Joe Biden in New Hampshire right now, so they're doing like competing campaign events. So we'll cover their trail.
All right, we'll have that and much more, including others I see a little bit later. You know, you got Bernie Sanders there as well. They'll all be in the mix today as they try to get their final days in 2019 on the road to the big 2020 election. Thanks so much there, Pilar. Looking forward to that and much more coming up. Is your 10-day Foxcast. Take a look at this. 57 degrees for today. The final day for tomorrow, 60 degrees, and then same thing for 2020, the first of the new decade. Thanks so much for joining us here today on News Now. We'll see you again right here, Fox 10 Extra, starting at 10 a.m. Ron Hoon and I will start you off with the top headlines from across the country. What everyone's talking about, we'll have it for you starting tomorrow. But please join us on fox10phoenix.com for the very latest.
Senator David Carlucci and Senator Congressman, thank you for joining us here today. I just got off the phone with our majority leader in the New York State Senate, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, and we had talked about how we have to make sure that fighting anti-Semitism is a top priority in the New York State legislature this year. And to echo what Mona had just talked about, spending the past 2 days in Muncie on the scene and talking to really hundreds of people, we can't understate how fearful people are. And in New York State, of all places, we have to make sure that the last thing that someone thinks about is that they have to take off their yarmulke, they have to alter in any way the way that they worship. That is the last place we should be. So in talking to our majority leader and to our elected officials here and members of the community, we know that New York has to be the leader in fighting anti-Semitism. It's our responsibility. We have one of the most diverse states in the nation. It's what makes us one of the greatest states in the nation. And that's why I think we have to have a partner in the federal government to make sure that we have the resources available, because we believe that security has to be the first line of attack, that people have to feel secure. Then we have to work on what do we do in the long term. And as the Assemblywoman mentioned, we do have legislation that we're hopeful we pass this year. We call it the Symbols of Hate curriculum, that you have an age-appropriate curriculum for whether you're as young as kindergarten to 12th grade, that the first place that our students, our children hear about hate is not in some on some website or on some graffiti scrawled in the bathroom, that we're proactive with our children and we're educating them at the youngest ages. So we thank you for being here, and thank you for being a partner with us, and we look forward to making sure that particularly in New York State, but in Rockland County, where we do have the largest Jewish population per capita of any county in the nation, that we have those additional protections and resources that we know not just this year, but in coming years will be available to harden our schools, harden targets, and then be more proactive about what do we do in the long term.
So interestingly, for all the elected leaders here and the leaders of the community, we were able to get $90 million in this year's funding package for nonprofit security grant programs. Now, it used to just be for cities, but we were able to make a change last year so that people who live in suburbs and more rural communities can also apply. And so there's specifically $40 million available for a place like Rockland County to actually apply for the kinds of ideas we've heard about today, whether we need security cameras or whether we need teaching materials to do bias training in our schools. That is the kind of thing that can be funded through this new federal program. So we are going to host a training session for everyone who wants to figure out how to get access to this federal money here in this county in the near future, so that you can actually get grant applications done this year to try to get money this year to respond to the threats, so that people know that their elected leaders and their community leaders are being strong advocates for their security. And having access to more money, I think, will allow for more investment in programs that could keep this community safer.
Senator Hirsch Horowitz, Director of Community Outreach Center and Yeshiva Association of Rockland County. Representing over 100 private schools, which including this year about, I would say, upwards of 30,000 children in the yeshivas, in the private schools here in the town of Ramapo. We appreciate what you just mentioned about the additional security funding, but we really need to take a good look and an assessment on the security in the yeshivas. I myself, today I had to send off my 13-year-old boy to yeshiva in the morning. He was off yesterday for the Hanukkah holiday. My fear was he should come home safe. And that's what you see with all the parents now and the principals in the schools. What are we doing to keep our children safe? That's the focus, and that's the fear, and that no parent should have to worry when they're sending their child off. Will my child come home today?
Yeah.
And in this town, especially in this county, everything that was mentioned here today, with all the hate and everything going on, it's a real fear, and we need to address that. We need to address that with security funding. We need to address the hate in the county so that parents can know that when they're sending their children off to school, that they will come home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Senator. Asher Grossman, Deputy Mayor of the Village of Spring Valley. We talked before about the blogs and the hateful speech that's on there. What we didn't talk about is that some of our local officials here inside in Rockland County are turning a blind eye to that, and it's being fed to the community, and they forget that the words kill, and the result of the perpetrator has been charged with a hate crime. And he has researched propaganda on Google and on other websites. What we fail to see is that some of that propaganda is created right here in this county.
Yes.
And our elected officials here, the local elected officials, are turning a blind eye to it. I appreciate that our county leadership is concerned about the fire safety of our schools. It's a very important issue. How about the physical safety of those children? We have over 30,000 children in private schools. Some of our elected assembly people have alienated an entire segment of the community as if we don't exist. You are our representative. Why should it be that way? Why should we all come together? It's great about speaking about psychologists and bringing that into the schools. It's a great thing. But what about bringing communities together and stopping the divisive speech and rhetoric that is going on in here? When buildings are up for sale, a church is up for sale, and an Orthodox religious entity wants to purchase that, and the sole reason why a town is purchasing that land, it appears to be the sole reason is to keep the Orthodox out. That has to be taken. That has to be looked at. I don't want to go on for too long.
And I know what you're referring to. I'm very troubled. I don't think we should allow our elected leaders to use hate speech, to use bigoted language, to use racist language or anti-Semitic language. We've seen that on the local level. We've seen it on the national level. And that is what the purpose of elections are for. So I hope if you have any elected leaders who use inappropriate speech, that you run a candidate against them and try to defeat them. I ran for president for that very reason.
And Senator, I most certainly appreciate that, and obviously this is on us and on the community to do, but our elected officials locally have to understand the responsibility that they carry.
They do.
And when they turn a blind eye to this rhetoric, they are endorsing it.
That's why I decided to come here.
And I
because I
appreciate
do not endorse that kind of language.
And
I will stand up against it, and I will call it out when we see it, because we can't tolerate it. It's not acceptable. And it does, and especially when you refer to somebody who's gravely mentally ill, it does mislead people. It can have a negative impact on soft targets, on people who don't understand what those words mean or aren't able to analyze it appropriately. So we as leaders have to really speak out against hate speech in all its forms and do whatever we can as our offices allow to use our platforms to have a greater voice, to be able to say we won't tolerate this, and it's not something that we're going to accept. And I will use my voice to amplify your voice so you don't have to accept it here.
And that's very appreciated. Thank you, Senator. My final point is that not too long ago, there was a video created, "The storm is coming." Unfortunately, the storm is here. The storm is here, and we need to address it. And we thank you, Senator, for being here. We thank you, Congressman, for being here and addressing that.
Yeah.
What did you say, Weeder? You wanted to say something?
Aaron Weeder, I'm a Rockland County legislator. Senator, I would like to thank you for coming here. When I have constituents of mine who call me up and they say, is there anything tangible that is being offered? So I would like to say two things. First, I think this has been the first time that I know that after a very horrific hate crime, we have federal, state, local, village, town people from all parties, from all persuasions, religions coming together, speaking in one voice, as you've mentioned before. And I think we're very proud that you were the conduit to it. It's a sad that an event like this took it to get us to this point. And I think the message should go out there for the media to report this, that we as a society, as American citizens, as proud Hasidic American citizens, are working together with our federal, local, and state officials, with law enforcement. The second thing, I would like to build upon Rabbi Horowitz's sentiments. Our most precious commodity are children.
Yeah.
That's our future. We currently have private schools. I don't want to think how an attack will look like. I have two children, two of my most precious commodity in one of those schools. Private schools are struggling. They don't have the resources. They are a soft target.
Yep.
God forbid, I don't want to be able to say, we said so. We desperately need funding for our private school security. For the last 6 years, parents have been asking the same question. What about the security of our private schools? We have over 100 schools in Rockland County. I know law enforcement are very, very concerned. They can't sleep at night because of those 100 schools that have no security or not enough security. Please, I beg you, in the name of all the parents, so I could go home tonight to my wife and tell her that the senator promised funding and help for the security for the private schools. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So what I can promise is my help in getting you funding. The way we wrote the bill to change the law, you are now eligible, your schools are now eligible to apply for these not-for-profit security grants. And it's managed under FEMA. And so we're going to host a grant writing workshop for you and anyone here who wants to participate so you can get money, so you can increase security at your schools, increase whatever support you need, technology, whatever it is, and whatever experts say is most important. That's what I can do. I mean, my job, and Elliot's job, we're here to bring money. Like, that is what we can do so local leaders can decide how to invest it most effectively. So we will host, and I'll make sure Elliot's office is involved along with Nita's office, a grant writing workshop so your best writers can come and learn how to get these applications. We then write letters of support to urge the administration to fund this project. And we do this very well. So my commitment is I will do everything in my power to see that you get that application in, that it has the strongest support possible, and then push the administration to fund it. And I'm going to tell you, the need is great. And when the need is great, that is when you are more likely to get the resources. So I have a lot of hope that we will get the resources that can protect your children and protect your school. And I do agree. I mean, everything's about our future. If we can't protect our children, then we're not doing our jobs. It's that simple.
Well, we need to support our public schools as well, so
yes,
take that funding.
And public schools are also eligible. All schools, whether it's private or public, as long as it's not for profit, is eligible for this money. And if our local schools also need protection and have some concerns about bias crimes and security, they will also be eligible. So we will make sure all schools have access to these grant programs because all our children matter, and we will fight for all of them.
Hi, Senator. Mort Becker. I'm a Supervisor Special Social Media Assistant.
Nice.
I just wanted to point out, following up on the supervisor's question regarding social media, the social media giants have community guidelines. The problem is that they don't recognize us. They've never heard of Orthodox Jews. They've never heard of Hasidic Jews. They don't know us. So when we report it, it goes nowhere.
I'm happy to use my office to amplify reports. So to the extent you find websites that are clearly racist and anti-Semitic, we're happy to amplify your advocacy. And let me introduce Lisa. Lisa is our regional representative. This is her area, and she can work with all of you directly to write letters to Facebook, to report incidents of hate crimes, to get federal resources to help. She will lead the grant writing workshop. So we're happy, and Lisa will have her card so you can take one.
Senator, we at the town of Ramapo would be honored if you would allow the town hall to be the host of that workshop.
This would be an ideal venue for that. And Lisa will work with you on a date that works for the people who want to be there.
Anybody else wish to ask a question or a comment? Supervisor Monahan.
Jim Monahan from the town of Stony Point. We're here with bipartisan support to show unity with the other town supervisors and to condemn these acts of hatred and violence as a town and as a community together. And I listen to what you as Mike knows, and Mona, our 5 town supervisors, we meet, and together we come up working for solutions. And we need stronger laws to confront and prosecute this type of hate and crime. We all have a background. I spent 29 years in law enforcement. I retired as a lieutenant from the NYPD. When I was a rookie police officer in Washington Heights, I had a sector that covered the Yeshiva University on Amsterdam Avenue. And there were attacks back then. You maybe recall, they were never apprehended, never prosecuted. They were known as the Yeshiva Sniper. It took place in the 80s in Washington Heights. And that type of hatred, and you said, Aaron, of children going to school and being attacked just based on their religion. So I ask all to unite together, reach out to our state officials, and come with strong laws to prosecute this type of offenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Thank you for your service to our country with the NYPD. We're always in an extraordinary debt for your efforts. I do think it's an issue that we have the tools for law enforcement to crack down on hate crimes, and perhaps we can work on legislation, particularly at the state level, to define hate crimes here, and I know you're debating that in the Assembly right now, to give meatier teeth to law enforcement. And we will debate the same issue on the federal level to make sure that if there's an appropriate counterpart on the federal level, we can amplify what you are doing in the Senate and the Assembly. It's really important that we get it right. We don't want to demonize different groups. We want to make sure that it's very specific, but very effective, so that law enforcement can respond effectively. So I will be delighted to work on a bipartisan basis with my statewide colleagues on ideas about how to deliver that kind of reform.
I'm Rabbi Daniel Graber of the New City Jewish Center. I'm not an Orthodox Jew. I'm a conservative Jew, and I want to share first just the sentiment that that when statements of us and them are made, Jews who are not Orthodox also see ourselves being portrayed as them and as other. When we share in the fear and in the sorrow of the Hasidic communities and the Orthodox communities. And so I wanted to make sure that sentiment is shared. We've been speaking a lot about the presence on social media and the way that our speech is used, and speech is a precursor to action. And when speech is clearly hate speech, there are remedies under the law, there are remedies under social media policies, but often, as many things in life are, it's ambiguous. The speech is ambiguous. Is this, in fact, hate speech? Is this sentiment one that is based in well-founded grievance, or is it something that is just being used as a mask? And I beg and I call on our political leaders and our community leaders to remove that ambiguity. That if there is the chance that it may be misinterpreted, to not say it and to find better words to use. Because those ambiguities will always find purchase in someone who is looking for an excuse to let hatred that rests inside them be let out, and to turn to an elected political leader at the federal levels, at the state levels, and at our local levels, and to say, well, this person has said very much the same thing, and so I can say it as well, and I can act on it. It is a test of the moral fabric of America, and a test of the moral fabric of the people who have taken office and who have become our leaders, to be people that we can turn to. I look at the wall behind you, Senator, of our American presidents, and I think of Abraham Lincoln, and I think of the people who we turn to when we look at and say, these were people of integrity. Not just that they could get laws passed, and not just that they could apply the policies, but that they were people that we could turn to and say, that is the type of human being that I need to be. And that is what I request of the people in this room, and of anyone who can hear me, is that we hold ourselves to a standard that is above the community guidelines and standards of Facebook, but rather to the best of what we can be, and not let ourselves ever be used, ever be considered that we might be portraying ourselves in a way that is unacceptable and might spark hatred.
Well, Rabbi, thank you for being here. I think there are certain things that are clear. We know from this particular attacker that he was searching for why did Hitler hate the Jews, that he was using and referring to Nazis, to swastikas. That is the definition of anti-Semitism and hate. There's no ambiguity. So I think we can have very clear guidelines. That's not, I disagree with the policy position. That's pure hatred, pure evil, suffering on a community based on their beliefs. It is the most obvious definition, and that's why I'm very frustrated with our social media platforms. Some things are very clear, and we should not be tolerating this decision to hide behind ambiguity. So I think we just keep calling it out for what it is. We hold our elected leaders accountable so they understand that this is not okay. And then we should defend each other, which is, I think, where you started. We should all fight against injustice, whether it is bias, whether it is misogyny, whether it is racism, whether it is anti-Semitism. All those biases are evil, and we have to fight against all of them. And when we fight for one another, it makes each of us stronger.
Hi, my name is Philip Soskin. I'm a Rockland County legislator, and I've been around the legislature now for 17 years. Part of our problem is that our children are parrots. They listen and they hear everything going on around them, and they repeat it, and it sticks with them. Anti-Semitism is not something new. It's been around for a long time. Now in the United States, everybody is very cautious about what they're saying. You can't say this about one group, you can't say this about another group. Nobody says anything about anti-Semitism. That's perfectly acceptable in many, many venues. Not all of them, but many of them. You can't correct this overnight. It's impossible. It's too deeply ingrained in people, and it's passed on from generation to generation. All we can do is what we have to do. Where possible, when you hear people talking, don't be bashful. Get in there, tell them you're a Jew. Don't be bashful. I just went through a period where I was ill. I was in the hospital. Everybody, and this is Helen Hayes Hospital, everybody there saw my yarmulke. The nurses saw me putting on the film in the morning. They even came in to help me. People will respect us if we respect ourselves. And that is the most important thing. Our educators, especially in the public schools, because they're the ones who deal with the future, have to teach the kids about anti-Semitism, okay? It's a difficult thing. I'm not an educator. I don't know how to do it. I wish I had an answer. But the educators in the public schools have to watch their language. Nobody has to agree with what we say. I made a speech or an invocation at the legislature a few weeks ago when I led the pledge, and I said, words are very important, okay? People listen, they hear. Our children listen and hear. And we've got to get them to understand what's wrong about being anti-Semitic. Okay, I thank you for coming down, Senator Julebrand and Congressman Engel. And I hope that we can get this message out. Have a good day.
Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Mike. And Senator, thank you for coming here. Congressman, thank you so much. I would just like to embellish on what Phil Soskin just said. I come from a town that is probably one of the most diverse, both the town of Haverstraw and the town of Ramapo. And we've had problems over the years. I can remember an incident up in Letchworth where some white men actually started throwing rocks at a building where black ladies were in, and it was extremely unfortunate. But I think the point is, and that's why I want to embellish upon what Phil said, we can pass all the legislation we want in the world, but unless we change their hearts, before you change men's minds, you have to change their hearts.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King knew that. Gandhi knew that. Some of the greatest leaders in the world knew that. So what I think is really critically important is that we introduce one another to all of the different communities within Rockland County. There must be ways in which we can do this. Break down the walls, break down the barriers, ways in which all of us can communicate together. Because legislation is great, but unless you change that person's heart, unless you're able to demonstrate to that person, hey, what you're doing is wrong, and you know it's wrong, we're not going to achieve our goals. We're not going to change the world. And that's what we're really looking to do here today. We're looking to change Rockland County and the way people think and behave. So I would hope everybody after today, this is just the beginning. This should be a start. What we should do now is form some type of committees, some ways in which our communities can interact together, regardless of religion, race, color, creed. We've done it before. We can do it again.
I know I've spoken before, but listening to everybody here, Rockland County has a diamond in the rough. We have the Holocaust Museum Center for Tolerance and Education. They go out to the schools to teach the kids about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism. Everyone in this room needs to use them. It is a gem, the education that they do. And it's ironic that the museum is 1.5 miles from where the stabbing took place. All of us here need to take advantage of this Holocaust Museum for Tolerance and Education, because they are doing a wonderful job, not going just to cities, not going just to schools in Rockland, but they're also doing it in Orange County and Ulster County. So I think all of you should get the phone number for the Holocaust Museum and call them, and all your schools and all your public schools, private schools, have them come in to educate what it is for people to be together and work together and to alleviate the hate that happened, so the Holocaust Museum had to exist. You know, as I told the governor the other day, my parents are Holocaust survivors. And I made them a promise that I would make sure I would do everything to make sure we never forget and it won't happen again. I believe I have failed them. And I also believe Rockland County has failed them. And I believe the United States of America has not only failed my parents, but all the survivors that are left and the 6 million people that perished in Germany. Thank you.
If I could just follow up to what you just said with the Holocaust Center, I'd just like to announce that last week the town board did approve entering into a contract with the Holocaust Museum and Center for Tolerance, where they became a contract agency partnership with us, and we're providing funding for these types of programming. So I would echo what you said. I think we have one more question. I'm going to call upon Benjamin Mermelstein.
My name is Benjamin Mermelstein.
We can do, if you're all quick, we can do all three of you. So, yeah, the last three.
I'm from the village of Kaysar. I just wanted to mention one point that we're discussing about the schools and all this stuff. There is I don't want to forget about the schools and the synagogues in the county, that they also need a lot of security. And I know the non-for-profit funding that's available does not include these synagogues and schools. So that
This does now. It is included. And so if you need security guards, if you need barriers, the funding that we just put forward can be applied for that actual purpose.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Rockland County Legislative Chairman Tony Earl. It's good to see you, Senator, to come here today. Also, Congressman Engel. Haven't seen you in a while. I remember we went down to Washington to recover the 9/11 funds that President Bush had taken away from us. And you did an excellent job. restoring that and getting it back, and even the last year. I think what I've heard here today, we haven't touched on the leadership from Washington, the atmosphere from there. Here in Rockland County, we had, well, here in the town of Ramapo, a few years back, was one of the safest towns in America. We were #1. We all remember that, right? And I think in the last couple of years, that the atmosphere has changed because of the atmosphere in Washington. And I truly believe that. And if you, I think the records will show that the crimes, the hate crimes, and so forth have increased immensely.
21% in the last year alone. Anti-Semitic crimes have increased 21% in the last year alone. In 2018, nationally, there was 2,000 anti-Semitic attacks, and that's the third highest number of attacks since 1970, and twice as many as the attacks in 2015.
Okay. And I heard, I think Senator Colucci say that here we're one of the most diverse counties in the nation. And I know at least my district, which my district is in the town of Ramapo, very diverse. But we never had problems like this. And I commend the sheriff for what they've done here in the county, even the town of Ramapo. We have one of the best sheriffs and Ramapo police departments in the state. And I'm very happy about that. But just in closing, like I said before, it starts in Washington and it ends here.
Agreed.
And lastly, you saw the pictures on the wall. I was hoping that maybe you would have been one of those.
I'm going to tell you a couple of quick stories about my family. One of the greatest good deeds that a Jewish person can do is write or have somebody write a Torah scroll, a scroll of the Old Testament. My grandfather had the fortunate opportunity to do that just about 20 years ago. And it is covered with a very ornate velvet cover. On that cover are the names of his parents and his 5 siblings, all of whom passed in the Holocaust, were killed at Treblinka. My grandmother, that's my father's father, my father's mother got her entire nuclear family out of Belgium because she read Mein Kampf. And she turned to her parents and said, I think it's time to go. Imagine a world in which, instead of some Jews fleeing and everybody else ignoring what Hitler was saying in the 1930s, they did what they were supposed to do after the Treaty of Versailles and go into Nazi Germany and take back that country and prevent what happened to happen. So many people named Jaeger, which is my last name, were killed in the Holocaust that it would overfill a cattle car. I say this to you because when people say never again, we mean it. We will not sit down or lie down while there are politicians in this county who ratchet up rhetoric against, quote unquote, those people. Because we know who they're talking about. They're talking about people like me and my grandfather's family who perished in the Holocaust. We are here until the Messiah comes and we all move to Israel. We're here. And we will fight for our community if we have to. There are those in our community who are already working towards putting trained armed guards into every synagogue. Not because we want to, not because we like to play with guns, but because we have to. Because the rhetoric in this county has led us to believe that it's going to happen. It has happened already, and it's only a matter of time before it happens again and again and again. So when they say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never harm me, that's a lie. Because the rhetoric of politicians in this county who are separating and dividing us has led to the situation that we are seeing today. where 20 times as many people have asked me, how do I get an unrestricted carry permit so I can protect my loved ones and my friends? It shouldn't be the case.
Nope.
But the police can't be everywhere. We're not a 35,000 unit police force like they have in New York City, so that on every holiday there's a cop stationed in front of every synagogue. They can't do that here. And I do appreciate you helping us help ourselves. And we understand that we need to help ourselves and that we will help ourselves. And so I bring you back to the Holocaust. The United States, if you look at it, nobody can say that this is Nazi Germany in the 30s. But there's nobody who can tell this person that Germany, who was the most progressive country in Europe until Hitler took it over, that it couldn't happen here. Because if good people do nothing, those types of things can happen
Evil prevails.
anywhere.
Yes.
All right, everybody, a little bit of a good segue there. Time to completely shift gears. We're going to head out to New Hampshire, where Andrew Yang is campaigning to be the nominee, the Democratic nominee for president. Pilar Arias here with you this afternoon on Fox News Now.
Sort of training. So we have to get that 6% up as quickly as possible. And this has the added benefit of being able to say to our young people that college is not the end-all be-all for everyone. Only 33% of Americans will graduate from college. And again, we've made it more and more expensive. What we have to do is create paths forward for different students in different areas and lead them to the opportunities that need to be filled in many, many communities. I'll also suggest that a lot of the people that are looking to hire too, and like the headline unemployment rate, it really does obscure a lot of weakness that I see when I talk to folks here in New Hampshire. Because if you're doing multiple jobs to make ends meet, you count as employed. If you're underemployed, you count as employed. And if you leave the workforce and stop looking because of a health problem or you're taking care of a relative, you don't get included in that number. So there's a lot of weakness that's being obscured in our communities because we're using a measurement that's way out of date and misleading.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up also on your Freedom Dividend plan. So $1,000 a month. Not going to be waiting for it. Sounds pretty good to a lot of people. So I did a little bit of simple math, and I will admit up front, political science major math is not necessarily my strong point. Different math than that math. But there are a little over 209 million Americans who would qualify for that at $12,000 a year, meaning over $2.5 trillion a year to fund that. How does the math actually work that you can tax whatever corporations you want to tax to come up with that additional revenue every year forever?
I'm so glad you asked. I love it so much. So first, you have to look at who the biggest winners are going to be. If you have Amazon, Google, Facebook systematically paying zero or near zero in taxes, then of course you're going to have problems affording things. But if you put a mechanism in place where we all get even the tiniest slice, our fair share of every Amazon sale, every Google search, every Facebook ad, eventually every robot truck mile and AI work unit generates $800 billion a year with a giant up arrow attached to it. So that number is going to shoot up. Now, 800 billion is not 2.4 trillion, as you suggest. But after you put the money into our hands, the money doesn't disappear. It circulates through our community and our businesses over and over again. Ends up increasing tax revenue by conservatively, let's call it 600 billion or so. And then here's where the magic comes in. You save an additional hundreds of billions on things like incarceration, homelessness services, emergency room health care that we spend almost $1 trillion on now. And it was right here in New Hampshire where a corrections officer said this to me. He said, we should pay people to stay out of jail because he sees how expensive it is when they're in jail. This is what happens in our society. We don't invest in people, and we end up paying in much more expensive and punitive ways when they hit our institutions, because we know our institutions are incredibly expensive. And the last piece, the best piece, is that one study showed that if you were to alleviate poverty in this way, you would increase our GDP by $700 billion a year just on the basis of better health and educational outcomes. of our people. This is a massive investment in human capital. And this doesn't even take into account the catalyst for entrepreneurship and creativity and value creation that would ensue, but having a population that could actually afford to take some risks and not feeling like if they fail, then it's going to mean the difference between having a home and not.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more, and then I'm going to open it up to all of you guys so you have a chance to ask. But so, in essence, right now you are in a job interview with the American people for a very important job, the leadership position, the CEO and all CEOs. As someone who's hired many and perhaps fired a few people in your life, what's your advice to the American people as they compare and consider all of the candidates? So what should they be thinking about as they check off your qualifications and those of others to make sure they make the right choice to fill this critical position?
I love this question so much. I've never gotten it. I love it.
That's kudos to Samantha from the chamber. This question at once.
To me, the most important thing about who we choose as our president is whether they understand the real problems on the ground as we're experiencing them, and then can actually bring solutions to bear to solve them and improve our way of life. I'm going to suggest to you all that technology is a driving force behind many changes in our economy and society, and that most of the other figures in this race, whom I like and admire a great deal, and I consider many of them friends, but many of them do not understand technology very well. And they also do not understand technology's intersection with the labor force very well at all. That if we have the wrong person in that seat, we're going to have another 4 years of your malls closing, of AI getting smarter, of the robot trucks starting to multiply on the highways, and that as this continues, it's going to get harder and harder for us to actually put in place a path that lets Americans know that we are not going to be left behind, that we're actually the owners and shareholders of this country and not inputs into a giant capital efficiency machine. If you don't understand the real problems, you're not going to be able to solve them, and I believe I have a much clearer understanding of what lies ahead for this country.
Thank you very much. I'm going to shift to all of you now. So I see I've got a line going. If you do have a question, so we've got probably about 15 minutes for questions from all of you. Again, if you could state your name, and if you're affiliated with a business or organization, let us know that as well, and then you're welcome to ask a question.
I'm Will Bronson. I drove down from Maine today. I'm the president of the Enlightened Education Co-op, which is based in Florida. But my question is this: it's a follow-on to the guaranteed universal basic income. The rationale for that, obviously, is to deal with the dislocation that will come from increase in AI and robotics and automation. But there's an equally strong justification for it, in my view, and I wonder if you'd comment on it. According to Stephanie Stefflet at the MIT scientist, she's come up with a scary statistic because of the exponential rise in autism. And she claims that within 10 years, every other family will be dealing with a child in the autism spectrum. This will take a terrific amount of resources to provide for homeowners who typically caretakers in the home that aren't being paid, and we've spoken to this on a number of occasions. But could you comment on this as a possible other justification or reason or rationale for the freedom dividend, which I like to call the tech dividend?
Thank you for this question. These are the best questions I've received in quite some time. I have a son on the autism spectrum, and what I say to families around the country is that special needs is the new normal. Certainly, I've not seen a study that suggests it's going to get up to 50%, but it's already normal in many millions of families around the country. And the big problem here is that you have a special needs child like my son who shows up at school, and the school says, I don't have the resources available to actually do what this child needs and requires because I have one teacher for 20 kids and I don't have the budget for this. And so that child ends up falling through the cracks. The family has to scramble. There are massive problems. But it's in large part because, again, we're confusing economic value and human value. We're saying that this kid needs more and thus is a burden on the community, instead of seeing it the way we should be, which is that our kids' well-being is the point of the economy, we should use that as the measuring stick, which incidentally means you pay teachers more, you hire more teachers, you lighten up on the standardized tests that we devised during World War II as a means to identify which kids not to send to the front lines, and now we're just bludgeoning our kids with them and distorting teacher behavior. You stop treating your schools like assembly lines and start actually trying to put the resource in place to give our kids what they need. If you change it from this cost model to this investment model, then you see that this is the future of the 21st century economy, making ourselves stronger, healthier, and more whole. And if we don't evolve in that direction as quickly as possible, then you're correct that many communities will feel themselves to be overwhelmed by the cost of supporting many special needs children who, quite frankly, are going to grow to become special needs adults. And if we don't start changing the measuring stick, then we're going to see these people as, again, cost centers and burdens instead of being owners and parts of our families. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Hello, Guy from Executive Intelligence Review. I'm from Massachusetts. Speaking about Make Americans Think Harder, we need a national science driver program to lift up the population economically and inspire the population. But we have a couple major problems to solve first. Number one, you were talking about your friends who went down to Wall Street with the derivatives and stuff. Well, since 2008, the big banks are much bigger and about to blow out. The Federal Reserve has been giving them $100 million a day since September, which means we're close to a very big blowout again. Okay, we have HR 2176 in the House. Everyone should be calling their reps and demand it passes and becomes law. And last one is we have to get back to economic sovereignty. In other words, we don't need an independent private entity controlling our economy. We're over $20 trillion in debt. So we have to get back the way with Federal Reserve, fixed currency, and get back to the American system.
This was a very profound question. So some people, when they come to an event, one of the thoughts is what Tracy originally asked, is like, where do we get the money to do what we need to do? How many of you here remember voting for the $4 trillion bailout of Wall Street? How many of you remember anyone saying, where are we going to get the money? That's what he's talking about, this printing of hundreds of millions of dollars a day to shore up the balance sheets of our banks. No one voted for that. No one, no one said, yeah, let's do that instead of bailing out homeowners. I mean, to me, the obvious choice was to bail out homeowners and keep people in their homes, keep communities whole. But instead, we chose to recapitalize the banks. And that is an emblem of the choices we're making in this country. Everything revolves around the almighty dollar and our institutions, and we don't trust our people in the least. We have to choose our people. And to your point about what we've done in terms of recapping Wall Street and privileging them, you're right. The banks are now bigger than ever. They're absorbing more and more of the financial activity. Community banks in places like New Hampshire are a thing of the past. If you're old enough and you remember being here, you remember there are community banks here that likely got gobbled up by Bank of America and the gang. So this is what we have to, again, counteract. We have to choose our people instead of the banks. And we do have to stop bailing out Wall Street and letting them run and own our economy in this way. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. HR 2176.
In the interest of time, because I think we could probably get 2 more questions in, if you could keep your questions a little succinct, that would help us get more people to ask the questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yang, thanks for coming. My name is Joe. I'm a college student from Worcester, Mass. So my question today is based on the dividend that you're talking about. Now, of course, I know what you want to do with putting taxes on different companies such as Amazon, Facebook, and things the like. But my question is, how can you prevent these companies from outsourcing themselves into other countries to avoid such tax, the removal of such tax breaks?
Sure. So this is based upon a system that's in effect in just about every other developed country. And it occurs at the point of sale. We're the #1 market in the country, or the world. So even if Amazon were to shift some of its offices to other places, they're paying it at the point of sale, so they pay it no matter what. This is what other countries have figured out. Other countries have said that having the Amazons of the world pay zero taxes is untenable. And it's worked everywhere else, it would work here too. Because you're right, companies will do anything necessary to try and save money, but this is, because it's a point of sale, it's very, very hard to escape. It's impossible to escape, actually. The comparison I use is that Jeff Bezos right now is worth about $109 billion post-divorce. If you were to ratchet up the tax rate, let's say to 75%, 80%, how much of his $109 billion do you get? Next to nothing, because he's not dumb enough to pay himself $5 billion a year. You know, he pays himself something modest, and then most of his wealth is tied up in Amazon stock. So what you do is, like Willie Sutton, the bank robber. Why do I rob the banks? Because that's where the money is. The money's flowing into Amazon, so you take it at the point of sale there. Then you get billions from his business. And then when Jeff takes $1 billion out of his stock every year to buy rocket ships to Mars, which is what he does with his money, then you take a toll there too. You make it so that you get it coming and going, and then it ends up in our hands to make our families and communities stronger. But because it's at the point of sale, it doesn't matter where they base their operations.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Hi, my name is Kurt. I'm a campaign supporter from Massachusetts.
I can tell by the shirt. Thank you, Kurt.
I'm going to head to Iowa also for you.
Yes! Or you can just stay here in New Hampshire, either way. I mean, no, you do both. We'll do Iowa and then come on over. Yeah.
So, it might be time to put some minds at ease about healthcare. This phrase, Medicare for All, it's become this sort of political football. It's almost a branded phrase at this point. To what extent are you anchored specifically and explicitly to Medicare for all as it's written as a phrase? And to what extent would universal health care be a more useful phrase?
I like where your head's at, Kurt. To me, Medicare for all is universal health care for all Americans. It's not the name of a bill. It's a name for trying to get every American health care independent of their work status or whether or not they can afford certain levels of premiums. Now, I'm not someone who thinks you can uproot private insurance plans quickly, because you're talking about millions of Americans on these plans. In some cases, they actually negotiated away higher salaries for the plans. So somehow legislating those out of existence very quickly seems to me to be unduly impractical / disruptive. So the plan to me should be for the government to provide a public coverage option that then outcompetes the private insurers and squeezes them out over time. Now, to your point, Kurt, it is true Medicare for all means certain things to certain people, and you're probably right that universal health care would be a better way to frame it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Make Americans think harder. I would challenge you to think harder, to look for chess moves that reduce the size of government and make it a freer country, such as if a state legislature says no more zoning restrictions in any city and town, immediately there will be an abundance of new jobs in demolition and construction. And with the glut of housing meeting the modern code, there would immediately be landlords scrambling to find tenants for half the rents that they're paying now, more people waiting at each bus stop. The bus companies could extend their hours and their routes, and people wouldn't have to pay for a parking lot when they don't even have a car.
This man strikes me as so new. What's your name, sir? Where are you from?
My name is Tom Alcier. I used to be a state rep here briefly many years ago.
And are you from here in New Hampshire?
I live in Hudson, New Hampshire now.
Because I was going to comment that you sounded and felt so New Hampshire to me. There was such this, libertarian element to this idea, and I'm sympathetic toward many aspects of it. We do have to lighten up on some of the restrictions on development. A lot of the restrictions are NIMBYism, where it's just saying, not in my backyard, affordable housing is good in the abstract, but not here because, I don't want it to depress my home's values. And big picture in terms of the federal government, Donald Trump said he wanted to drain the swamp. In many ways, he was not wrong. Again, it's the richest city in our country. And what are they producing? Unclear. So he said he wanted to drain the swamp. I want to distribute the swamp. Why would you have tens of thousands of employees and buildings in the most expensive city in the country? You should be moving those agencies to Ohio or Michigan or New Hampshire or Florida or a place that would actually love to have that economic activity. The cost would be much lower because everything's cheaper in these places, And I would argue the decisions would be better because they would actually be tied to our communities and make decisions not from the bubble of DC, but from an actual place where other people are working and living relatively normal lives. So I'm sympathetic to much of what you're describing, and I do think that zoning regs are standing in the way of a lot of the affordable housing development that you're seeking. I like his sweater too. Look at that. No, show them. Yes.
www.shopyang2020.com. Mr. Yang, I was at your Hanover Town Hall event about a month ago, and just a quick disclaimer, this could be a little bit long, but I'll get this as short as possible because this is the best way that I can get my message out to people. But, and I think this would encapsulate what we're kind of all thinking. So, Mr. Yang, there's not been a poll in an early state release in 47 days. Tom Perez, the chairman of the DNC, just rejected your request for the DNC to conduct and release more early state polls, essentially cutting off a vital pathway to the January debate. On Perez's Twitter biography, he writes, and I quote, likes the Buffalo Bills, the Democrats, and fighting for the little guy, though not in that order. Well, apparently he doesn't like fighting for the little guy who has over 400,000 donors, including some here right in New Hampshire, which would, you look at that, is an early state. So, to the people in the room, we have a chance to outraise Elizabeth Warren in the fourth quarter. And I'm going to look towards kind of the biggest camera in the room, but if there's someone from the DNC watching, oh shoot, where am I? If there's someone from the DNC watching, look at the crowd. We've crammed over 100 people into a room built for 30. There are people watching from out the door. Poll the people is my point. I cannot even vote in the 2020 general election, but I'm the most passionate about this than I have been anything I have been in a long time.
Well, then give me a high five, man.
So Tom Perez, fight for the little guy, fight for all the little guys in this room, fight for the American people, poll the people.
Poll the people.
It seems like we're not going to get much help in this process. So that to the people over 18 years old, keep phone banking, keep canvassing, keep yanging people, keep making America think harder, because we all know it's not left, it's not right, it's forward. And I'm a part of the Yang Gang because I'm scared of the future in America. And in my age group, I am not alone. So, Mr. Yang, do you have any thoughts on the issue?
You're making me feel better about the future, Ellis, just by being so passionate and articulate and strong. That's awesome leadership on your part. I believe we're going to get the polls we need in the right time frame, and I'll be on that debate stage in January. What is the number one criteria for Democratic voters for the nominee?
Beating Trump.
Beating Donald Trump, that's right. And a poll right here in New Hampshire said that 10% of Donald Trump voters would support me over Donald Trump in the general election. Another poll said that 18% of college Republicans would choose me over Trump. Unlike any of the other candidates in the field, I am drawing in disaffected Trump voters, libertarians, and independents, as well as Democrats and progressives. I am the best candidate to take Donald Trump on and beat him. That's why as soon as they poll New Hampshire and Iowa, we'll see that we're well above the DNC's threshold. And I will say, I'm very confident we're going to make the debate stage. We've actually offered to the DNC to pay for the polls because they were complaining about costs, and I was like, we'll pay for it. So we'll make that debate stage in January, but more importantly, this campaign is going to keep growing and growing because we are talking about the issues that Americans care about and the problems that we see around us every day. Really, Ellis, man, you really are an inspiration to me, man. Like, thank you so much. And he's also a poster child for the reason why I believe we should lower the voting age to 16.
Yes.
On this. Some of you are like, that seems aggressive. But 16-year-olds can pay taxes. If you had 16-year-olds being able to vote, it would transform every high school in the country into a political hotbed instead of instead of something that's like, oh, we don't talk about it. No, you can actually vote. Studies have shown that the earlier your first vote is, the more likely you are to vote throughout your life. And frankly, you're going to be here longer. You should have a say in what's going on. The main counter-argument to this is that 16-year-olds are too immature and ill-informed to vote. And I think Ellis just proved that to be nonsense. Am I right? Thank you, brother. Let's fight it out for you.
Less than $1 million to the $3 million Q4 fundraising goal, so keep donating. We got to make it.
Thank you, brother. Not a plant. Just a passionate young person here in New Hampshire.
So my apologies to those of you who didn't quite get a chance to get your question in. Thank you for coming out. Again, I'll add my own personal thanks to those of you like Ellis who are younger voters taking the opportunity to get yourselves educated. All of you coming out, whether Mr. Yang is your candidate or you're still on the fence for or supporting another candidate and just wanted to hear what he had to say. Your participation in the process helps make it a stronger and better process for all of us. So really, thank you. Particularly thank you to you, Mr. Yang.
Oh, thank you.
A pleasure for sharing your time, for answering our questions, and sharing your positions, and especially my questions that were maybe a little pointed. Again, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, Riviera University, the Telegraph, our host sponsor, the National Public Library, and our corporate sponsor, Fidelity Investments, thank you all very much for coming. I believe you're going to do
photos. The line will start right there.
So line up around here for a photo. I'm going to claim privilege and take the first one. Enjoy the rest of your
All right, everybody, the road to 2020, it continues. I let you know that both Andrew Yang and Joe Biden were in New Hampshire. Here's a live look at the Biden event, not yet underway. It looks like we have one, perhaps two news conferences ready to get underway here. I'm going to take you to, I can't read, the town of, it's a live event. I'm going to bring it to you right now on Fox News Now.
The reason this particular attacker chose to attack.
It's a continuation of the Gillibrand roundtable they just had.
To find out about Nazism, to find out about Hitler. We know this was hate-filled motivation. So we have to do whatever we can to teach all our children, the next generation, why hate is wrong in all its forms, whether it's anti-Semitism, whether it's racism, whether it's homophobia, whether it's misogyny, or any other bigotry. And that's why we should stand together and show as leaders that we won't tolerate it in any form. And you can do that through education, having this education fund to specifically teach the Holocaust and what anti-Semitism does. We do it in legislation that I'm working on to make sure we educate law enforcement on bias so that they can understand how bias impacts them. And we have to deal with institutional racism and institutional anti-Semitism where we find it. And we should do all of it. And one is not more urgent than the other. They are equally as urgent. We have to end hate in our communities.
Senator, you talked a little bit during the roundtable about the proposal for a domestic terrorism charge. You talked about whether you want to see that on a state level or on a federal level. Your thoughts on the matter?
So we're looking at how we can write legislation to amplify resources to fight against hate crimes. I worked on it over the last several months, specifically on giving law enforcement more tools to find hate crimes, whether it's through white supremacy or through any other hate-filled group. We need to hold the social media platforms accountable for being platforms of hate. We've seen it in mass shooting after mass shooting, that they're posting their diatribes before they engage in mass shootings. So it is going to have to be a comprehensive approach. But I do think we need stronger laws to combat hate speech. And I'm going to work with our state legislators who are here on the bill they're working on the state level, and I'm going to work on ideas on the federal level to complement what they're doing on the state level.
This is press.
No, well, I'll speak to you after.
We'll speak to you after. Members of the press.
Yeah.
Chief Whiteout, I just wanted to know if there are any increase in patrols that town of Ramapo police are engaging it within at this time.
Chief, would you like to answer that question?
Simple answer is yes. Yes, we have certainly enhanced our patrols in light of the recent events in the town. It's in the areas that we've deemed to, that we believe, based upon my staff's recommendations, need the extra patrols. Thank you.
I'll just add that we've also had assistance from the New York State Police and the Sheriff's Patrol as well in supplementing our patrols.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Congressman, how are you doing?
Looks like we caught the tail end of that, everyone, right here on Fox News Now. So Andrew Yang is speaking to the media. Let's return to him live in New Hampshire.
When is your next poll going to be in each of these states? And if they heard back that it was not going to be in time for the January 10th deadline, they should say, why don't you start it as soon as possible? And if there's any cost involved, then we can help with that cost. The DNC saying we can do nothing about it seems disingenuous because they can clearly just reach out to any of the approved polling organizations and ask for a poll to be conducted in a given timeline.
In California, there's going to be a new law coming for the new year where if someone's personal data is breached, then they're allowed to sue the company. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that should be a federal policy?
I think that sort of policy is overdue, but I would go a step further. It's not just that we can sue if our data is breached. We should be privy to what's happening to our data even when it's not being breached. We should own our data as our property, even if we're deciding to loan it to technology companies. And if it's getting sold and resold, or if the tech companies are profiting from it, we should know about that and we should be able to share in the value. So I love the law. I just don't think it goes far enough to make our data our own property.
We're going to move one step to the left for the last question so C-SPAN can get him in the shot. Sorry, guys.
All right. I have a question on healthcare, which came up here today at this town hall. You spoke on This Week over the weekend about your healthcare plan, and this voter today asked you about it as well. Medicare for All is the name of Senator Bernie Sanders' bill that would essentially eliminate private health insurance. Your Yang 2020 website still lists Medicare for All as a platform of your campaign. Is it disingenuous or confusing to use that term when it is not what the actual text of the bill and the policies by Warren and Sanders are?
To me, Medicare for All means universal health care for all Americans, and that's where we should be driving as quickly as possible. We need to get health care access up and the costs down to a level where Americans can get the health care that they want and deserve. Health care should be a human right here in this country instead of a means for companies to make money off us.
But your version and Senator Sanders' version mean two very different things. Would you consider rebranding your own as you were saying earlier, universal health care? Do you think it's confusing for voters to have all this terminology?
Again, I think Medicare for All means universal health care to me and other Americans. And I think if anyone spends any time with us, they can see very clearly what our vision for the healthcare system is.
I guess just to follow up on the question, we have come to believe that Senator Sanders' bill is sort of the definition of Medicare for All because it's been used for so long. If you ask the majority of Americans, that's what they believe the definition is. So does it feel like you're sort of taking the definition and just redefining it?
I can guarantee that virtually no Americans have actually read the proposal. And so if you were to say the proposed bill that Senator Sanders put forward. So if you say Medicare for All to most Americans, I don't think they're thinking about Senator Sanders' bill because they actually haven't gotten into the weeds in reviewing that bill. What I think and what I believe most
All right, everybody, we just lost that live picture there. I'm working to get some more information as exactly what happened, and so we will find out. Meanwhile, this is the courthouse where we are expecting the stabbing suspect to be. This is the Charles Bryant U.S. Courthouse, White Plains, New York. So again, we'll keep a very close eye on that. Meanwhile, we're going to head to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania next right now on Fox News Now, and that's because Mayor Jim Kenney is naming Danielle Outlaw, the chief of police in Portland, Oregon, as Philadelphia's new police commissioner. This news conference is going on live now, but I'm going to take you to the beginning of this recording from just moments ago.
Community advocates.
all of the city staff and certainly the press for being here today on relatively short notice as we introduce our next police commissioner. Policing today is not the same as it was when Commissioner Timoney, for Commissioner Johnson or Ramsey, or for even Commissioner Ross. The events of the past year plus have challenged every Philadelphian and forced us to reflect on what is most important when it comes to public safety. While we have watched violent crime rise, we have also watched racism manifest itself in social media posts, sexual assault committed by those at our highest ranks, and the further eroding of trust between our police officers and the very community they have been sworn to serve and protect. At the same time, we've watched our police officers do more than just fight crime. They have become social workers, drug addiction specialists, and homeless outreach workers. The complexities of our society, our need to feel safe and our need to feel respected, our want for retribution and our need for justice, our battle for the rights of those accused and those wronged, cross paths, sometimes almost violently, in our police department. Some of the hardest days of my career, days that I've had to question my dedication to public service, have centered around our police force. The incidents at Starbucks, ICE protests, the murder of a 2-year-old, and the murder of a colleague's son, allegations of sexual harassment within the department. And yet, this is also a police department that has given me some of my most rewarding days. The resolution of the shootout on North 15th Street, homeless outreach in Kensington at 2 a.m., events that show the best of our officers, their humanity, their expertise, and their compassion. DNC protests without arrests in the Eagles Super Bowl, watching officers toss a football at the NFL draft. Through all of it, I've known that these men and women became police officers to help people. And part of my job has been to find a way to support them and help make them better. And that's how we approach the search for our next police commissioner. In late August, we launched an extensive search in which 31 candidates were considered, including 18 from within the department. The city received assistance during this process from the Police Executive Research Forum, a research and policy organization that also provides management services and technical assistance to law enforcement agencies. This group helped us with outreach, identifying qualified candidates, and in the interview process. In addition, we sought input from residents through an online survey that gathered feedback on what issues they thought were most important and what characteristics they believe new commissioners should have. We heard from roughly 4,000 people from all parts of the city, and input helped shape the questions that were asked of each candidate. Questions about integrity, police-community relations, gender discrimination, stop and frisk, and approaches to violence. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who participated in that survey. I also want to thank those who stepped forward to be considered for this position. The interest from national candidates proved that the Philadelphia Police Department, despite its challenges, is a place that people want to be a part of. And the internal candidates displayed the talent that we have grown here. Tumar Alexander managed that process on my behalf. His thoughtfulness and his balance is much appreciated. And thank you also to the large number of city staff that represented the Managing Director's Office, the Office of Criminal Justice and Public Safety, the Law Department, the Mayor's Office, and the Police Advisory Commission, who had participated on various interview panels. All of these perspectives were helpful in making a final selection. Finally, I want to thank Christine Coulter. She stepped in as an interim commissioner at a very difficult time. And since then, she has been attacked publicly and privately. She has been forced to defend herself, sometimes fairly and more often unfairly. And throughout, she has exemplified grace, professionalism, and expertise. She's held the department together through a very trying time. She's a great person. I want to thank her for everything she has done. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Mayor Jim Kenney, who will introduce our next commissioner.
Well, thank you, Brian, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here on relatively short notice. As Brian said, today I am pleased to appoint Danielle Outlaw, Chief of Police in Portland, Oregon, to serve as the next commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Department. And I would like to publicly again thank Christine Coulter for her unwavering leadership over the past 4 months. As Brian indicated, she stepped in and along with her command staff brought stability to the department during a really difficult time. Her leadership and the strong leadership of the executive team will be needed as Chief Outlaw transitions to Philadelphia. Our administration is about to begin its second term, and over these past 4 years, no single appointment has been as important and as carefully chosen as the selection of Danielle Outlaw to be our next police commissioner. As Brian described, we went through a very thoughtful process since August. All of that led us to a truly outstanding individual with a strong track record of running big city departments, reforming with innovative ideas, and building bridges. Outlaw is a native of Oakland, California, and served for nearly 20 years in the Oakland Police Department, rising through the ranks to become Deputy Chief of Police. Her assignments in Oakland included patrol, criminal investigations, and internal affairs. Outlaw was the second female deputy chief in the history of the Oakland Police Department and the first this century. While serving in Oakland, Outlaw won the 2015 Gary Hayes Award, a national award given to those who have demonstrated leadership and innovation in the police profession. Previous winners including our own Chuck Ramsey and Richard Ross. Danielle Outlaw was appointed as Chief of Police in Portland, Oregon in October of 2017, becoming the first African-American woman to hold the position. In Portland, she was extremely successful, challenging the status quo and adopting novel approaches to policing. Outlaw implemented crime strategies tailored to the needs and challenges of individual precincts, resulting in decreases in crime rates. Under Danielle Outlaw's leadership, the Portland Force made its greatest strides in achieving use of force reforms under a federal consent decree instituted prior to her tenure. This included new policies to address excessive force against those suffering from mental health issues. And under her watch, the Portland Police Bureau has received national and international recognition for work in community trust building, crowd management, response, and constitutional policing. As most of you know, I am the son of a Philadelphia first responder, and I think constantly about what it takes to be a police officer. Our men and women in blue leave home each day knowing they are about to put their lives at risk to protect our community, and that even on a good day, they are likely to encounter extremely challenging and disturbing situations. I know officers take on this sworn duty first and foremost to help other people. Their devotion to public service is never forgotten. But make no mistake, while I have tremendous respect for our officers, the Philadelphia Police Department does need reform. And I'm appointing Danielle Outlaw because I am convinced she has the conviction, courage, and compassion needed to bring long overdue reform to our department. And I can tell you that after meeting and speaking with her at length, I came away confident that Danielle possesses the strength, integrity, and empathy vital to the tasks ahead. I think everyone who was involved in the interview process came away just as convinced and just as impressed. And with our support, she will tackle a host of difficult issues, from racism and gender discrimination to hard instances of sexual assault on fellow officers. These are issues that are too often negatively impact women, especially women of color within the department. Commissioner Outlaw will implement reforms with urgency so that racial, ethnic, and gender discrimination are not tolerated. At the same time, she will work relentlessly to combat crime, particularly homicides and other violent crime. This will include a focus on our multi-departmental effort to stem the tide of gun violence which plagues our city. Her commitment to restoring the community's trust in our police will be equally strong. She understands the history of race relations in Philadelphia, particularly the distrust that many residents justifiably harbor in the wake of decades of injustice. She will be devoted to listening and encouraging constructive exchanges of ideas and concerns from all Philadelphians. Danielle Outlaw will tackle divisiveness with dialogue. These have been trying times with fear and anger fueled by decades of injustice, and more recently, abhorrent rhetoric at the national level. I know Philadelphians will rise above that. Whether you are a longtime resident worried about crime on your block, an African-American man who fears being unlawfully stopped for a broken taillight, or a patrol officer who feels unappreciated by those they serve, I ask for your help. Set aside your preconceptions and your anger, and join me in supporting our new commissioner as she leads the department through the tremendous challenges that are ahead. As we approach the new decade, I'm optimistic that these reforms will usher in a new and better era for our city. And with that, I'm pleased to present our new police commissioner, Danielle Outlaw.
Good afternoon. I know there's press here and they can't say good afternoon back, but good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mayor Kinney and Managing Director Abernathy. I am honored by the faith that you are placing in me to lead the Philadelphia Police Department. I would also like to publicly thank Portland, Oregon Mayor Ted Wheeler. the residents of Portland, and the great members within the Portland Police Bureau. It was an absolute honor to serve alongside each and every one of them. While I'm new to Philadelphia, I am not new to the challenges of a big city or 21st century policing. I encountered and dealt with the issues of employee health and wellness, equity, contemporary training, crime, fair and just prosecution, community trust, homelessness, substance abuse, police accountability, and innovation and technology, just to name a few, as I worked various assignments and rose through the ranks in Oakland, California. And I directly addressed these issues while leading the police force in Portland, Oregon. Modern policing is data-driven, but the paramount factor is not so easily quantified, and that's trust. The trust residents have that their police force will keep them safe and treat them with dignity and respect. I am convinced that trust can be restored here and all across our nation. I am convinced that community policing or community police relations can be rebuilt and fortified through dialogue, transparency, and accountability. That was true in Oakland and in Portland, and I know it to be true here in Philadelphia. It will be an absolute privilege to serve as Philadelphia Police Commissioner and to serve each and every one of you who live and work in this beautiful city. I will work relentlessly to reduce crime in Philadelphia, particularly the insidious gun violence that plagues too many of our communities. And I will do so in a way that ensures our people are trusted equitably, regardless of their gender identity, race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. I will ensure that the values embodied in the badges and uniforms of the Philadelphia Police Department are those same values embodied in the diverse communities of Philadelphia. We will be accountable to ourselves, to each other, and to our communities. But to be clear, I cannot do this alone. No single commissioner, no single mayor, no single commander, no activist, nor elected official can lead such change alone. I ask each of you for more than your support. I ask for your help, your thoughts, your wisdom, and your ideas. Most importantly, your time, because I do not know what I do not know. I ask you to open your minds to the possibility that these changes can help all of us. That this is not an us versus them, one side against the other. We can be supportive of police, and we can be supportive of police accountability at the same time. They are not mutually exclusive. Together, we will build a department that is just as compassionate and humane in serving our residents as it is effective in solving and reducing crime. And I will do my absolute best to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Before we open it up for questions, I'd like to ask the Council President to say a few words.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you. You like the Philadelphia Eagles? Just saying, that's first test. You passed, flying colors. As a mayor and Brian have said that we have had some challenges, but I, like them and my colleagues, believe that our Philadelphia Police Department is one of the greatest in the country. Just like other municipalities, particularly large municipalities across the country, we have issues every now and then. But the simple issue is that, do you address those particular issues? Do you act upon addressing those issues? Do you take a different turn? And in this particular case, it is clear that the mayor has recognized the need to make some reforms to improve on what we believe is a good police department. We are here, the City Council of Philadelphia. I don't know what type of budget hearings you have in Portland. some commissioners will explain that to you. It is a little bit challenging here in the city of Philadelphia. Not only do you have to respond to the council members, but the people, the constituents actually get to sit like right behind you. And they have signs and all that stuff, you know, so you will get a test on that. But we're going to be there. So I just want to say, Mayor, Brian, and all the members and the people of the interview team, I want to thank them so much. Council, we're committed. We're going to be there, support you, give you the resources, and we will give you an opportunity to go through our districts and talk to people that we think may provide some assistance to you. So thank you so much, and congratulations and welcome. Thank you.
We're now going to open it up for questions. A couple quick ground rules. One, remember Chief Outlaw is new here, doesn't know everybody, so if you all could introduce yourselves as you ask your questions. And again, just a note that the commissioner schedule is full today, and so she won't be available for one-on-one interviews. And with that, happy to answer questions.
Chief Outlaw? Sir. You come from a department of about 800 officers.
Jeff, could you introduce yourself? Thank you.
You come from a department of about 800 officers or so. From what we read, there were luckily 28 or only 29 homicides, I think, in last year in the city. There were 353 here. There are 6,500 police officers. It's the poorest big city in America. What makes you able to make this big jump and do this job?
So there were actually more officers than that in Portland, but as I stated in my comments before, major city policing is major city policing regardless of where you are in the country. The issues are all the same. Contemporary policing principles are no different. When it comes to addressing violent crime, as such was my experience in Oakland, it's really important to make sure that we embrace a comprehensive approach that goes beyond just enforcing and arresting. It requires the use of human services, community input, as well as the enforcement arm and collaboration working throughout the criminal justice system. So while I am very qualified to make the jump, again, the issues remain the same, and I'm very experienced in each of them.
My name is Jeff Valley with ABC in Philadelphia. Can you tell us what are some of your ideas to combat gun violence and homicide rate here?
Well, I literally just landed, so I will certainly need to take a look at what's already been done or what's in action. But I am very supportive of the model that is being looked at now. Again, it's been very impactful in other major cities across the country, and that does include utilization of partnership outside of the police department, the use of evidence-based data, making sure that we are spearfishing and we're not casting a wide net, because we know it's a very small percentage of our population that's responsible for the larger percentage of crime, and then making sure that there's follow-up throughout the system when we identify who those individuals are. So it's a lot bigger than just one simple answer today, but there are a lot of models out there that have proved very impactful, and there are some things in play here that I think that we can put together.
Some of your most important placements will be deputy commissioners. How many do you plan on putting in place, and what sort of input do you get to make those assignments?
I think input is very important. I'm not prepared to answer that in its entirety at this moment, but input is very important. As I said, I don't know what I don't know, but I've also been doing this long enough to know that I know what I know when I see it. So there'll be some time before those appointments are made, but at the same time, I still have to take a look around and get to know some people. To which part? I think communication is important, and I have found that, well, let me back up. Given that we have technology today, information gets put out immediately. And generally, because we run 24/7, something can happen at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's either live streamed or it's put out on social media 1 minute later. And we find ourselves as police departments on the defense all the time. And it's helpful to not only be transparent, I know it's a buzzword, but it's helpful to be as communicative as possible because that doesn't allow people time to create their own narrative and fill in those gaps when we can just provide that information if we can in the first place. So I'm a strong proponent of that. The other piece about stop and frisk, I know this was discussed prior to my arrival here. I believe in making sure that not only the way we police is constitutional, but also making sure that when we have a connection, if we have a legal reason to detain, that there's a criminal nexus. So I think there is a need to make sure that we maintain the law enforcement tools that we have that are legal, but at the same time, we have to make sure that we don't over-police and use the tools that we have in an unequitable way.
Chris?
That's a good question. I thought that would be the first question, actually. I'm very comfortable in the legacy that I leave behind in Portland. We got a lot accomplished in a very short period of time. There's a very strong leadership in place there internally, and this isn't, when asked, this is not an opportunity, I think, that I would have been wise to say no to. There are a lot of similar issues. Here's why. The issues that were mentioned are all issues that I've personally dealt with before, and I know that with the skill set that I have, that there's a lot that I can do to add value. So to me, it was a no-brainer. Yes, it's a larger city. Yes, it's the same issues on a different scale. But I already know that there's some really strong people that are working within the police department that can help move us forward to where we need to be.
Max?
So which situations? It's kind of rhetorical. I say that because in Portland, what a lot of people don't know, the laws are very different in the state of Oregon, but we dealt with hundreds of protests throughout the year, each year. And the ones that got the most attention were the ones that sometimes were actually quite successful. And all it takes is one person to create the narrative. With that said, over the last 2 years, we've learned a lot in our crowd management response. We brought in an outside consultant to do after-action reviews of our responses, and I'm pretty happy with what they found thus far. With that said, the resources, even though the Portland Police Bureau is the largest police department in the state of Oregon, it's apples and oranges, because again, the laws are different in the state of Oregon, and then the resources here in Philadelphia are quite different. Far more police officers to address the issue before it really gets out of hand. With all of that said, I am a firm believer in upholding free speech, the rights to assembly, but what I will not tolerate are those who come under the guise of free speech or under the guise of the Constitution to create acts of violence against others. And we would see that a lot. We would see those who claim to be activists and commit acts of violence against those who were also counter demonstrators. And I've had activists come up to me personally and say, I used to be out there, this is part of Portland's tradition, but I won't do it anymore because I don't feel safe. And I'd say, why? Because of the police? And they say, no, it's because of these other folks that are here intermingling within the crowds. So crowd management in Portland is a lot more complex than what the rest of the world had a chance to see, but I'm fairly confident that, again, Philadelphia PD has done a good job with handling demonstrations here already, but the resource issues are a lot different here than in there. I don't think it's any one program. If you take a moment to look up, so the police department was under, and still is, under a settlement agreement long before, and a settlement agreement is like a federal consent decree with several tasks within the settlement agreement that call for reform, all centering around measures around accountability to include use of force, discipline, training, all those sorts of things. In the 2 short years that I've been there, we got the initial checkoff by the monitors saying that we were in substantial compliance after the department had been under this agreement for several years. I think that's a huge deal. But even most important, I saw on August 14th a group of community members come together in a coalition that had never been together before. Traditionally, a lot of community groups worked in silos, but they all came together at myself and the mayor's request in one unified message to say they were against hate, they were against criminal violence and behavior in the community. We held a press conference on that day, and they all stood behind us. That, what I would say, is my most proud moment in Portland, and that was bridging gaps and bringing people together that otherwise would not have sat at the table before.
Sean?
Thank you.
I mean, I think we've had good, really terrific commissioners that have come from outside and terrific commissioners that come from inside. I just think on occasion you need some outside eyes and some different experience to get to the bottom of things. You know, Commissioner Timoney and Commissioner Ramsey were both outside folks who did tremendous things. Commissioner Ross was a tremendous leader and came from inside. So I just thought it was time for an outside, fresh look, and she wowed us all in all the interviews we had. And we're very happy with our choice. Well, Brian can have more details for you, but understand, people who are from outside the city, who work in departments around the country, we could not expose them for their desire to move to another job. I mean, it's something they would have never applied if they knew they were going to be exposed. So having that, and the other issue is when it came to exposing the people who were on the panels, they would have been lobbied, lobbied for people, their own favorites within the department, or maybe outside the department. So we felt that it was appropriate to keep it not secret, but keep it private, so that people could have a chance to apply for the job and not create employment issues or difficulties back in their own department. Yeah. I just think it's her directness, I think it's her intelligence, I think it's her experience that gave me confidence that this is the right person for the job. I mean, you sometimes you just know when you're in an interview when you run into somebody with that kind of talent.
Her annual salary is $285,000. 285. Channel 3.
Brian, he participated in all these discussions and interviews. I just have confidence in her. I mean, I think she carries herself in a dignified and way that gives me confidence that she can lead this department. And she has the experience and she has the resume to do it. And I think, and I know that this is the right choice.
I'd just like to add to what the mayor said. You know, throughout this process, we asked difficult questions. All the same questions you asked her to hear today, we asked in that interview process, just like we asked all candidates. Her directness, her simplicity in her answer, and her forthrightness in what she both learned and what she could bring to the department is really what set her apart. We threw her some curveballs, and she hit them all out of the park. I can't wait to work with Chief Outlaw going forward. So we aren't going to share the candidates. Obviously, some of those candidates still have positions in other departments. Happy to talk through exactly whether it makes sense to say who was actually on the interview panels. All those departments were represented. There was a screening panel for internal candidates that then recommended internal candidates to essentially a first interview panel. That interview panel would then recommend final candidates to a panel that included the mayor and myself. It was a fairly robust process with significant gender, age, and racial diversity, and feel like it was strong to make sure multiple perspectives were heard. Max? There are 3 candidates in the final round. Ma'am?
Well, first of all, I want to say whether I was a black woman or a white male or whatever it is, I think it's important to be very clear about what expectations are. Again, what's tolerated and what will not be tolerated. Whether it's sexual harassment, sexual abuse, just gender discrimination, whatever it is, it's not tolerated. And there has to be clear policy, there has to be follow-up, there has to be consistency and accountability around those issues.
Jeff?
I'll give you 3 questions.
We've had a spate of children shot in the city of Philadelphia. I think the reporting in the Inquirer is more than 100. Some have been killed inside their own homes. One, how would you protect children in the city of Philadelphia from gunplay? Secondly, we understand you had an hour-long conversation this morning with the head of the FOP. Can you describe that, and can you tell us whether he asked you whether some of these cops were moved for Facebook posts that are inappropriate, should be allowed back on the force?
Well, going back to the second question first, yes, we did meet. I thought it was very important to meet before we had a press conference today. And that really was just a very high-level introduction. We didn't go down in the weeds about any of the upcoming issues that we'll be sitting at the table to discuss. But it really was just an introduction. This is my first time in this building, my first time meeting him, and we wanted to make sure we established the groundwork before we rolled up our sleeves and got the dirty work done, or the difficult work done. In answer to your first question, I think, like I said, I just got here. So obviously our children are included in our most vulnerable, and we have a responsibility not just as adults to protect them, but as the police department to make sure that our most vulnerable are safe. So I will be working very closely with our team here to make sure that we do what we can to ensure not only our children's safety, but the safety of everyone in the city.
Jack?
How do you think the street cops and detectives in Portland would describe this?
I would say I'm fair. We can agree to disagree. I'm consistent. I'm decisive. But if there's time, I sit down and I'm very collaborative. I'm very open. And it's not just internally, it's the same way with the community. I brought a lot of new ideas and a new way of doing things to Portland. And I was very careful about striking change, sweeping change as soon as I got there. It was small incremental change over time. And I wanted to make sure that they not only knew who I was as a person, but also when it came time to make tough decisions, they understood why. I worked with a very strong team that ran all of our strategy around that. I was responsible for one of the most violent portions of the city of Oakland in East Oakland. And it's exactly what I mentioned earlier when you talked about the gun violence problem, what we did to implement solutions as it related to that. And when the light bulb clicked on that it was solely beyond enforcement of laws and having to partner with community and making sure that any strategy is driven by community. When that light bulb clicked on for us, that's when we began to see things change. When we were very focused on who we were paying attention to, things started to move, the needle began to move because we weren't just casting a wide net. We know that there are some really good people that live in some not so good neighborhoods. So there's a lot that goes into that. There's messaging, there's making sure that we get out ahead of time and come up with these strategies with community as opposed to imposing upon the community. So again, there's a lot of things that worked really, really well in Oakland that I see Philadelphia has either already began to look at and is interested in moving forward toward. You guys are asking a lot of policy questions today. I just got here. What was the first question again? I have it. So whether it's overdose, substance abuse, mental illness, a lot of the social issues that we're seeing today, I've made it very clear that I do not believe that first responders should be the ones dealing with a lot of these issues because they're not crimes, depending on what they are. The same way we would send someone with a kidney issue to the hospital, if I have a disease that's evolving around substance abuse, am I necessarily the best person, meaning law enforcement, to deal with that, right? With that said, I do believe that there has to be consequences, and they need to be proportional to whatever the crimes are. So if I know that someone's walking around with a medical disease, addicted to an opioid of choice or whatever it is, I believe that it's our first thing, our responsibility to make sure to use our seat at the table to advocate on their behalf, whether it's hospitals or clinics or social services or whatever those are. Now, as the behavior continues to evolve and if crimes occur and they become more and more serious, then that's when we need to step in. But we have to be flexible, we have to be willing to adapt, and again, it's not arrest, arrest, arrest.
Next.
Thank you, I knew it was something. You asked 2 questions. All right. You know, I don't believe that that's something that the police department should spearhead, but I also believe that we have to be open to new ways of addressing issues. So while I don't have a position on them either way, we all know that something has to be done. And we cannot continue to be called for issues that are far outside of the crime enforcement realm.
Max.
Real close. We all had to learn about John Kennedy's speech about going to the moon. The one line in it used to drive my colleagues crazy in the Senate because I'd repeat it occasionally. That meant the most to me. He said, he answered the unasked question, though, that was on everybody's mind. Why are we doing it? He said, because we refuse to postpone. We Americans refuse to postpone. Well, I refuse to postpone any longer, taking advantage of the enormous opportunities we have to not only better the country, but change the world. Change the world. So, folks, if you don't want an optimist, I ain't your guy. If you want somebody who's going to continue the bitter fighting, I'm not your guy. But if you want someone who, in fact, is confident and knows what we're capable of and believes we can start to work together again, as tough as it's going to be. And by the way, when we can't convince Republicans to join us, we then go out and beat them. No, I mean it. We don't go after their motive, we go after their judgment. Look what's happened recently. You guys now have the House and Senate. We elected a governor in Kentucky who happens to be a Democrat, where Mitch McConnell lives in our area. You know? We own the state of Virginia now. Just down there, I went campaigning through there for a lot of those candidates. Things are changing. We picked up 41 seats in the United States House of Representatives, 41. And we're going to win the Senate with a little bit of help. So, folks, let me, as my mom would say, we're sure, hush up, Joe, and take some questions. So let me go around. I'll try to answer as many questions as I can. And if you ask me closer to yes, no, I can do it quicker. If you ask me essays, it's going to take longer. But I'm prepared to try to answer anything you ask me, okay? Thank you. Fire away. Go ahead. Gentleman in red.
Excuse me. Vice President Biden, thank you for coming here today. I wanted to ask you about getting driver's licenses for undocumented immigrants. Do you have a plan in the works for working on that, as I believe it would help them establish residency and a first step towards possible citizenship?
The answer is yes and yes. It's necessary. And by the way, I'm going to fundamentally change the immigration policy we have. My wife, Jill Biden, I'm known in my state in Washington as Jill's husband. I take great pride in that, for real. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. She just went across the with Congressman Villa across the border from Brownsville into Mexico. And there's thousands of people there living in hovels. You know why? They can't even make their claim for asylum in the United States of America. It's bizarre. We're ripping children from the arms of their mothers. We're in a situation where we, in fact, now have all these young people, these so-called dreamers, deferred action people. They're already American citizens, for God's sake. Can you imagine? I love the way we talk about dreamers. Can you imagine when you're 4 years old? No, Mom, leaving this side of the border. I don't want to go. It'll be a violation of the law. I can't do it. Come on. Come on. So I think we have to fundamentally change. First thing I will do is send within the first couple of weeks, we already have it written, a bill to the United States Congress providing the pathway to citizenship for 11 million undocumented people. Second thing, I will surge to the border. I'd eliminate the proposal that he has as a fancy name, but saying you can't come and make your asylum claim in the United States. Have them come across the border in the United States seeking asylum, and surge judges who make the judgment of whether or not they warrant asylum. Not all will warrant asylum. And if they can't warrant asylum, we send them back and we put them back into a humane circumstance. Lastly, and there's a lot more to say, but one of the things I was able to do, they say you can't get things done, I was able to pass a $750 million proposal for the 3 states in south of us, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, to better the circumstance in which people live so they don't want to flee in the first place. The president has not done anything with that, okay? If you notice, remember had that surge of unaccompanied children at the border? That's when the president called me back from Europe when I was doing another matter for him and asked me to settle it. And what happened? We began to do what I said about providing for abilities for people not to want to leave in the first place, and it dropped off precipitously. There's things we can do that are very positive. I could spend the whole time talking about this, but here's the deal. Think about it. The vast majority of people who come to the United States, it's not like there's somebody sitting down in Guadalajara, Mexico today saying, I got a great idea, the dad at lunch. Let's sell everything we have, give it to a coyote, have him take us across the border, drop us in the desert where no one wants me, where we don't speak the language. Won't that be fun? Why do people leave? And the people who do leave, we've been able to cherry pick the best from every continent. They have resilience. They have hope. They have fortitude. When my great-great-grandfather got on a coffin ship in the Irish Sea during the famine, he didn't expect to see anybody. It took a lot of guts to do it. It wasn't like I want to leave. And so the reason we're the nation we are is because we have been able to cherry pick the most independent and the most optimistic and the most resilient people in the world from every continent. That's what makes us unique in all the world. That's why we're who we are. A lot more to say, but maybe I've already said too much. Thanks. Young man back there. How old are you?
I'm only 11.
Oh, you're a good man. When I was 11, I would be so afraid to stand up and speak, I can't imagine. Thank you.
So, if you're able to tear apart the NRA, how will you be sure that another gun group doesn't pop up? So, like, you don't have to break them apart, like, after your term?
Okay, good question, honey. Well, it's not so much I want to break apart the NRA. I just want to hold the NRA accountable. There's a thing, honey, I shouldn't call you honey. I'm talking to my grandson. That's how I talk now. I apologize. Son, there's a Second Amendment. You've probably heard of it. The Second Amendment says there's a whole bunch of amendments we have that set out special rights that we have. The Second Amendment says, basically, you have a right to bear arms, meaning you could have a weapon. But from the very beginning, like every other amendment in the Constitution, like the First Amendment, you can freedom of speech and assembly. But no one in here could stand up, kiddo, and yell, fire, and claim it's free speech because someone would get hurt. Us running out of here. It would be, they could be arrested for inciting a problem. So free speech is an absolute. Second Amendment's not absolute. From the very beginning, the Second Amendment acknowledged that certain people couldn't own weapons. They weren't allowed to own weapons. If you're a terrorist, if you are someone, if you're 4 years old and you want to go in, or 11 years old and you want to go buy a shotgun, a whole range of things. And in addition to that, it's said from the very beginning, there's certain weapons you can't own. And I love the people who talk about the tree of liberty is water of the blood of patriots, about you have to defend against the government. Well, if that's the case, you need an F-15 with Hellfire missiles. No, think about it. I'm not joking. An AR-15 is not going to keep the Army from taking your house. All kidding aside. So we've always been able to. It's always been rational to say some people can't own a weapon and only certain kinds of weapons can be owned. Now, honey, I didn't want to break up the NRA. What I wanted to do is make them responsible. So I said, I'm the only one who's taken them on nationally and beaten them. There's a thing called the Brady Bill. I was the guy who was the author of that said, I wasn't the author, I got it passed as chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and it says that you have to go through a background check. So you can't just buy a gun in the mail. You got to go and you got to say, this is who I am. I want to purchase a weapon. And you get checked for your background. Are you a criminal? Are you a terrorist? Et cetera. So I was able to get that passed. The other thing I was able to pass was that affected the NRA and more the gun manufacturers than even the NRA, was that they could not sell assault weapons anymore, AR-15s, etc. And you could have a limited number of bullets in a clip in a magazine. A magazine, honey, is not something you open up and read. It's a thing that holds the bullet. No, I mean, because a lot of people get confused with it who aren't from states like yours and mine where there's a lot of hunters. And I said you could only have a magazine that held 10 rounds. Now, my state's a big gun-owning state. A lot of bird hunters down my way in the Delmarva Peninsula. I have 2 shotguns. I have a 20 gauge and a 12 gauge. My sons have shotguns. They're bird hunters. I just skeet shoot. I haven't done that in a while either. And so, that doesn't affect me. But when I'd show up at the gun shows or going to the wild game dinners in my state, for example, they have this big dinner with a lot of hunters. Why are you taking my weapon, Joe? I said, let me ask you, do you need 100 rounds in a clip? Well, I said, you must be a lousy hunter, man. Do you need a 100 rounds? No, I'm serious. Think about it. What in God's name would anybody need a clip with 100 rounds in it? What possible rationale? What possible rationale? Or a clip that held 40 or 30 rounds. And so I'm not going to go on any further, but my priority, kiddo, is to do 2 things. One, pass those 2 pieces of legislation again so that young men like you, when you show up in school the first day, don't have to learn how to duck and cover. Talk about think about it. Talk about a morally bankrupt society when we have how many of you sent your young children off to school and or your grandchildren and they go into school? You know what the greatest, I spoke to the International Association of Psychiatry in London. They asked me to come and speak with the American Association. You know the generation under the greatest stress in America? Generation Z, 7 to 17, some say 7 to 27. You know what the greatest fear grade school and high school children have in terms of their mental anxiety? Getting shot in school. That's the polling data. Getting shot in school. Talk about a morally bankrupt society. And so that's what we got to change. Now, one last thing for the young man. You ever seen any James Bond movies? They're the movies about the super spies and everything. Well, there's a thing they have in those movies, what we can actually do now, and that is you can build a gun that has a trigger that only your biometric markers, basically only your fingerprint can pull that trigger. No one else could pull it. The technology exists today. Well, I was working with some folks out in Silicon Valley. I wasn't developing them. I was finding out what they, way above my pay grade. But they came up with pistols that could only be, and by the way, that's not going to violate anybody's Second Amendment. You pass a background check, I sell you anything you want, but guess what? You only one who can pull that trigger. You're exactly right. But all kidding to think about now. Look at most of the mass murders. Look what happened up in Connecticut. Well, all those babies when I was up there were killed. Well, it was his mother's weapons. If she was the only one that could pull the trigger, all those kids would be alive now. So my point is that here's what happened. This is why it's gun manufacturers I talk so much about. They developed it. They put in a number of stores these weapons that you can only, pistols you can only your fingerprint, figuratively speaking and literally speaking, could pull the trigger. Guess what? The manufacturers came along and said, if you don't take them off your shelves, we're going to boycott your stores. Well, guess what? They're not. They're off the shelves. You can't go buy one now. What in God's name is this about other than selling weapons? It's about profit. It's not about hunting. It's not about safety. It's not about anything else. You think you need a gun to be safe in your home and you pass a background check, you go buy one. But only you can pull the trigger. And by the way, you know what the cost, the largest number of people killed as a consequence of a bullet are people committing suicide. 20% of all gun deaths are suicides. They're suicides. That's another story. But anyway, so honey, sir, I don't want to get rid of the NRA because, by the way, 56% of the NRA members, according to before we got out of office, agree with me. They agree we shouldn't be selling these magazines with 100 clips. They agree we shouldn't be selling assault weapons. 56%. But it's the gun manufacturers. Folks, the only corporate entity in America, only enterprise not able to be sued, are gun manufacturers. You realize that? Imagine if we had that rule with regard to drug companies. We'd still have 10 billion opioid pills on the market. But because they could be sued, what happened? Pfizer and others are going out of business because they're deliberately, and they know better, ending up hooking people. Hooking people. You go get yourself a root canal. You walk out with what? A whole week's worth, right? Whether or not it's, anyway. And you know what the data shows? 5 days, average person can get hooked. 5 days. I'm taking Oxycontin, for example. 5 days. Guess what? They're going out of business. And they're being held accountable just like the tobacco companies were when they knowingly were doing things that people didn't. So, but not gun manufacturers. The Congress voted to exempt manufacturers from being able to be sued. One of the first things I'll do will be hard to get it passed. I'll get the first part passed. I'm not sure I can get the second part, which is to make them liable for lying and or cheating like any other entity.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the attacks that are going to be launched against your basic integrity, namely how Trump plans to slime your honesty about your financial dealings and all. And yet you, ironically, are the one public figure who's been open to what your finances have been. You've released your taxes for more than half your life. Okay, I think a winning strategy for you is to ask your opponent, Donald Trump, when he plans to release his and why he isn't, because this fraudulent claim of tax audit just doesn't fly with those of us who know what he may be hiding. And lastly, just before you get your Irish on,
not done yet.
I want to remind you of what Harry Truman says. You don't really have to give them hell. Just tell the truth, and it'll seem like hell.
That's what my grandpapa used to say. Somebody yelled at Harry Truman, he's about to say, give him hell, Harry. He said, no, I'm not going to give him hell. I'm just going to tell them the truth. They're going to think it's hell. Look, I have, for my entire career as a United States Senator and as Vice President, I was listed as the poorest man in the Congress. When I did or one of the four poorest, depending on which you looked at. And by the way, I made a good salary. I just never made a penny while I was a senator. I didn't think my job was to make money. I got paid my salary, and that was it. And so I lived well. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't like I was poor, but I was listed the fewest assets. Okay. And when I did my financial disclosure, for as vice president, one agency said, it's probable no man has ever assumed the office of vice president with fewer assets than Joe Biden. I assume they weren't speaking intellectual assets, but it could have been. Look, I've released 21 years of my tax returns. I have laid out every single thing that I have ever earned. And one of the things that happened with me, and you should know, is when I wrote a book about my son, Promise Me, Dad, it ended up way beyond what I ever anticipated. It wasn't the reason I wrote it. It ended up being a bestseller where 86,000 people showed up to hear me talk about the book, be interviewed on stages all across the nation. I made more money on that book than I made on my whole life. And what I did, I gave away a lot of it to charity, mainly to the African American community and the women's shelters and things like that, that I've never been able to give away any money before. And I was able to pay off all the debts accumulated that I had as growing up as a senator. So I paid off the second and third mortgage on my home and school loans and all those things. And so I'm in good shape. I'm fine. But Donald Trump says he's worried about corruption. Well, I said many times, and I say to the press there, Mr. President, you want to worry about corruption? Release your tax returns. What are you hiding? What are you hiding? Speaking of corruption. Thank you. Well, the good news is, in terms of his going after me and trying to malign me, every one of the people under oath who work for him have said Joe Biden did his job. Joe Biden is an honorable man. Joe Biden didn't do a single solitary thing wrong. This impeachment is about, did Donald Trump do his job as president? Did he do his job? And that's what's going to stay on. So thank you. Let me get on this side here. Sir, you got a mic right behind you. You can stand up, whatever.
Okay. Hi, Vice President Biden. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm wondering, how do you stay in such great shape? I mean, you're 20-something years older than me, and yeah, you're in great shape. Unbelievable.
Well, I work out every morning. The only difference is I wasn't quite the athlete the senator was, but I was pretty good in high school and college ball. And we always kid about that. University of New Hampshire playing Delaware was always, a slugfest. But the biggest difference is that I work out every morning, although I did not work out this morning because I didn't get to bed till 1 o'clock last night. And we started off doing the editorial board, Senator, and that's like going battle itself. At any rate. Secondly, I've been lucky that for me, and this is not about saying anybody else should do any of this, but for me, I've never had a drink. I've never smoked. I'm Irish. There's too many people I know had too many of them, and so I've been in relatively good shape, thank God. But look, I also know that anything can happen at any time. Anything can happen at any time. So I think it's a totally legitimate thing for people to ask me about my health at my age. It's totally legitimate, just like it was legitimate to ask me when I was 29 years old running for the Senate, did I have enough maturity to be a senator? It's totally appropriate. That's why I released my health records, made them available publicly. And so, but I also know I'm a great respecter of fate. And anything could happen tomorrow to anybody. I could be diagnosed with something like my son or anybody else has. But thank God, as they say, so far so good. And And when people say to me, well, you're too old, I said, like I was joking with somebody said at the last event, said, you're kind of old. And I said, come run with me. You know, come run with me. But it's about, I think it's legitimate for you to look at all of us and say, okay, do you have the energy? And you can see, you can make a judgment. And if you think you do, fine. If you think I don't, don't. But my problem is I probably have a little bit too much energy. Sometimes it gets me in trouble. And by the way, I used to joke and say, by the way, you heard that expression, God made man, then he made some firefighters. I'm telling you, you guys are the best. You guys are the best. I grew up in a neighborhood in Claymont, Delaware. I kid and say you became one of three things: a cop, a firefighter, or a priest. I wasn't competent to do any of them, so here's I am. But they're the only crazy sons of guns that run into fires. And thank you very much for all you do for us, by the way. Well, I can take a couple if you make them quick. And you owe those kids big for being here.
I know. Thank you. My question is, could you speak to your work with women and sexual assault, domestic violence?
Yes.
And give us an idea of your vision for
yes.
that in our country?
Look, I was raised by a dad. This is God's truth, not a joke. My dad was a gentle man. And he used to say, for real, the worst sin of all is the abuse of power. And he meant it. The abuse of power, whether it was economic power, political power, or physical power. And then he'd say, not a joke, all my siblings, that the cardinal sin is a man raising his hand to a woman or a child. And so a lot of people tried to deal with changing the culture and the way we treat women in America. It's about fundamentally changing our culture. Any of you know what the phrase rule of thumb means? Rule of thumb means, you know it, in English common law, meaning not the codified law like we pass in the Parliament or pass in the Congress law. Common law means adjustment of the court's decisions from previous decisions as it matures going down the road. In the late 1300s in England, so many wives were being beaten to death by their husbands that the court of common law said, because women were considered to be a chattel, just like the horse or the cows or the animals in the field, for real. And a man was able to, quote, chastise his wife. But so many were being beaten to death that the court ruled in the late 1300s that no man could beat his wife with a rod bigger than the circumference of his thumb. We have a cultural problem. A cultural problem. So when I got to the United States Senate, I started working on the issue of whether or not we could begin to change the way. And there was a dirty little secret. Those of you who are older know everybody knew somebody whose wife got slapped around, but you didn't say anything. That was private. Nobody said anything. You didn't interfere. Well, my dad taught us if you see it, you have to say something. So when I got to the Senate, I believed, notwithstanding it had been tried before, that if we ripped the Band-Aid off and exposed exactly what was happening in America, that people would respond. And so I started to hold hearings about violence against women in America. And by the way, I got to be careful what I say with the little kids in here, but also violence occurs to men from other men on occasion. About 2 to 4% of it happens that way. And so when I started it, all the women's groups opposed it. They didn't want me doing anything about it. And the civil rights groups, they said it was a civil rights issue. I said it was. Because they said if we focused on violence against women, we'd take our eye off of choice and gender. And we shouldn't do that. But I persisted in writing the legislation. And I couldn't get anybody until finally, a woman who headed up now called Ellie Schmiel, her name was Ellie Schmiel, finally said, when I had a meeting of all the groups at my conference table as a senator, said, why are we helping this guy? Because what I did when I couldn't get any support, I went to the providers of the women's shelters, the rape crisis shelters, etc. I met in Rhode Island, in the capital, with a group of these providers, the people who are helping women who were abused, mostly women, I might add, women helping women. And I went to the state of Oregon, the same thing. And so I got support from them, and they sort of embarrassed everybody else into getting in dealing with the problem. But here's what we found out. I did 1,000 hours of public hearings, 1,000 hours, according to the Supreme Court, when they struck down part of my law, which provided a civil rights cause of action. If you couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, you could sue civilly, and you could at least take the guy's wallet for the guy beat, figuratively speaking. So what happened was we started to bring witnesses in, but I knew they would be vilified. I knew what would happen. So every witness I'd call who had been a victim and wanted to testify, I'd go through with them what they're about to undergo, to make sure that they were willing to do it and they knew they were going to be vilified. Some of you may remember, or older, there was a woman who was a model in New York City who was being harassed by her landlord. And when I tell you, you'll remember, harassed by her landlord. Every time she wanted to move from a utility apartment to a one-bedroom, he would hit on her. And so she said she wanted her money back, and she was going to leave. And it was an upscale apartment in the upper 50s in New York City. I mean, in the block. And she was on location, shooting, as a model, shooting something for whoever the magazine she was working for. And she got a phone call. It was the beginning of cell phones then, and said, I have a one-bedroom apartment. Everything's going to be fine. Stop at the restaurant bar, which was an upscale place on the main floor of this hotel, or this condominium, or apartment complex, I should say. So she stopped in, and to use with the kids, he hit on her again. So she got up and walked out of the restaurant. You remember, her first name was Marla. When she got up and walked out, he had hired 2 goons that took straight razors and slashed her face. Remember that? So she said she wanted to testify. And so I said, I got to talk to you first because I don't want you to being villainized here. And I asked the following question. Think about the cultural things we're dealing with here. I asked her, I said, what did your mother say when she found out? My mother said, what were you doing in the bar? What did your girlfriend say? How short was your skirt? Were you wearing a bra? What did you say to him? It doesn't matter. No man has a right under any circumstances, period, unless there's an affirmative yes, to touch a woman, period, none. And so when we got elected vice president, the president asked me what I wanted to happen. And I said, one of the things I want to bring the Violence Against Women office inside my office as the vice president. Still prosecuted by the Justice Department, but I had 2 attorneys general who agreed to give it a higher profile. And let me tell you what else I found out. Violence against women dropped precipitously around the country for women over 35 years of age. More people were willing to report, and yet fewer instances because it's being exposed. But you know what I found out was devastating. Never been so disappointed about anything legislative that ever happened. Found out that women between the ages of 15 and 25, there was no diminution in attacks on them. None. None. Because I sent a brilliant woman named Cynthia Hogan who helped me write the legislation over to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, which keeps all these statistics. 1 in 5 women going off to college be raped or abused, usually in the first 3 semesters. You know the greatest reason why women drop out of college? Not their grades. Sexual abuse. You know what else I found out? Because I called in over 140 college presidents to deal with Title IX. You have to spend as much money on women as men in sports and the rest. And I said, what are you doing about this? Because I found out that when I started a thing called It's On Us, because I did what they call a conference call with 30,000 people on the call, they said. What the hell do you call it? Anyway, the conference call where they couldn't speak, I could speak, and I said, if in fact, tell me what you think I should be doing on your high school campuses or your college campuses to make you safer. And I was stunned and embarrassed, the answer I got, because it was so self-evident. Where 50% spontaneously said, none of you are statisticians know, when you spontaneously get an answer, over 20% to an open question, it's gigantic. Over 50% said, get men involved. So I started this organization called It's On Us, going around to college campuses all over America, having men take a pledge that they see it, they'll do something about it, and women. You know, the first person, if a young woman is victimized in college, first person she goes to is her girlfriend. Girlfriends give empathy, but they don't want to get involved. We found out when they reported to universities, you'd have people at the university asking, well, what were you wearing? What were you drinking? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Now, here's the deal. So I called in. There's more than you want to know, but this is my passion. I called in almost 150 presidents of universities. And I'm a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. They named the School of Public Policy at Delaware after me, the Joseph R. Biden School, etc. I'm very involved with colleges. The more prestigious the college, the less they wanted to do. Because all they had, they're supposed to have to report how many incidents occur on their campuses. They're supposed to take a survey. All they have to do is take a blind survey at the beginning of school. How many of you students have in fact been accosted or having something happen? Blind. They get an idea how bad the problem may or may not be on campus. They don't want to do it. You know why? If you're going to Penn or Harvard or Yale or Brown or whatever, and you have to publish how many times someone's been abused, it's like, whoa, I'm not sending my kid there. I'm serious. Think of the fight back. But we finally got a lot passed through with a Secretary of Education who was a great guy that I work with and others under Title IX. But then along came Betsy DeVos. No, I'm serious. And ended it. Ended it. Folks, this is about changing the culture. Our culture. Our culture. It's not imported from some African nation or some Asian nation. It's our English jurisprudential culture, our European culture. It says it's all right. I'll end with this. Remember the Academy Award song that didn't win but almost won, called Till It Happens to You? Well, I was asked to introduce the woman who sang that song, and there were 50 kids who walked out on stage who had been abused. She talked about abuse until it happens to you. And I stood and I talked about, when I introduced her at the Academy Awards, about what we had to change the culture. It was about a 5-minute speech. Over 200 million people watched that worldwide. Over 200 million. The response was overwhelming. Some of those kids who had been abused, who walked out on stage as they're introduced while this is being played, even their parents didn't know it happened. So folks, this is about teaching our young men. You never have a right to lay a hand on a woman without her permission. I meet with all these fraternities all across the country, football teams and the like, when I go on campus. And somewhere between 2,000 and 6,000 people show up. Men and women, girls and boys at the college campuses. And I say, if you see one of your brothers at a fraternity party in the first 4 or 5 weeks of school where they've gotten a young co-ed drop dead drunk, walking her up the stairs in your house, you got to walk up and say, not in my house, Jack. Not in my house. And if you don't, you're a coward. And so you know what I started doing? I started going around the country getting the captains of the football teams to pledge. Because it's hard for a man when he's 5'6", 150, 140 pounds to walk up to a 240-pound guy who's abusing a woman because they're going to get the living hell kicked out of him. But you don't have to do it yourself, but you can say something. You can holler. Everybody has an obligation to speak out and speak up. Yes.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say thank you for running. Thank you for setting such a good example of kindness and respect. And it means a lot more because the young man you were saying hello to is a student of mine. Hi, Sam. His name's Sam. And I want to thank you for showing him how an adult in politics should be behaving.
All right, that kept it too long. I guess I should stop now. But this guy's bigger than me, and he may come down. Last question.
How do we lift up the working poor and the working class?
How do we lift the working poor and working class? I'll do this real quickly. You may know in the press I'm characterized in my whole career as middle-class Joe, and they think it's because, they don't, it's not meant, it's because it's not meant as a compliment. It means I'm not very sophisticated. But I'm pretty damn sophisticated who built the country. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things built the country. And quite frankly, unions went a long way to build the middle class, not Wall Street. Now, in a nutshell, the way to lift up working class people is to begin to reward work as much as we do wealth. Work as much as we do wealth. And by that, let me give you two examples. Right now, as Warren Buffett, I'll use him because he was very prominent in this, he'd say, why should my secretary be paying at a higher tax rate the money she makes my paying her than I pay? Not more money, the tax rate. Why is that happening? So what I do, and I'm going to give you a copy, well, maybe I don't have a copy. I have a copy of a proposal that I've laid out as to how I would fundamentally both reduce the deficit and pay for everything I'm talking about by making the tax code more fair. For example, I would tax capital gains that were clipping coupons on Wall Street. Not bad people. They get a chance. I tax it to the same exact rate their income should be, their income taxes. And it should be a minimum of 39.6%. That would raise $200 billion. That's one example. I have a $3.7 trillion worth of how I do it. And you could still be a billionaire. You could still be wealthy. You could not going to change your lifestyle, but you start going to pay your fair share. Now, what I take that money and do, what's the single most consequential thing that affects whether or not someone is going to be able to succeed financially and make it? Bingo. If you have $1 to spend, you only had $1 to spend, figuratively speaking, and you could spend it on preschool or post-high school, where would you spend it? Bingo. How many teachers in here? You all know what I'm talking about. So, what I've done is I propose, and it costs another $30 billion a year, but I'm talking $3.7 trillion I have here, and no one's lifestyle is going to be changed as a consequence. I'll read them all off for you if you want. But here's the deal. Title I schools, they're disadvantaged schools where you have them in your state and every state, where the tax base does not meet the requirement necessary to be able to provide the competitive teacher salaries and a whole range of other things. We now have that. It costs $15 billion a year the federal government makes available to states and localities for Title I schools. If you triple that to $45 billion a year, you can begin to pay the teachers in those districts a competitive pay what everybody else makes. You realize you graduated summa cum laude from New Hampshire University with a degree in education, you start off with a paycheck 26% lower than anybody else with a 4-year degree. And the two most important occupations in America today that are underpaid are nurses and teachers. Now, secondly, you'd be able to do, that's the first way you'd have to spend the money. Second thing you'd be able to do is you'd be able to hire school psychologists, school nurses, as well as social workers. You realize now we have one school psychologist for every 1,400, some studies say 1,501 students. Every expert says it's got to get down in the range to have any impact of 1 to 600 or 700. So you'll be able to go out and hire double the number of right now of the school psychologists. Why that? Well, universities are learning a lot. Guess what? The reason why drug abuse doesn't cause mental illness causes drug abuse. When you can identify mental illnesses or mental problems with young children, which you can early on, you can put them straight on a whole range of things, not institutionalizing them, just being able to recognize and treat the problem. We have a circumstance now where there are virtually no social workers in schools. And I just came from that other state called Iowa, where the school district I was in, they had to make a choice. They hired 4 social workers and had to fire 4 teachers or keep the 4 teachers and have no social workers. So they fired 4 teachers and hired the social workers because they desperately needed it. Those of you who teach, you know every single problem at home comes in your classroom. Every one. My wife is still teaching full time. She's taught her whole life. She has a 2 master's degree and a doctorate degree. That's why I became a professor, because I got tired of the mail coming Dr. and Joe Biden. It still comes Dr. and Joe Biden. Anyway, but all kidding aside, there's a lot we can do. Thirdly, we'd be able to put every single child, 3, 4, and 5, into preschool. Now, all the studies done at every university you can name show that, and we've learned a lot in the last 7, 8, 10 years, that you do that, you increase by somewhere between 50 and 60% the prospect of a child coming from a deprived background being able to go all the way through school, graduate from high school, go on to do a certificate or to a community college. Gigantic improvement in all of society if we do that. Giving them a chance to be in the game. Just getting in the game. Now, there's so much more we have to do with education in terms of, for example, dealing with the issue of cost of education, beyond high school, et cetera, the whole range of things. But the combination of investing in things that all science tells us fundamentally alter the prospect of success and self-image, plus making sure that we reward work, we don't overtax work. We tax it fairly relative to wealth. And again, I'm not talking about a wealth, I'm talking about just everybody paying their fair share. And we can fundamentally alter. And think of yourself, guys and women. Think of this. What kind of situation would we be in, those of you who are college educated, doing what you're doing now if you didn't have a chance to get a college education? Truth is, you make 40% more than the guy that goes to high school, men and women. That's just a reality. And you realize, you may remember the president, I'll end with this, the president used to, on the State of the Union's addresses, he'd turn and say, and Joe is going to. He'd never tell me beforehand. No, he thought it was funny as hell. He thought it was really great. Remember we did that $900 billion Recovery Act? $900 billion. Because I had recommended to him. The last time I said I'm writing a memo to him, he said, well, what do we do together? I wrote this long memo about what we should be doing. He never told me. He took the memo, turned it into legislation, and Joe's going to do it. No, not a joke. And remember, you may not remember, he said, Sheriff Joe's going to take care of this. Okay? Now, the good news was when he gave me that authority, when he gave me those requirements, he gave me presidential authority to do them. But the point is that he asked me toward the end of our administration, Joe's going to determine what the jobs of the future are. Because I went out, and it took a year. I was able to use the whole administration and all the expertise that we existed. And we went out to find out what the jobs of the future are. And guess what? 6 out of 10 jobs today require more than a high school degree. 6 out of 10. Today. Does anybody think you're going to be able to stay in the middle class in the 20s and 30s of the 21st century without better education? You know, brawn is no longer the measure. I come from a family where, in an area where it's coal mining in Scranton. Anybody who could go down 300 to 3,000 feet in the mine, sure and hell can learn how to program as well. But we don't think of it that way. Even my liberal friends don't think of it that way. Last example, the president asked me to get Detroit out of its problems. Remember Detroit went bankrupt? And he gave me authority to do whatever I needed to do. So I set up with all the agencies, what is all the money out there Detroit could qualify for they didn't ask for. They didn't know how to get it. Didn't know how to get it. The end result was, not just because of me, but because of the team I put together, Detroit got out of bankruptcy. Started to come back. We were able to provide everything from street lighting for them that they didn't know they could have, and to inner city rail, that because 60% of the people had jobs out of town, but only 60%. The people had jobs out of town, where most of them are now, manufacturing jobs, didn't have vehicles to be able to get to work. So we put in a rail system. Anyway, to make a long story short, things really started to move. And then we found out something interesting. Everybody, when things hit, went bankrupt. Everybody who had any talent in terms of technology left. Black, white, Hispanic, man, women. We didn't have anybody, not a joke, who could turn on the street lights. You hear me? Not a joke. No one who knew how to turn on the sewer system. Because it requires computer capability and programming capability. And so we went out and hired this outfit that the major corporations hire when they need IT. They went out into the neighborhoods. They found 54, happened to be all women, not by intention, mostly women of color with a few exceptions, ages 24 to 52 or 4. They went through a 19-week training program at the community college there, learning how to program. And I remember telling people this, and my liberal friends were saying, you can't expect them to be able to do that. Give me a break. Anybody who can throw coal into a furnace can learn how to program, for God's sake. And by the way, little Sam, I bet he can operate his cell phone better than most of you can. And, by the way, it has 10 times the power that sent a man to the moon. Okay? So this idea that people can't do it, well, guess what? Every single one, when I went out to the graduation, had a job. Lowest starting salary, $49,000. Highest, $102,000. Taught them how to program. There's 100,000 high-tech manufacturing jobs out there that are going unfilled. Why? No one knows how to run a photovoltaic machine, building a solar panel. It takes about 15 weeks to learn how to do it. We can do it. So it relates to access to education. And I had a great friend who played, if you excuse the expression, at Providence College when they had those great basketball teams. Remember Walker and those guys back in the 60s? His name was Pete McLaughlin, one of my closest friends. And he died early on. He had a heart problem in his early 50s. And Pete used to have an expression. Pete wasn't the wisest academic guy in the room. But he used to have an expression, though. He'd say, Joe, you got to know how to know. Think about it. You got to know how to know. I can take you into the great Library of Congress. It's one of the finest libraries in the world. And if you can't figure out how to read the modern-day, quote, card catalog, it's not much help to you. You don't know how to go to where you need to go. Part of what government should be providing is not just money. It's letting people know how to know, where to go, how to get to a place where you can. And it's a little bit like, I'll end where I began. We started talking about cancer. Well, guess what? Anybody who has a serious health problem, what's the single greatest problem you have? Having a navigator help you through the process. Not a joke. Find docs, find nurses, but everybody needs a navigator. A navigator. Knowing how to know. Folks, there's so much we can do. So much we can do. But first of all, we got to start treating people with respect. I'll give you one example. I was where was I yesterday? Was it Peterborough? Peterborough. There was a big, we had 400 or 500 people show up. And afterwards, what I do all the time, I stay around when I finish, and I thank the guys who run, and the women who run the show, the maintenance people. And I go find them and thank them personally. That's how I was raised. You know what one of them said to me? No one's ever thanked me before. Now think about it now. Snowstorm or heavy rain, the woman or man who comes by with Public Works and cleans out your sewer so your basement doesn't flood, how many of you gone out and thanked him? I'm not joking about this. Think of how that cell phone has made us so much more distant from one another. We're closer to the people we know. We can find out more information than ever could before, but there's a distance. Ask young people. I'm not going to go to the prom with you. It's a lot easier to click you on the phone and text it to you than look you in the eye. Not a joke. I'm being deadly earnest. So folks, it's not just Trump. It's not just Trump. The world is changing so rapidly because we're in the midst of this fourth industrial revolution here. We've got to start talking to one another again. And my guess is, and the reason why I like this state, and I'm not joking, and I like being in rural Iowa, and I like my state, which is like yours, I'll bet 85% of you don't leave a restaurant without thanking the waitress. Not just the tip is saying thank you. Think of how many people don't. There was a book made very famous a while ago, and there's been 3 significant changes to it. Not the book, but editions called Bowling Alone. Remember that book? The reason no more bowling leagues, man. Used to be bowling leagues. I don't like bowling, but used to be bowling leagues. And the whole point of the bowling leagues was that you knew your neighbor. Ask any of your friends who live in an apartment complex in a big city how many people in their apartment complex they know. Not a joke. Ask them. Ask them. We got to get back to being Americans. Thank you all so much.
This election is a test of our country, and it's not a referendum on him. It's a referendum on who we are and who we're going to be to each other. Because in my parents' day and age, when wretchedness and violence happened, when 4 girls got killed in a bombing in Birmingham, this whole country woke up. Black, white, background, said this is wrong. We marched, we protested. We overcame the longest filibuster in Senate history. We didn't get civil rights because Strom Thurmond came to the Senate floor one day and said, y'all, I've seen the light. Let those Negro people have some rights. In my grandparents' generation, the deaths of people motivated us to make change. Some of you all know the history. When women were throwing themselves out windows at the Shirtwaist factory fire, dying on pavement below, this country said, no, this is wrong. We fought, we marched, we overcame obstacles in Congress, and we changed legislation. But now, in my generation, why is this about empathy? Why is this about passion? Why is this about reviving ideals of grace and decency? Because it is not decent when we have a nation where people get slaughtered at a nightclub in Florida, killed at a concert here in Nevada, and we do nothing. Where people get killed at houses of worship, a synagogue in Pittsburgh, our church in South Carolina, and nothing changes when they kill our children under their desks from Newtown to Parkland. And the response of the strongest nation on the planet Earth is to send our children to school, not change laws that will make them safe. Send them to school with the implicit message that we can't protect you, so we're going to teach you how to hide. There are more shelter-in-place drills now in public schools than there are fire drills. This is not who we are. Look around this room. This is our strength. This is our power. It lies within the connections between us, with our abilities to put aside the lines that divide us and affirm the ties that bind us, to do that great calling that has done everything from building the Underground Railroad to ending this awful reality where women didn't have a right to vote. It was always done when leaders of good conscience stood up and called this nation to put more indivisible into the one nation under God. And so, I'm gonna answer your questions, but I'm gonna tell a personal story. It's my story, but I promise you it's your story too. And then we'll do some questions. Any policy you want to talk about. But here's the story, simple as this. It's 50 years ago, in 1969, 50 years ago, my parents, who then moved to Nevada years ago, but here they were living in the South, and they were trying to move to this incredible Mecca. I don't know if you all ever heard of it. It's called New Jersey. and they wanted, one thing was guiding their look, is to find the best public schools for their kids. I actually found a lawyer here in Reno who just, him and the notary there, Jennifer, they just allowed me to officially get on the ballot. And this incredible lawyer, he greets me at the door. Guy who lived in Reno for decades, he says to me, Northern Valley Regional High School, Old Tappan. He went to the same public schools I went to. But my parents, when they showed up in these towns in the 60s, 69, every time they'd look for a house, they would be told it was sold, lied to, because it was white towns. And my parents were distressed, and so what did they find? They found a room that looked like this. In fact, it was mostly white folks, men in the living room, and said to my parents, our values, welcome the stranger, love your neighbor. They said, this is not who we are. This is a moral moment. We're not sitting on the sidelines. We're going to help you. And they devised this sting operation. I call it a conspiracy of love. where they would send my parents to look at a house. They would be told it was sold, and right after they left, a white couple volunteering their time would go right behind them and find out if the house was really sold or not. And inevitably, they'd find out it was still for sale. In the house I grew up in, my parents were told it was sold. The white couple find out it's still for sale. The white couple put a bid on the house. The bid was accepted. Papers were drawn up. The closing was set in the real estate agent's office. And on the day of the closing, the white couple did not show up. My father did, and another volunteer American, white guy, a volunteer lawyer. The two of them walked into the real estate agent's office, my father and his volunteer lawyer, and they get to the real estate, they confront the real estate agent. You think this should be the end of the story, but it's not. He got so upset that he got caught that he stands up, and the real estate agent punches my dad's lawyer in the face and sigs a dog on my dad. And let me tell you, as I was growing up in this beautiful town, every time my dad would tell this story, the dog would get bigger. He's like, especially, son, I had to fight a pack of wolves to get you in this house. You want to know the values of my kitchen table? Which were the values of your kitchen table? My parents would tell me that you drink deeply from wells of freedom and liberty and opportunity that you didn't dig, young man. By the time I was a senior, I told you, a football player, got into Stanford 4.0, 1,600, don't get too excited. 4.0 yards per carry, 1,600 receiving yards. I go to Stanford on a football scholarship, stay, get my master's, go to Oxford Road Scholarship, come back to Yale Law School. My dad is not impressed. I'm not joking. He's like, boy, you got more degrees in the month of July, but you ain't hot. Life ain't about the degrees you get, young man. It's about the service you give. Why did I leave law school to be a tenants' rights lawyer in inner city Newark, in the neighborhood I still live in today? It's because people fought for my housing rights. I can't pay it back. We're all Americans. We got to pay it forward by how much love and goodness and decency and empathy and compassion we show each other. And so, here's the kicker. Newark takes this kid that had plans for his life. My plans was to be a nonprofit legal clerk. They had different plans for me. They pushed me to run for city council against the machine. We battled the machine. There's an Oscar-nominated documentary called Street Fight out there. It's now on YouTube. It's free. If some of you are clapping, it's an amazing movie. You'll see that my phones were tapped, my death threats on my life. It's like unbelievable. a movie, and then it gets to the Oscars, and it loses in the Oscars to a movie called March of the Penguins, for crying out loud. I mean, come on. Those things are not cute. Actually, they are. Okay. So I become mayor of the city. My message, we just dropped a commercial in Iowa thanks to all these online donations, surge in online donations. We appreciate the momentum our campaign is getting. It's so exciting for us. And we showed that my message, the message I'm giving you today, was the same one I was delivering when I was running for city council, when I was running for mayor. I said the only way we turn around one of America's cities with the worst reputation is by seeing each other, seeing our glory, seeing our potential. We will do things that other people say can't be done if we create coalitions that people don't normally see. We took a city with one of the lowest ranked school systems in our state. Now it's the #1 school system in America for beat the odds schools, kids in poverty going on to college. We took a city that had 60 years of losing population and losing its tax base to now its biggest economic development period in 60 years. We brought supermarkets into food deserts. We brought a doubling of the production of affordable housing because we don't believe in gentrification in our city. We want to make it a city for everyone. But what was great is you all sent me to this, they sent me to the Senate. I get to the Senate and begin immediately, it's all about the connections. Look, I will fight as hard as possible against the re-election of some of my Republican colleagues, but when God put us both in that body together, I started saying, let's figure out what legislation we can do together. It's why the only major bipartisan bill to pass under this president is the one that I led from the Senate side and the Democrats for criminal justice reform. This led to thousands of people being liberated from prison. Built the coalitions. But here's the kicker to the story. Because I got to the Senate, and I confess to you, I decided to do what a lot of senators do who have a high sense of self-regard. I decided to write a book. And if your name is Booker, guys, it's a lot of pressure. And it's more than my Senate colleagues. So I had to do it right. So this is the end of the story. I go back to find the people from 50 years ago who helped my family move into town. I'm embarrassed to say I had never said thank you to these folks. I find the woman who led this organization in the 60s. She's now 93 years old. She was easy to find. You know why? Because she's still leading that organization today. And by the way, she doesn't represent black people anymore. Lots of black people now live in Bergen County, New Jersey. She represents same-sex couples, Americans with disabilities, Sikh and Muslim families. She believes that justice has no color, no race, no orientation. It is one justice, one nation, one love. And so this is the thing that shook me and affirmed my core values. When I asked her all the details she gave me, she goes, the person that can really conclude everything, you got to go to the lawyer who organized everything. This is who you got to go to talk to. And when I called him up, I had a conversation that just shook me to my core, reaffirmed to me what my values are and why I'm running for president of the United States. I call the guy up. He's a retired now judge in New Jersey, retired, 84 years old. And I call him up and I ask for all the details of the story. He confirms everything. I finally found out how big the dagnab dog was. And then I think I have everything. But one question pops out that I hadn't prepared, which was why? Why would this white guy in the 1960s who was busy as all can be, he was barely providing for his family, he had just started a business. Anybody who's been an entrepreneur knows how all-encompassing that is. And so I just have to ask him, why would you take so much time out to help black families move in your neighborhood at a time that there was fears, real fears out there about white flight or real estate prices going down? Why would you do it, sir? And he goes, Corey, I know the moment I made the decision. And I go, the moment? I go, what was the moment? He goes, it was March 7th, 1965. Years before I'm born. And I'm like, okay, sir, that's very specific. What was going on March 7th, 1965? And he says he was sitting at home watching TV. Now, some of you might be shocked about this, but there was a very difficult hardship days in American history when we only had 3 channels. And to change them, you had to get up. My theory to this day, my dad had 2 boys because he needed somebody to change the channels for him. And so most of America was watching this movie. If you're older like I am, you're going to be able to finish the title. I don't even need to say the full title. The movie, most of America was watching this TV movie called Judgment at Nuremberg. Right. And so now some of you all are recognizing this very historic moment. He's watching from his couch in New Jersey this movie, and they break away from an ongoing movie. Breaking news. to show a bridge in Alabama called the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And this man from his couch watches as these marchers start in Selma and try to go to Montgomery. And this story is really emotional to me right now because when these marchers tried to get across that bridge, they were then, this man on a couch in New Jersey watches as these marchers rather, faced by Alabama state troopers, they rush into that crowd with billy clubs drawn, after tear gassing them, and just start viciously beating those people. One of those people on that bridge is a man named John Lewis, who literally was knocked unconscious, skull fractured, bleeding profusely. He says to me, such a humble man, he goes, "Corey, I shed a little bit of blood on that bridge that day." And I'm like, "Congressman, you almost died." And so think about all of us in this room, a moral moment in our country. And what does a white guy on a couch 1,000 miles away do? Does he allow his inability to do everything to undermine his determination to do something? No. Does he treat democracy like a spectator sport and just sit there and watch and say, "What a shame"? No. He falls into the great American tradition, the reason why all of us are here. He gets up off the couch, thinks he's going to go to Alabama, then laughs at himself because he knows he can't close his business, he can't afford a plane ticket, but that a great American tradition. He decides, takes a deep breath and decides, you know what? I'm just going to do the best I can with what I have where I am. And he decides that he can afford just 1 hour a week of pro bono work. And he calls around to see who needs help. He finds this young woman, now 93 years old, who's like, "Hallelujah, thank you, Jesus, need some help." And the two of them start planning, he says. And they reach out to others to volunteer. Can you give 2 hours? Can you give an hour? And folks start volunteering. They fill a living room with people determined to help out. He goes 65, turns to 67, turns to 69. And he says, I'll never forget in 1969, he says, I get this case file of this family struggling to make it, coming up from the South, can't find places to live, turned away time and time again. Corey, we helped that family. We got them into housing. They bought a beautiful home. He goes, do you know the names on that case file? And I go, no, sir, I don't. He goes, well, the two names on that case file were Carrie and Carolyn Booker, your parents. And so, John Lewis and other marchers stood up. They may have gotten beaten down that day and driven back, but that one act of standing up, that energy release left 1,000 miles. One guy on a couch in New Jersey stood up. He set in line energy that went on. I wasn't even born yet. But I am literally standing before you right now, a United States Senator, not just any senator, I'm only the 4th black person ever to be elected to the United States Senate. As one commentator pointed out, if I become the President of the United States, I'll be the first descendant of slaves in our country ever to go on into a house that was built by slaves. All because of us. I want to make an appeal to everybody right now. If this is the most important election of our lifetime, we got to act like it. We got to do the best we can with what we have, where we are. And if I'm your pick, and if I'm not, I understand. You're here today because you want to know who's the best person. But if I'm your person, if you know this election isn't just about head, but it's got to be about heart and gut and spirit and values and virtue. If you're going to believe that I'm the person to carry that, then stand with me, then get involved, then volunteer, because I know something's coming. You are not dragged into the darkness. Doors aren't slammed in your face. You're never beaten down if you do not have the capacity to fight back and to stand up. And the great thing about this moment is, as much as the twisted, the bitterness and the wretchedness we're seeing from the highest office in the land, it's still not about him. There's a poem I want to end with, and you all know it, and we'll end with it, and then I'll answer your questions, but I have a poet I love named Maya Angelou. And she had this saying, so many of her poems were defiant, phenomenal woman, about defiance. And I think about Donald Trump when he spews lies. I think about this ending of the poem, which I'm going to change a little bit. She goes, "You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me into the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. I promise you, stand with me. Stand for the best of who we are, not the worst. Stand for unity, not division. Stand for love, not more hate. If we stand together with that spirit, nothing will drag us down. We may have stumbled and fallen, but I promise you, together, we will rise." Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. All those applause, I only saw one Nancy Pelosi applause. I only saw one. Guys, thank you so much. I think I saw somebody already raising their hand. In this section? Yes. Can you yell out your name? We want to create community. Oh, we got a mic runner right here. So there she is in the incredible pink hoodie. Right there. Point to her for me. All right. Any question whatsoever, even if you want to know how much money I save on product every year.
Okay, my name is Katana Barnes, and I've been a longtime resident of Reno, Nevada. I am a nonpartisan, and you talk about bringing us together, but neither the Democrats nor the Republicans will acknowledge us and embrace the fact that we are 43% of the electorate nationwide.
Yes. So you're like, you can have your own opinion, you can't have your own facts. What you say is 100% right. The plurality of our nation right now is independent, is frustrated with the partisan system, and is not taking part. And this is what I mean. There are groups right now around the planet, I know this because I read intelligence reports, who are going, I don't know if you guys know that about 40% of the internet traffic is bots, fake people. And they go on, that this is the strategy of the Russians, is to go on our platforms and try to make us hate each other, and try to make us doubt truth, and try to assault our institutions, and their hope is to get people to check out of the system. Because we know, I've seen the social science studies, that the more frustrated you are with politics as usual, the more likely you are to retreat, and frankly, the more likely bad things happen. And people who declare independent are not retreaters. They love their country, and they're waiting for the message from either side, speak to us and speak to our values. And so I just want you to know one thing. I am not somebody that is running just to win a nomination. I'm running to govern this country. And I want everybody to be a part of it. And I will do a better job, because in this whole thing I didn't mention independence. I will do a better job in the future of speaking to independents. Okay? You should have follow-up. Hold on.
Do you agree that independents should be able to vote equally alongside with Democrats and Republicans and not be forced to join a party?
You've got a clapper back here. So I apologize. I have more family members of mine now vote in Nevada than vote in New Jersey. So I don't know what the rules are. I know in New Hampshire anybody can walk in, declare a party, and vote, but it's not the case here. So that's something that we have to take up with. Same day. Oh, same day. Okay. So good. So folks should talk to other folks. I know there's some local elected leaders here and address that. I'm going to go on to another question. I'm going to stay in this area real quick. The gentleman here in the hat, and then we're going to come to the woman here in the brown coat.
Hello, Corey.
Hello, sir.
My name is Matt. Do you have any strategy to combat the judicial decisions that will be coming down from Trump's appointees?
Yeah, I definitely do have a way to combat that, which is win the election, win the Senate, and start appointing judges that are going to dilute that. What happens? I mean, they have packed the courts. He's broken records for presidents who are putting people on. And I sit on the Judiciary Committee, and I'm not exaggerating. So many of the people I see, my Republican colleagues, there are people getting appointed to the judgeship now who have never tried a case in front of a federal judge. And they're so young, I call them the Doogie Howser judges, but they're putting them up there to pervert our court because it's lifetime appointments. So I want to say there's very little chance we're going to take people off the bench, that the impeachment threshold is so high for a judge. The way we have to do this is to begin to put people on the bench that are going to make sure the circuits on the circuit courts and the judges that we dilute that's going to happen, and we have to make sure we keep those majorities. Now I'm going to give you some hard news. I'm one of those people, I don't know, and I'm not joking about this, that I get on my knees and say prayers for Ruth Bader Ginsburg a lot. And so I just want to be candid with you. This is not a process that's going to happen overnight. This is why the next president, they better not, and if it's me, this is not going to be the case, but often a president, even from our party, gets elected, and it becomes all about them and their office and what they do. Very important job. But you've got to build a 50-state party again in the Democrats. We here in Nevada, this is a commitment to me, and by the way, people will make promises all the time. Just look at my past behavior. There's nobody in the Senate that runs around this country campaigning for more people than I do all the time. And when it comes to raising money for local parties, I'm doing that all the time. I raise money for state legislatures all the time. But if I'm your president, I am going to radically transform the Democratic Party and make it far more democratic. Because I'm going to have 8 years, and then Rosario and I are going to go off and do something else. But I want to make sure the best sign of a great leader is that they make a way to make sure they're not the last great leader. And when I say great leader, I'm not talking about the White House. There's incredible talent all throughout our country, and I'm going to make sure that the Nevada Party, under my leadership, is the strongest it's ever been. All right? Yes, the brown shirt here. And you can yell out. It might take a while for the mic to come. I'm going to come to you like Oprah, for crying out loud.
Will you fire Bill Barr?
Oh, my God. So Bill Barr will not wait around because he knows, yeah, I broke Senate tradition to be the first Senate to ever testify against a fellow senator up for a cabinet position because I said, Jeff Sessions, no way. So there is few people in the Senate that have a reputation for me about criminal justice issues, and Bill Barr's position, I'm gonna make sure he is long gone, and we bring in new great leaders. Everything from a Secretary of Education actually taught in public schools. I mean, it is about time a public school teacher gets back in that position. All the way to making sure that we have a head of the EPA who believes in science. All right. I'm gonna go to the centrist now. Then I have to go to the right of the room to show that I'm a Democrat who can go to his right. Go ahead, please. I love your shirt. I love your shirt. Yes.
I want to thank you for being a true public servant, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And my question is, I wonder if you'd describe your process for making decisions and how that process might serve you in a crisis or in a time of great stress.
I love this question because I'm one of these people that had to look. I ran a city, and this was a city during a national recession, so it was a depression-like circumstances. I came after a long line of corruption in city halls, in our city hall, and had to find a way to govern, make a way out of no way. And I made lots of mistakes. I made lots of mistakes, but I got really good when I learned that the first part of managing and decision making is not about talent or skills or numbers or data. It's about values. It starts with what are your core values, and those are things like the Rock of Gibraltar. You do not break those values. It's like those two ships in a foggy night. One signals to the other one, move out of the way. The other one signals back, no, you move. Then this one signals back, I'm an admiral. And this person signals back, well, I'm just a low-level, seaman. And this one signals back, well, I'm on a freighter, you move. And this one finally signals back, no, I'm a lighthouse. You move. Your values are your lighthouse. And everything has to be done in accordance with them. And so for me, I do values clarification exercises all the time. I've been tested to make decisions. As a senator, you often have these big bills where there's horrible stuff in it and really good stuff in it. And you have to make decisions. And how do you make those decisions? I always return to my core values. And so as President of the United States, it is a job that nobody is fully prepared for. and you're going to step into chaotic, difficult situations. Let me tell you, the next president is going to have to deal with crises in North Korea, in the Middle East. We just had, and most Americans don't know this, military strikes in Africa. There's things going on the planet Earth that are convoluted, complicated, difficult, where there's no good decisions. Here at home, we're going to have difficult choices to make, trade-offs to make, and you have to know what your values are. And so for me, that's fundamentally number one. And I want to tell you this, and then I'll move on, because that woman, Miss Virginia Jones, was such a major force in my life. When I was first elected to the city council, she made me a demand. I should say, I almost said ask. She posed it as a question, but it was more of a demand. And I made her a commitment, and it's been changed my life. So I just want to know that I always say, before you tell me about your religion, first show it to me and how you treat other people. And I'm one of these Christians who has studied other faiths in depth. I can quote to you Hebrew passages from the Torah. I just really love manifestations of faith. But I'm one that would much rather hang out with a nice atheist than a mean Christian any day of the week. So I say that as a full caveat to before I say this, what I'm saying. My faith does drive me. My values, Matthew 25, for those of you who know it, is all about, is sort of my core drive. So why do I live where I live? Why do I do what I do? But Ms. Jones was the real reason that challenged me. When I become city council, she goes, do not leave. Will you commit to me that you will stay in the community that elected you, that first took a risk on you? I didn't win that first office because of me. In the same way I'm going to hopefully win the caucuses here in Nevada, I won because people with an authentic connection to the community, these tenant leaders would walk me up and down the poorest, toughest projects, knock on doors. People would look through their people and then open the door and say, Miss Jones or Miss Yancey, or I can go through Miss Sewell. And they would all say, this young man, you could trust him. You can trust him. And then they would go. When our first upset election, my opponent got the same amount of votes he always got. We brought out a whole new electorate. And the reason I say this is because the second thing I want you to know about me, the decisions that I'll make, is that I decided to stay rooted in the community that first got me in politics, and it drives all of my decisions. And so as President of the United States, let's talk about gun violence. This is not an intellectual issue for me. This is an issue of great pain as someone who has seen kids I've known growing up killed, as someone who had an awful experience where somebody was shot and I tried to hold their body together until the ambulance showed up. These are traumatizing things that have moved me to stay rooted. So I'm always, every day when I get up to go to Washington, I'm driven by those things. If I am your president, the struggles, the real struggles of Americans, and by the way, the struggles of my community are no different than affluent communities. Affluent communities do a lot better of hiding it because it's not often out there in the front, but there's just as much mental health challenges. There's just as much people struggling with addiction. There are a lot of those issues as well. And we create these lines of division that just often don't exist. So the second thing, besides after my values, my lived experience will get me up every single day and be the driving thing of letting me know that to wait another month on this issue is a life or death issue for many people. I will be driven every single day to make every day count for the people of our country. All right. All right. Yes. With their glasses on, please. Yes. Oh, it's both of you have glasses. I'm going to go to both of the women, the one here and then one sitting down. We're going to get a twofer here. Being that as you hit your 40s, and I started wearing reading glasses in restaurants, my mom said to me, Corey, your arms are not long enough to hold the menu out anymore. Get reading glasses. Go ahead.
Hi there, I'm Heather. I'm a college student, a big fan, Corey supporter. But I'm wondering, when you're a voter, when you're selecting a candidate, what issues are you voting on personally?
So I just want to be clear with you because I trust most of the people in the race because I know them implicitly. I have sat with the 5 senators in this race. I've sat in caucus rooms and heard who they talk to. I've watched them. I'm not a judgmental person. Please, I hope people are not concluding that. But I have one very big judgment that forgive me, but I just have this view. It's a humorist once said this. A guy named Dave Barry once said, this is my best judgment, is someone who is nice to you but not nice to the waiter is not a nice person. And I just, so when I'm a voter, I want to know, is a person really, really, their values really mean a lot to me. And I want to say this, preface this by saying that all of them, the ones that I know personally, Look, I have real policy challenges with Vice President Joe Biden. I do. But I love the man. I really do. And I know where his heart is. I know he spent his life through tragedies that I can't imagine. Family members dying, staying true to public service. You take people who've dropped out of this race, from Kirsten to Kamala. These are like my sisters. I know their values. So I don't want to say I'm better. I'm Cory Booker and I'm them. I just want to say that what I look for in a person is often I want to know what you've been doing about issues before you tell me what you're going to do for an office. So my questions to people always, usually when I have a chance to question candidates, I want to know about not what they're going to do when they get in. I want to hear all the stories about what they did in the past. And if you'll allow me, and then I'll go to the person here, is I just want to tell you one of the things that I think is really important. Because let's take somebody, let's take, I won't name a senator, but let's say somebody who has, maybe some people say, oh, that person has more revolutionary ideas than you do. You might know who I'm talking about. I want you to know that I think the test of what you are going to do is what you've already done. But even your revolutionary ideas can't get done unless you can build the coalitions to get them done. And so I've seen all those senators build coalitions to get legislation passed. All of them are good. But let me tell you the reason why, from my past experience, one story to tell you why I think that hopefully I can compel you to go back to your college and get more people to caucus for me. So there are problems that are impossible to solve for the next president. Impossible. I don't want to give anybody this thing, oh, we're going to go, elect me and we will solve the crisis of climate change. Come on. Let me tell you that right now. No individual is going to be able to solve this problem. The one I want to elect is the one that has a record for getting people together to do things that other people thought were impossible. And so my quick little story for you is, when I was mayor of the city of Newark, we inherited problems that I couldn't even necessarily see the way out of. But I knew the only way to get impossible things done is if you create uncommon coalitions, create uncommon results. And I knew that the big test was a value test, back to what I said, is that why doesn't America have more empathy for the struggles of urban places, low-income urban places like mine? And I would call up heads of foundations. They wouldn't, major national foundations. I couldn't get my calls returned. I came out to Nevada for a shopping center conference down in Las Vegas, and I told one of the biggest shopping center chains, hey, I want you to move a supermarket to my city, and they laughed at me. Newark, they laughed. I was calling developers. I couldn't get them to even come and look at my city. And I knew this was an issue, just like Ms. Jones's. What do you see when you look at my city? It was an issue, a moral issue, and I had to somehow spark that compassion. And I got my chance when the late night show called The Tonight Show, which I'd been watching since Johnny Carson. Now it was being hosted by a guy named Conan O'Brien. The curtain opens, he comes on for his monologue. I'm watching at home with my two best friends, Ben and Jerry, and they're the best vegan flavors, yes. And he makes this joke in his monologue that just is compounding the negative perceptions and anybody here who's different or had challenges, you know that people often will focus their humor on you and your struggle. So this is what Conan O'Brien says. He says, I hear Newark, New Jersey has a new health care program. I did something to lower prescription drug costs for some of my residents. I was really proud of it. It made national news. But he doesn't stop. He goes, I hear Newark, New Jersey has a great new health care program. I think the best health care program for Newark is a bus ticket out of town. And I was like, okay, I gotcha. Because you have 3 million viewers on The Tonight Show. I'm just a guy, this is the beginning days of Twitter, but I know social media. And so I went to Newark City Hall, and I sat behind my desk, and I pretended like I was really mad, and I was like, Conan O'Brien has insulted our city. And I bragged about my city a little bit. And then I said, by the power vested in me by the people of the city of Newark, I hereby ban Conan O'Brien from Newark Airport. You're on the no-fly list. Try JFK, buddy. And the video went viral. It was a new way of communicating. Hundreds of thousands. It was so viral that people are angry calling City Hall. How could you violate Conan O'Brien's civil rights? And I'm like, it's a joke. It became such a big story. Satellite trucks don't tick off the TSA. I just want to tell you all that. They took a clarification on their website saying that mayors in America do not have the power to ban people. But I'm loving this. And then Conan O'Brien goes on his Tonight Show, plays my video, more earned media for my city, but then he doesn't give up. He doubles down and he bans me from Burbank Airport. And you all know this because a lot of people here probably fly to LA. It's like not a big deal, Burbank Airport. But it was on. And I then did another video banning him from the whole state of New Jersey. This becomes, I'm not exaggerating, one of the top stories in all of America. I'm a mayor of Newark now getting invited on the Everything show from Jay Leno. If you have younger people near you, explain to them who Jay Leno is. I mean, I'm going on all the big daytime talk show hosts, anyone. I'm literally getting more earned media for my city than we had probably got positive earned media than the previous decade. And then it finally happens. This amazing hero. She records her own video. She was in charge of trying to create peace in the world between war-torn nations. She was the Secretary of State for the United States of America, a woman named Hillary Clinton, films her own video. She films her own video. It was hilarious. In essence, basically, she just said, Conan, Corey, give peace a chance. And so listen to this, a mayor of Newark, I get invited on the Tonight Show. The curtain comes back, curtain I've been watching since a little kid, and I step out. I sit down next to Conan O'Brien. He apologizes to me on national TV and to my city, writes about $100,000 worth of contributions to local Newark charities. But this isn't the story. Back to the point of how do you make a way out of no way. Suddenly I call major foundations, and guess what? They return my calls. Developers, national developers who never even gave Newark a look, were now coming through my city. Eventually, we built our first new hotel in 40 years, built our first new office towers. Major corporations coming back to our city. Panasonic moved its North American headquarters to our city. Thousands of jobs being created. And more than that, that supermarket chain that laughed at me, they're now in Newark. And so, great field of candidates. But I don't know if any of them had the management challenge that I had. From watching Street Fight, where you'll see the political machine, the bullies that I had to beat to get in office, all the way to solving real problems. This is what I want to know. What is your past experience that speaks to the challenges? I have come together with others. It's never been me, it's been we. We've created new coalitions, expanded the moral imagination of the country. We've deepened people's empathy for the problems of their fellow human beings, and we made real change. That's what I'll do if I'm your president. This is last question. Okay, I gotta go. There was somebody who had a question that was sitting down. Okay, so we're gonna go to the left here. We're gonna go to your right. Yes, please bring us home. And then I'm not relieving. They always tell me to stop early so that I can stay here and take selfies because me, Elizabeth, Bernie, Amy, we have a fight going on. Who will be the senator with the most selfies by the end of this? So I hope that I'll stick around and be able to say hello to everybody individually who wants to.
My name is Liz Barnes, and I have a question for you about the We the People amendment. I know that Senator Markey is looking for co-sponsors, and you just mentioned political machines and corporations, and I want to know where you stand on that, and would you be willing to co-introduce it with him?
And We the People, just explain to everybody what...
Amendment 28, that it's basically overturning Citizens United.
Right, and so I was the 5th senator that went a little further than that, took the End the Citizens United pledge, which wasn't just saying I'll support legislation, which is saying that me and my politics now, I will shun the dark money. I don't take super PAC contributions. I don't take corporate PAC contributions. I don't take federal lobbyist dollars. I don't take pharmaceutical executive C-suite money. I don't take oil company money. So we said we're going to run this election. Don't applaud. Please go to CoreyBooker.com and give me $5. So I've taken it for my own political life, but also support the legislation that ends Citizens United as well. And if I'm President of the United States, this is why, if I'm your nominee, I'm going to be campaigning in lots of states that people might not normally see me in. It's because we have to win the Senate back in order to get that legislation done, and we'll get it done. Yes. So the short answer is yes. Yes. Yeah, Senator Markey is a dear friend of mine. And yes, I will. In fact, I will reach out to Senator Markey today and tell him that I made a commitment to work with him on the legislation. Okay, but hold on. I want to finish with it. No, you can sit down. She's like, hold on. She's like, freeze. I just want to say thank you again, and I want to end with one story. But I want to say thank you for everybody coming out here. As I said in the beginning, what is a busy time of the year? We've got about 36 hours left in 2019, and then begins the year of hope. Now, I say year of hope. This has actually been the most hopeful period of my life, because hope, I have learned, is the active conviction that despair will never have the last word. And every time I've had darkness this time of Donald Trump's presidency, I've seen the best of who we are emerge. When I went out to Dulles Airport during the Muslim ban, I was going out there to meet with, I brought a federal court order with me to make sure that the people being detained from other countries had access to counsel, to a lawyer. But I get there and I'm stopped by the concourse is just full of hundreds of people. I'd never seen anything like it, cheering and chanting and singing every time patriotic slogans. Every time Muslim families come in, they erupt. It's almost like my core values and my religious values, welcoming the stranger. I saw guys with yarmulkes and tzitzis hanging out, dancing and singing as Muslims came into our country. It was one of my best views of America. And I'll never forget, this was all over America. I get back to the Senate floor, and then the senator from Indiana, Joe Donnelly, tells me, hey, the same thing happened to me. I ran out to Indianapolis Airport, and there we were greeting people coming off the plane, hugging folks, celebrating, except for Corey. There were no international flights that night. We were just hugging people from Detroit, just saying, welcome, we're Americans. This isn't who we are. But the person who taught me most about that hope is the active conviction that despair will never have the last word gives me full circle back to that woman, Miss Virginia Jones. And if you allow me to end with this from her, because there are people here who are hurting. There are people in this room that are going through things that you shouldn't have to go through in America. There are school teachers, I would be willing to bet, in this room right now, who don't know how they're going to pay their student loans and pay their rent or their other financial obligations. But yet, when they go to school, when their kids come without, whether it's a sanitary product or food, they still reach in their pocket and pay for things for their kids. There are people here who understand that the perverse reality that we live in a nation where we sing our national anthem and say we're the home of the brave, but our veterans, our bravest, come home and they're disproportionately homeless. There's somebody like my mother here who took care of my dad when he had Parkinson's and dementia. And know that you can't work during that period because you need... through their salaries, bleeding through their savings. There's somebody here that knows somebody that's struggling with depression, which is a healthcare issue that we treat and stigmatize in our nation. There's somebody here who has done everything right in their lives, and now they're in retirement, but their Social Security checks don't go far enough. There are folks here that know that we live in an absurd nation that when you're a senior, to qualify for Medicaid, you have to bleed yourself into poverty before they'll even give you the resources you need. Other countries don't do that to their citizenry. There are folks here that know what Brian Stevenson says. Somebody in their family knows instantly that we live in a nation with a criminal justice system that treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. So we have a shared vulnerability. Maybe it's not for a guy running for president to talk about that, but we have a shared vulnerability. And this is why I will not stop. It's not weakness to talk about being good and kind and decent. That's strength. Yes. And what we need, we've seen what I consider toxic masculinity, enough of that. We really need folks that understand that the most ferocious strength you can have is that those of our best of our values. And so I decided today I would end not on a high, but tell you what, one of those times where I have been broken. In fact, tell you one of those times in my life when I have most felt like giving up on America. This is like the darkest point for me, and how I was rescued by an elderly woman named Miss Virginia Jones. And this was, I've already mentioned it. It was 2004. My dad is visiting me for my birthday. We're walking up 18th Avenue in Newark. Shooting rings out. I turn towards the gunfire, see kids coming down, run towards gunfire, off-duty police officer running behind me, and there's a teenager with gunshots. And this is not glamorous. It is gruesome to see somebody dying of gun. Blood was everywhere. I don't have medical training. I was just throwing my hands into his body, trying to stop the blood from coming out. I'll never forget his breathing stopped, foamy blood started pouring from his mouth, just reaching my hand, not knowing what I was doing, but thinking if I just cleared away the blood and the foam, maybe he would breathe again. And finally, this paramedics came up the hill, literally shoved me out of the way. I'm sitting back on the grass, blood all over me, watching these paramedics rip open his shirt. I see the gunshot wound, but I know in my heart, they raced him to the hospital. Well, I know he was dead. I came down that hill, I looked at my dad, he looked at me, I said, Dad, go back to the high-rise projects I was living in. The police director to this day still tells me that I look like I was in shock. I don't even remember in my mind how I got from that point back to my apartment in the projects. But I do remember this, when my dad opened the door and saw his son covered with another boy's blood, my dad was joyous and funny and charismatic. He and I just couldn't speak, and I didn't want to speak to him. I was descending, and I pushed past him, I went to the bathroom, and I locked the door behind me, and I just started trying to scrub this boy's blood off my hands, and they started shaking. And when I looked up and I saw myself in the mirror, that's when it broke for me. That's when I was done. That's when I thought about my country, where we swear an oath. We swear an oath to this ideal of liberty and justice for all. But where was the justice when children in my city were being killed time and time again, and it didn't even make the news anymore? I just felt this sense of anger and darkness and just rising up like, why was I even fighting anymore? And I'll never forget getting in the shower and turning the water on as hot as I possibly could turn it, just hoping the pain on the outside would numb the pain on the inside. I went to bed that night, and you all know this. I know there's people in this room that know that courage is not the big moment, the big fight. That so often in America, courage is that voice in the morning that just tells you, no matter how hurting you are, to still get out of bed. Just get out of bed, get dressed, and go outside. Out of bed, before my dad got up, I got downstairs into the lobby, and as I'm walking through the lobby, I have this memory. This lobby was actually where Miss Virginia Jones, our tenant president's son, was murdered in the 80s. And here's a woman that never left. She and I know the money we made. We both could have lived in many places, but she never left her community. And I walk into the courtyard between these two buildings. The sun had just come up, walk between the courtyard, and the only other person in the courtyard, at the front, is her, and her back is turned towards me, and I feel like I'm under 100 feet of water, screaming into my insides. And she must have heard me screaming on the inside, so she turns around, and we face each other. And in that moment, she does the only thing that I need. She doesn't utter a word. This woman, 5 feet and a smidgen tall, all she does is open her arms. And I'm 6'3". I rambled across that courtyard, but I felt like a little kid running to his mother's arms. And I hit her and held her, and she held me, and then that's when I finally lost it and began to cry. But what she did in that moment, as I'm sobbing, is she held me, she knew what had happened, and she's rubbing my back, and she says 2 words over and over again. And they became like a mantra to me. Eventually, when I became mayor of the city, I would hold on to these words on my most difficult days. I say these words in the Senate on the days I feel like I'm pounding my head against implacable walls of resistance. And I confess to you, I've used these words to sustain me on a presidential campaign, when on the days I've been on my 3rd flight of a day, I'm tired, and I'm leaning on the love and the kindness of the good folks I meet like here. What are the 2 words? Nothing to do with religion, or pie in the sky when you die. Everything to do with our civic gospel. She holds me tight, rubs my back as I'm crying, and says the 2 words, stay faithful, stay faithful, stay faithful. As much as there are people here, as much as we're hurting, think of what we've been through as a people. Think of what's in the American DNA. The violence, the wretchedness, the bigotry. We've made it through. We've had demagogues before, from the Know-Nothing Party to McCarthyism. We've made it through. But the one defining characteristic is that faith we have in each other, that we are not each other's enemy, that we're our best hope. We have come this far by faith as a nation. But it says in my faith, that in my religion, that faith without works is dead. And that's my final appeal to everybody here. If you feel like this is the spirit moving, if you feel like this is the awakening we need in our country, if you feel that this is the healing we need in your country, if I'm your choice, please do something about it. Please, on your way out, find one of my team members with a clipboard and sign a commitment to caucus card. Let's join together for these next 54 days. Our campaign is seeing such surge right now in so many states. We want to win Nevada, because if I don't, I have to face my mom who lives here. Join with us, and I promise you, it's not like we're not going to have bad times or tough times, but we'll get through them together. And again, I say this once and for all. Beating Donald Trump gets us out of the valley. We as a people, though, are called to go to the mountaintop, and together we will rise. Thank
the anti-Semitism and the effects that it has. We are also concerned, obviously, about individuals who might copy the crime of this individual, of the suspect. And I urge the entire community of New York State to be the eyes and to be the partners of law enforcement. And if you see anything, it's important that you say something and that you reach out to law enforcement or the Office of Attorney General. We will be establishing a hotline so that individuals can report crimes of anti-Semitism, and we will be establishing a hate crimes task force. And we will be, again, working with local and state elected officials to come up with some legislative fixes and some solutions to address what we have been witnessing throughout the state of New York, this increase in anti-Semitism. It's time that individuals understand that New York State is a state where anti-Semitism or any other type of hate will not be tolerated by anyone, period. And if in fact you engage in any form of hate which results in the injury of any individual, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and your freedoms will be taken away. We are, again, part of one human family. There is no space between any of us, and we are all part of one God. And it's important during the holidays that everyone understand it's really about respecting the differences of others, but also understanding our common bond. I will now like to turn it over to Senator Carlucci.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Attorney General James. And in Rockland County, we're the smallest county geographically, but we have the distinct honor of having the largest Jewish per capita population of any county in the nation. And we know in New York State that we can't wait for the federal government. We can't wait for other states. We have to be the leader in fighting anti-Semitism. I was talking to the majority leader, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, this morning, and she's made the commitment to me that in New York State, that the state legislature, working with the governor and the attorney general, will make fighting anti-Semitism the top priority in this legislative session. That means making sure we put our money where our mouth is, that our residents feel safe, that everyone has the ability to worship where they want to worship, wear what they want to wear. The last thing that where we should be in 2019, heading into a new decade, is where someone feels that they have to take off their yarmulke to feel safe. That is a place that we cannot allow ourselves to go, and we have to make sure that New York, the Empire State, is leading the way forward and blazing a path for other states to follow. That means making sure that our yeshivas and our private schools and our community centers like the JCC have the resources to put in security and technology that can help to make sure that people feel safe. We have to change our curriculum in school. We have legislation that we want to pass to have age-appropriate curriculum to teach about symbols of hate, so that the first place that our children hear about a swastika or the N-word is not from a hate site, it's not from a bathroom stall where there's graffiti, but that our professional teachers are teaching our children in a time and place that's appropriate so we can start to turn this around. We're going to be exploring and working with the governor to change the definition of domestic terrorism, to say that when something like this happens again, that we can treat it as domestic terrorism and have the resources to go along with it. We have our work cut out. We're hopeful that this is the tipping point that turns us in the direction that turns this around, but we know it's up to us, it's up to our Attorney General, our local elected officials that are here with me, to stand united, to stand with our Jewish brothers and sisters, to let them know that we support them, we stand with them, and we will not tolerate hate in any form. Senator David Carlucci, representing Rockland and Westchester counties. Thank you.
The Office of Attorney General has limited criminal jurisdiction, but we do work with district attorneys all across the state of New York in prosecuting crime. My office will be working with the District Attorney-elect Tom Walsh in prosecuting this case and assisting him in any resources that he may need. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the microphone over to District Attorney Tom Walsh.
Thank you, General James, and I want to thank you and your staff for your assistance. I've been working with Acting District Attorney Kevin Galeese during the transition. I will become the Rockland County District Attorney on New Year's Eve day, and I want to assure the people of Rockland County and the state of New York that we will fully and fairly enforce the penal law. We have a gentleman arrested for the heinous crimes that were committed in Muncie, pending 5 counts of attempted murder. We plan to indict this Friday, and I want to thank all of law enforcement, both at the federal level and the state level and the local level, for their cooperative efforts in ensuring the safety of the people of Rockland County and the state of New York. And I look forward to working with them to ensure that all our residents are free from hate and hate-filled crime. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the district attorney. I also want to thank Aaron Weeder, the Rockland County legislator, as well as Izzy Spitzer, the mayor of New Square. Obviously, you know DA Walsh cannot answer any questions with respect to the case. And again, my office, the Office of Attorney General, will be working with him in regards to this matter. It's also important that everyone understand that this community is traumatized and that law enforcement be present and respond to any issues that they have at this point in time. Are there any questions?
You talked about social media.
Yes.
Are there any particular sites or organizations that you're taking a closer look at?
So I'm not going to indicate what sites we are looking at, but any sites that promote hate. We recognize that, again, we are dealing with a fine line in trying to balance the First Amendment with acts of hate. But the Office of Attorney General is looking at misinformation, disinformation, as well as hate crimes and data breaches as it relates to social media overall. Any other questions?
Yeah, how do you believe you'll be able to use the powers of your office to address disinformation and misinformation on social media?
So our office, the Office of Attorney General, has wide-ranging responsibilities and duties. And it's important that we have meetings with social media and let them know that misinformation and disinformation obviously can lead to discrimination and can lead to hate. And there's a direct correlation between the two. And so whatever powers that we have, in our ability to initiate any actions for individuals who engage in misinformation or disinformation or who engage in illegal business activities or misrepresentations, we are prepared to take action.
What do you believe is responsible for this rise we're seeing in anti-Semitism and violence and hate?
I think there's a number of reasons. I don't think one can pinpoint as to the rise in anti-Semitism and the acts of hate across our nation. I do know that at this point in time, social media must take some responsibility. Two, we need to talk about education. We need to make sure that our schools and our synagogues all across this nation obviously know about the Jewish experience, the African American experience, and the experience of others, and that we talk about tolerance and respect for others and the differences of others. It's really critically important that all of us understand that we live in this diverse country, and that it's really critically important that we respect others, and that we do not engage in any types of hate crimes against any individuals, and that it's really all about love.
Are there conversations you could be having with Facebook and Twitter? Are they doing enough to combat this?
So we will be having conversations with social media, with a number of outfits, a number of media outlets. They include all of the outfits that you just mentioned, and we perhaps will go beyond that. But we obviously are concerned about social media, and we believe that social media is responsible to some extent for the increase in anti-Semitism in our nation. Any other questions?
I wanted to ask about the indictment on Friday, and if we can expand on that a little bit. And in addition to the indictment, how is it working with federal partners? Because I know that they had their charges that were done separately today in White Plains.
I'll turn that over to D.A. Walsh.
Thank you. The latest information I have is that a warrant was issued by a federal judge, and the defendant, Mr. Thomas, was removed from Rockland County for further action by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District.
Will he stay in the Rockland County Jail, or is he going to be?
I do not know what the plans are of the federal government. I anticipate that he'll be detained under the federal jurisdiction and probably will not remain in Rockland County, but that's a decision for the U.S. Attorney's Office as well as the federal magistrate.
And was there enough evidence that you were able to see enough to charge him with hate crimes or possibly domestic terrorism later on?
At time, our investigation is continuing, and we intend to indict on Friday on 5 attempted murder charges.
We'll take 2 more questions.
Any other questions?
The individual in Jersey City and the individual here in Rockland County both have these vague connections to so-called Black Israelites. Is there anything that your office is doing to take a closer look at that organization, that there may be some kind of coordination?
We're going to be looking, as part of our hate crimes task force, we're going to be looking at all hate groups in the state of New York and perhaps taking action against any particular hate group that is responsible for the rise in anti-Semitism and or hate crimes in the state of New York.
So would the Black Israelites then be a hate group?
We are looking at all hate groups in the state of New York, including but not limited to this particular group.
Last question.
I have one more about this incident supposedly on November 20th. I'm not sure if there was something where, is he going to be charged with a separate assault? Because there was some story about somebody who was knifed while walking down the street or another possible hate incident. Is he connected to that?
Both the November 20th incident and the incident that took this place is being further investigated at this time.
But can you definitively say whether or not he was the suspect in the November 20th?
The matter is being further investigated as we speak.
I thank you all for coming. Thank you so much.
At least the moderate Republicans, we know some you'll never reach, but
How could you make that work?
Well, thank you for asking. I love these questions too. My flagship proposal is putting $1,000 a month into everyone's hands. How many of you knew about that? Everyone knows that, right? Oh yeah, that's it. Andrew Yang is the give everyone money guy. Now, after I become your president, thanks to you all, thank you, New Hampshire, 2021, the Democrats will be so pumped to have beaten Donald Trump. They'll be like, yeah, we did it. We've got the White House. We've got some of Congress. And let's get something done that's going to put more money in the hands of children, families, make us stronger, healthier, mentally healthier. But here's the kicker. What are Republicans going to say about the dividend? There's one state that's had a dividend for almost 40 years now, and that state is Alaska. It's a deep red conservative state. It was passed by a Republican governor, and he said this. He said to the Alaskan people, a lot of oil money. Who'd you rather get it, the government who's going to screw it up somehow, or you, the Alaskan people? And the Alaskan said, us, please. And he said, I thought so. And now Alaska's been loving this dividend for almost 40 years. Alaskans are a little bit like New Hampshire residents, where they really detest taxes. But even Alaskans said they would accept higher levels of taxes if it meant keeping or growing the dividend, because it's their favorite thing that the government ever does. Like the dividend's like the only thing they all agree on. And I don't need every Republican to get on board with the dividend. I just need a critical mass. And if you think about the impact of the dividend, who does it help? It helps people in rural areas. It helps red states on the interior that have lost a lot of their economic drivers. So can you imagine the office of a congressperson who's like, I don't like this dividend. The money's going to hurt you. People in his district would be like, are you out of your mind? Like, Yang wants to give everyone the dividend. I kind of like it. And there was a poll that ran here in New Hampshire that said that 10% of Trump voters would pick me over Trump in the general election. Another survey said that 18% of college Republicans would choose me over Trump in the general. So I have built-in appeal to that side of the aisle because I'm nonpartisan, I'm non-ideological, I'm just solutions-oriented. My flagship proposal is something that Milton Friedman and Martin Luther King and Thomas Paine were all for. It kind of defies party boundaries. And I have friends who are moderate Republicans and libertarians and independents, and they feel like we can see eye to eye to get things done. I believe I'm actually uniquely situated among the candidates for president to get into Washington and get things done for this reason. And I will have people in my administration who are from different political backgrounds, because to me it's just about people who want to help improve our way of life, and I believe you can find people like that on both sides of the aisle.
Okay, and we have time for just a couple more questions before we wrap up. I believe I saw one back here.
Hi, my name is Louise. I live in Massachusetts, but I work in Salem, New Hampshire. And I asked my boss if I could leave early so I could come here, and he said that he would have liked to come here because he wanted to ask you a question. So he saw your ad today, and he says, how could a regular, blue-collar, average person pay more in taxes than a billion-dollar corporation? Like you mentioned Amazon. How does that happen?
That is the question. How does a trillion-dollar tech company like Amazon pay zero in taxes? How is that possible? It's not just Amazon other. There are other very, very big companies like Netflix, no taxes. Yeah, Starbucks too, it's true. It's funny, I mean, we all probably feel more positively towards Starbucks than maybe people. That's true. Coffee pays taxes. When I ran, it's one reason we should patronize them. Ooh, what's this? The presidential blend for Andrew Yang. Oh. Look at that. Does it have a set of adjectives associated with it? It'll be like smart, forward thinking. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much, Lynn. So the way Amazon doesn't pay any taxes is they play a few games. Number one, the most common game, if you're a large multinational firm, is you park the revenue overseas. You say it all went through Ireland because Ireland's this crazy tax haven, and you never bring it back to the U.S. So right now, the biggest tech companies have tens of billions of dollars in overseas earnings parked in banks in Ireland and other parts of the world. And as soon as it touches down here in American soil, it gets taxed, so it never touches back here in American soil. So that's big game number one. Big game number two is a company like Amazon can be valued at $1 trillion and not even make profits in a given quarter. And this is ironic, but a Walmart executive complained to me, how can you compete against a company that does not need to make money? And I laughed at him. I was like, Walmart, you guys put so many people out of business. You know? But he had a fair point, because Amazon has that valuation despite, in some quarters, turning zero profit. So what they do is they spend money very, very aggressively. They gobble up other businesses. They compensate their executives with these big stock option pools that they can then expense in various ways. And anytime they think they might pay taxes, they spend money in a way to try and keep the taxes close to zero. But the main game they'll play is they'll park it overseas. There are a few different things that they do to avoid paying meaningful taxes. And as someone who ran a private business myself for years, this is a personal question sort of, but Lynn, what are you paying here at Coffee? Oh, no, but like order of magnitude? Well, because when I ran a private company, I was paying 40 to 50% in taxes all in. And I would look at my accountant and be like, are you doing something wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Like, why am I getting it stuck to me this badly? And he's like, no, that is the tax rate. That is what, if you are a private business, you pay. And then when you see that Amazon's paying zero taxes, you're like, what is going on? Well, our tax code is geared towards these behemoth corporations that right now are depleting our communities. And if you're a private business like Coffee, you're paying 30, 40. I'm New Hampshire, it might not be as high because this business I ran was in New York State, which is a high tax place. So you probably don't get up to 50%. But so I'll stop it at 40. Like a small business here might be paying 20 to 40% in taxes. So you can tell your boss that. Yes, thank you for asking. So what I did is I look around the world and I look for what has worked in other places. So if you're in another developed country, you look up and say, hey, Amazon can't be paying zero taxes. So what we're going to do is they're going to set up essentially a tiny toll booth at every point of sale. So imagine this country, which is going to be the United States of America after I'm president, where we, the people of this country, get a tiny smidgen of every Amazon sale, every Google search, every Facebook ad, eventually every robot truck mile and every AI work unit. Right now, if you had this toll in place, it would generate about $800 billion in new revenue and rising. And it's unavoidable because it's at the point of sale. This is what other developed countries have already figured out. You can't game your way out of it. One of the jokes I tell, but it's true. Jeff Bezos is now worth $109 billion post-divorce. If we were to ratchet up the income tax rate to, let's call it 75%, how much of his $109 billion would we get? None, because he's not dumb enough to pay himself $2 billion or $10 billion a year. He pays himself like a relatively modest salary, and then his money is all parked in this Amazon stock. So if you wanted to get that value, you set the toll up, then you end up getting hundreds of millions, even billions from Jeff at the point of sale of his business. And then when he takes $1 billion out of Amazon stock every year, which he does do, to buy rocket ships to Mars, he does that. It's called Blue Origin. You can look it up. You take a toll on that too. So you get his money coming and going into the business. And this is something that other countries have figured out that we need to catch up on. So that is the plan. Math, I love it. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone. We actually, because we are running out on time, we need to go ahead and move into our selfie line moment, which Andrew always loves having a chance with everyone. So because we are short on time, everyone will have a chance to either, or if you come in a line, for either an autograph or a photo. There won't be time for both. So be thinking now about which one you would like. Andrew is going to be here, and we're going to line up starting along here and wrap right around. So thank you so
New
much,
Hampshire.
everyone.
Let's rewrite the rules to work for you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
us feel right at home. I've been trying to sort out my Iowa county names relative to Indiana county names. Because we were in Scott County earlier. My mom's from Scott County, Indiana. We were in Knoxville. We don't have a Knoxville, but we have a Knox County, which is not to be confused with where Knox is, which is in Stark County. Now, of course, Knoxville here is in Marion County. We got a Marion County, but that's not where Marion is. Marion's in Grant County. But this is definitely the only Maquoketa that I've ever been to. If I'm going to ask you to figure out how to say Buttigieg, I figured I'd better learn how to say Maquoketa. I'm so thankful that you've taken the time to come together to discuss something that it is of utmost importance, even more than in most presidential elections, because it's the question of what kind of country we want to live in. That's what I believe is at stake right now. And the good news is it's up to us. And in particular, it's up to you, Iowa, because Iowa has a thumb on the scale in making that decision about the nomination and therefore the presidency and therefore the future of this country. And I have seen over the course of the last year how seriously Iowans take that responsibility. And I also can feel right now in Iowa that it's getting to be decision time, that the folks who are saying things like, well, you're in my top 7 over the summer, are now in decision mode. And for those of you who are on board, I'm here to thank you and to urge you to recruit others into this cause. And thanks to everybody who's a supporter. For those of you still thinking it over, I'm here to ask you to caucus for me in order to make it possible for our country to tackle the biggest issues that we face and to do it in a way that's actually going to unify our nation. To give you a sense of what is going to be required of the presidency, I want to begin by asking you to paint a picture in your own mind. Really visualize, close your eyes if you want to even, and visualize how it's going to feel when the sun comes up over Maquoketa and Donald Trump is no longer the president of the United States. Let that image soak in. Isn't it a relief just to remember that one way or the other that day will come? I think we're ready to put that chaos behind us and put this corruption in the rearview mirror and to not wake up and wonder what tweet emanated from the Oval Office today, just to put that behind us. But the reason I'm asking you to picture that day is to think about what we're going to need. What work will begin, not end, on that day. Because the sun will be coming up over a country even more divided than we are now. Think about it. We're going to be even more torn up by politics, even more exhausted from fighting than we are today. So we're going to need a president who understands how to unify this nation and move it in a common direction. And something else will be true at the same time, which is the problems that helped our country get to this point will only be more severe. They're not going to take a vacation during the election or the impeachment process. The sun will be coming up over a country where it is no longer possible for someone working full-time at minimum wage to afford a 2-bedroom apartment in any county in the United States of America. The sun will be coming up in a climate that is this close to the point of no return. It'll be coming up over schools where kids are learning active shooter drills before they are old enough to learn how to read. That's what we're going to be up against. And so the task of the next president will be to face some of the most urgent crises that have ever come upon us as a nation with big, bold, serious ideas, get them done, and do it in a way that's actually going to have us more unified, not more divided, to galvanize and not polarize the American people to get these things done. Now, that sounds like a tall order, because it is. But I believe that's what the presidency is for. I believe the presidency exists for a reason, that it has a purpose, and that the purpose of the American presidency is not to glorify the president, it is to empower and unify the American people, and that is why I'm asking for your support. That's the kind of presidency I want to offer you, one that can unite the American people, not by pretending we're all going to agree on everything. That's not the point. That's not even possible. But by agreeing on the values that guide this nation and then leading in a specific direction based on what those values mean. Think about a value like patriotism, the way we feel about the American flag and what that flag represents. Think about what motivated the people who I served with overseas, who had that flag on their shoulder out of a desire to protect this country, out of a love of this country. Now, there's a lot more to that than the chest thumping of a president who thinks it's okay to throw out military justice and pardon war criminals as if there's no difference between a war criminal and a war fighter. That's not patriotism. When I talk about love of country, I'm talking about a love of country that begins with the understanding that our country is made of people. And you can't love a country if you hate half of the people in it. I'm talking about something deeper than that. I'm talking about a desire to protect this country abroad and right here at home. Keeping each other safe starts right here. That's why the time is upon us to make sure that no one can ever again twist the Second Amendment into an excuse to do nothing at all when it comes to life-saving measures and common sense gun policy. Protecting our country means protecting the future. That's why we have to act and rise to meet the challenge of climate change as the global security threat of our time and lead the world in doing something about it. That's where patriotism is going to lead me and the presidency that I'm asking you to help me create. I see these very same values they're using to turn people against each other as the values that could bring us together. This is what they're doing with faith. They're using it to tell some people they don't belong. Now, let's begin with the principle that in America, our Constitution and our government belong to people of every religion and people of no religion equally. That is a founding principle of the United States of America. But let me be transparent with you about where my faith leads me. It leads me to desire a White House that you wouldn't have to look at as food stamps are cut and families are torn apart at the border and ask yourself, whatever happened to I was hungry and you fed me? Whatever happened to I was a stranger and you welcomed me? Whatever tradition, if any, you belong to, whatever happened to the idea of treating others as you would like to be treated? These are values that we all share, and God does not belong to a political party in the United States of America. Let's pay attention to values like the regard we have for work in this country. It is not honored by the ability of companies in Washington to lobby for the tax code to set up negative tax rates for some of the largest companies in the world. Companies making billions of dollars in profit that paid less, not just as a percent, but less in dollars, specifically zero, than you and I did last year on our federal income taxes. That's not showing regard for work. The way we show regard for work is to support workers and live up to the idea that one job ought to be enough in this country. Talking about values like democracy. Democracy isn't just a system of government. It is a value. It is a moral idea that it matters that we see to it that every vote is counted and that every vote counts and that it's fair, which is why we got to put an end to districts drawn by politicians who get to pick out their voters instead of the other way around. I've even gone way out on a limb and suggested in a democracy we might want to go ahead and pick our president one day by just counting up all of the votes and giving it to the person who got the most, like we do in every other election in the United States of America. Seems like common sense, doesn't it? These are our values as a country, and so is freedom. But let's make sure we follow that value of freedom where it requires us to go. It's not going to be enough to make us free to just cut every regulation and program and tax you've ever seen. Freedom's more complicated than that. Sometimes freedom does mean getting government out of the way. I'm for getting government out of the business of dictating to women what their reproductive health care choices ought to be, for example. Other times it means the public sector's got to step up. That's what mayors and city councils know that they've got to do to make sure we provide the basic services that help make us free. It's why we build schools. And how about supporting our schools and our teachers with a Secretary of Education who believes in public education for once? And it's why the time has come for us to deliver health care for every American, because you're not free if you don't have it. That's why we got to deliver Medicare for all who want it. Take a public plan, make it available for anybody who wants to have access to it, but trust you to decide whether you want it, because I think you're going to make the right decision for yourself and your family. That's how we solve the problem and honor our values at the same time. These are the values that guide us forward at a moment when we can't wait any longer. Can't wait 10 years, can't wait 4 years to solve these problems. We can't wait any longer to do something about climate change because we're this close to the point of no return. We can't wait any longer to do something about hate, from an anti-Semitic attack on people celebrating a holiday in New York to a woman driving right here in Iowa thinking to herself, let me run over this girl because she looks different from me. We can't wait to put an end to that because hate has no home in the United States of America. We can't wait to act to make sure that in this country your race will have no bearing on your health or your wealth or your life expectancy or your relationship with law enforcement. That can't wait any longer. We got to act now. This is crying out for action. The need to do something about long-term care and retirement savings is crying out for action. The voices of people with disabilities wanting to be able to contribute more and be in the workforce, crying out for action. We are crying out for action on issue after issue, and it can't wait any longer. This is our chance. One more thing that's crying out for action right now. The need for us to take as much by way of resources and speak just as openly as we do about any other medical issue, about addiction, substance abuse, and mental health, and bring that to the forefront of our mental health system. This has to happen now. We can't wait. And the good news is the American people are already there on issue after issue. We just got to get Washington to follow up. And that's why I think the time has come to send in a mayor to get Washington to look a little more like our best-run cities and towns instead of the other way around. That's why I hope to be your president. And we're calling out to everybody to be part of this movement. I'm calling out to progressives, I'm calling out to moderates, and I'm starting to meet an awful lot of what I like to call future former Republicans. And they need to know how welcome they are in this movement that we're building, because it's going to take all of us to change what's going on in Washington. So, our gatherings have become a little less intimate than they were when I first turned up in Iowa, but I've never seen a room too big to have a conversation. So we got a couple folks running microphones. Go ahead and give a wave. 1, 2, 3. They will come up to you. They'll hold the mic for you, and I'm going to call on as many folks as time will allow us to do. Just stick up a hand, and let's hear what's on your mind. Let's start in this general. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mayor Pete. So my question is, with many norms being eroded away by our current president, what will you do to restore those norms and make sure others do not violate them?
Thanks. It's so important. Half the battle, I think, is what you don't do. There's so many things the presidents just didn't do, and we didn't really have to think about it much. You didn't have to write a rule saying that the President of the United States should not attack a military family. A rule to say that the President of the United States shouldn't lie on a daily basis. Or fall back on a pattern of insult so out of control that even the dead are not safe from the insults of this president. So half of it's just going to be to not do any of those really bad things. That's a low bar, but that's half of it. But it's going to take more than that. Our norms and institutions are being smashed right and left. And we have a responsibility to build them back up. I envision a presidency that stands as a reminder to all of the American people that we belong to the same country, even when we have nothing in common but the fact that we belong to the same country. See, when the presidency is working well, you can look at the White House, you can look at the president, and even if you disagree, even if they're not of your party, even if you wouldn't vote for them, still feel that the presidency, and therefore the White House, and therefore the country, belong to you. And I will be a president who sends that message to people who supported me and people who didn't. We can't go on like this. We got to have a president who is committed to calling us to higher values. And wouldn't it be nice to have a president who, when you turned on the news, you'd feel your blood pressure go down a little bit instead of up to the roof? I also think policies would help. We don't have enough things in common in this country. And we don't even sometimes have the same facts when we turn on the TV because we're getting our news from different places. It's one of the reasons why I got a little heat from this in my own party. It's why I went on Fox News, because I can't blame a Fox News viewer for not understanding my message if they've never heard it. So we're going to cut across some of those silos, and we're going to reach out in different directions. And we're also going to make sure that we create more common experiences. When I was deployed, I came to trust my life to people who were so different from me, especially on politics. But because we had to work together on something hard, we learned to trust each other. I want every American to get that without having to go to war in order to have it. And that's why I believe in creating 1 million paid voluntary national service opportunities a year to create that touchstone of experience for a new generation so that we at least have that much in common. If we have a president getting up in the morning thinking about how to call this country together, just as a mayor gets up in the morning thinking about how to call a city together, then we will find that we can rebuild on the rubble some of those norms and institutions that have been smashed up and build them better than ever. And we're going to have to, because our country is facing some tough, tough challenges in this century, and we're going to have to do it together. Thanks for the question. All right. See a question right there.
My ancestry is Latino. I have 3 Puerto Rican grandparents. And of course, I'm very concerned by the way that Puerto Rico and its citizens, who are U.S. citizens, and in fact, all U.S. citizens, are seeing a sort of gradation. There is such a thing as second-class citizenship in the United States of America. Right. And I would like to know how you will tackle recreating a unified citizenship for us all.
Yes. Thank you for speaking up to for our fellow U.S. citizens in Puerto Rico. And let's be clear, that's fellow U.S. citizens. So in the territories, and especially in Puerto Rico, there's some steps we got to take. First of all, that second-class citizenship is reflected in funding. So with things like Medicaid funding, the way it goes to the island is dramatically worse off. And we've got to true that up and make sure that it's on par. Same thing with disaster relief. The response to Hurricane Maria was shameful in the refusal of this president and administration to do the right thing, act fast, and help our fellow U.S. citizens, some of whom are still suffering, some of whom are internally displaced persons, refugees, effectively. People I met with in Florida who had heartbreaking stories of having to flee, families torn apart by what happened. Not just by the storm, but by its aftermath. And we have a responsibility to make sure that no part of our country is left behind. The other thing that I think will make a big difference is political representation. If Puerto Rico had electoral votes in the Electoral College, I'm pretty sure the response would have been a lot better to things like Hurricane Maria. We should deliver that, and if the people of Puerto Rico choose statehood, we should welcome that right away, but we shouldn't have to wait for that in order to have those electoral votes so that our fellow U.S. citizens have their voices heard in the election. Quick side issue on that, by the way. The reverse is happening in the District of Columbia, where you have electoral votes but no real representation in the House and the Senate. As if a worker in D.C. has any different problems or lesser problems than the rest of us. And by the way, D.C. would be the most African-American state in the Union if it were a state. The time has come there, too, to make sure there is proper political representation and not second-class citizenship. It's in the back. We'll try to get to you.
will you restore a position of skepticism toward the Soviet Union, towards Vladimir Putin's Russia?
Well, I'll tell you this much. If it comes down to trusting the word of the American intelligence community or the word of Vladimir Putin, I'm betting on my fellow Americans any day. This relationship has only grown more complicated and more troubled. And we see everything from aggressive behavior in the region to interference in our elections and human rights abuses across Russia, and we got to stand up to that. The reality is both our competitors and our allies are often behaving in worse ways, from Russia to Saudi Arabia, because of the disappearance of U.S. leadership. Now, we will look for ways to engage diplomatically and work together if possible. For example, Russia has signaled a willingness to engage on the New START treaty renewal, which would lead to less of a nuclear threat around the world, and we should enthusiastically seek to engage there if we can deliver a good faith renewal of that agreement. But when we see the kinds of behavior and the pattern of aggression that we see there, we got to be willing to stand up to it, and we will when I'm the President of the United States. All right. Got front and center. Go ahead, the mic will find you.
I'm a mom of 3 young kids, so preventing tobacco use is really important to me. E-cigarette use among youth is a public health crisis currently, with a total of 5 million U.S. kids now using them. These products are marketed in a wide range of flavors like cotton candy, mango, mint, all to attract youth. If elected president, would you support eliminating all flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes and menthol cigarettes? And thank you for your service.
Thank you. You're right. We see the use of these flavors in order to get younger and younger people to use. And the health implications of these kinds of e-cigarettes are very serious, very problematic, and may require, regardless of flavor, a lot more regulatory action. The bottom line is it shouldn't be up to the government to prove that these products are unsafe. It should be up to these companies to prove that they are. And they also need to prove that they are not going to be targeting children. If they can't demonstrate that, and I'd say as of today they cannot, then we should intervene, including intervening in the case of these flavors that are designed to make them more appealing, more accessible to young people, and get them hooked for life. Thank you.
Last question, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. No pressure. Last question.
How are you going to get things done, like Medicare for all who want it, if the Senate is mostly controlled by Republicans?
Smart question. Very smart question. I'll tell you Plan B first, okay? Plan B works like this. The thing we got going for us is most Americans want to see these changes happen. Even compared to what President Obama had to work with 10 years ago, when he had more votes in the Senate than I will. But now we have more of the American people around many of these issues than he did. I mean, you think about Medicare for all who want it, for sure, the idea of making sure that we have that alternative. Even issues that Democrats used to really be on defense with. I'm thinking about common sense gun law, for example. We're talking at least something like background checks. 80-90% of Americans, most Republicans, most gun owners think we ought to do it because it's common sense. And so when a senator is getting in the way of a measure, whether it's that, whether it's a higher minimum wage, whether it's paid family leave, whether it's political reform, if the senator is getting in the way of that now, they are acting against the will of the people, even in conservative states. And so one of my favorite activities as president, when I find that one of these senators is getting in the way, will be to take that big blue and white airplane that comes with the Oval Office and fly it directly into the hometown or capital city of that senator and remind their voters of what's at stake and get them to explain why they are defying their own voters on ideas that are not only part of my agenda, but popular with the American people, even in those conservative areas. In other words, it's not just going to be persuade. I'm all for trying to work across the aisle when we can. I'm on my third Republican governor, and we've found ways to work together in different things. But sometimes you just got to go around them to their boss. And their boss is the people of whatever state sent them there. So that's plan B. Plan A is to be a nominee with an inclusive enough message and strong enough coattails coming from the middle of America to see to it that Mitch McConnell is no longer the Senate Majority Leader, and preferably not in the Senate at all. Well, I'm sorry that our time is up, but I will be in Iowa quite often, weeks between now and caucus day, and I hope that we will continue to engage each other. And I hope that you understand now not just how I propose to win, but where I think our country needs to go that day I was telling you about. We can't wait for any of these things to happen. And I want to close by just asking, as I watch the news in Washington, I know there is a temptation to a feeling of exhaustion. Like you're watching this impeachment stuff, right? And it's just exhausting, especially when you think that it might get to that Senate and it'll be a foregone conclusion. And it makes us feel that temptation to just give in and switch the whole thing off and walk away. But that's when the cynics win. The great thing about 2020, the great thing about the year that is about almost 30 hours away, is that's the year when it's up to us. No matter what happens on the floor of the Senate, it's up to us to do something. And when we do, we're going to be able to look back on 2020 and have a sense of pride about what we did. I know it sounds funny to talk about pride and politics in the same sentence. Just like it's kind of funny to talk about hope these days. But I am propelled by a sense of hope. You can't run for office without it. Running for office is an act of hope. That's why they call us candidates the 2020 hopefuls. Running for office is an act of hope, and so is caucusing, so is knocking on doors, so is voting itself. So can I look to you to spread that sense of hope to everybody you know and draw them into this process? And are you ready to take our future back into our hands? And can I count on your support in the caucuses 5 weeks from tonight? Iowa, I believe you are going to make me the nominee and the next president of the United States. When you do, I will work to make you proud, and we will make history together. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support, and thank you for caring about the future of our country. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, it's not quite raining anymore here in the valley, but we've still got plenty of cloud cover and cooler than usual temps. I'm going to head on over to fox10phoenix.com. Pilar Arias here with you, everyone. Happy Monday afternoon. It is 56 degrees outside. Remember, you can always go to fox10phoenix.com to get the latest and greatest news and weather information that you need to know. All right, well, if you remember earlier today, Senator Chuck Schumer held a news conference about the Hanukkah attack. Let's hear from him now on Fox News Now.
Everybody being here at this moment when New York is grieving. And let me say a few things here. First, I want to say that the current state of hate in America has become a national crisis. We are here today to push a plan that will affect New York and the rest of the country. And we are not going to rest till we get this done. First, let me say the Muncie attack on the Jewish community was cowardly, callous, calculated. And we have seen over the last several years that there's been a rash of attacks on houses of worship of all kinds throughout America. And our houses of worship are targets, and they're defenseless. And so bad people, hateful people, terrorists, angry people choose houses of worship over and over again. What should really alarm every American across the country is that what happened last night or 2 nights ago in Rockland County and happened in Texas the following night is part of a cascade of violence and intolerance in America, and it's risen to a boiling point So we need much stronger federal action because we're in a crisis of hate. Yesterday, I spoke to the FBI and demanded they investigate the Muncie attack and the other past attacks from top to bottom. And the FBI is good at that. I have a lot of faith in them. But we have to look at this at all facets in terms of patterns, links, direct and indirect. The Muncie attack and the other New York attacks in New York prove that we need to do more. It affects not only synagogues, but churches, mosques, Sikh temples, houses of worship of any kind. And we've all read and heard about them. Houses of worship are particular targets. They're not the only targets. So we need the federal government to strengthen its hand in helping our houses of worship defend themselves and in going after hate crimes in general. So, I'm here today to outline a plan to better direct the federal strategy against this rise in hate, in extremist attacks, in anti-Semitism. And we ask for two things to help us deal with this problem in a concrete way. Words are important, but we have to do more than words, plain and simple, and I think that unites all of us here. First, we should dramatically increase the not-for-profit security grants that the recent episodes demand a surge in. These grants mainly go to houses of worship, but they can go to other 501c3s. Like, I'm not sure if the Rabbi Ruttenberg's house was a parsonage. Mm-hmm. Was it? Do we know? But if it was, it would be entitled. The synagogue was attached to it, so it probably was. So it would be eligible. And second, we need to increase support for federal programs to prosecute hate crimes. The statistics are unnerving. Hate crimes are up significantly, 17% in the last year. Hate crimes against Jewish people are up 37%, but we've seen them everywhere. There were 7,175 hate crimes reported last year, and a total of 8,437 offenses. Some did not fit the hate crime rubric. And religious hate crime composes about 20%. Race, ethnicity, or ancestry are about 60%. Jewish people have been the most frequent targets. Muslims have been the second most frequent targets on a percentage basis. So that's what we have to do. So let me go over the two things. There's something in the law called the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, NSGP. In fact, just in this past budget, I pushed for a $30 million increase to go from $60 million to $90 million. And now that's the law, and that will be available. The grant goes for two types of things: for houses of worship and other 501c3s that are targeted, that are hate targets, terrorist targets, to either do infrastructure strengthening, cameras, tougher doors, fencing that would prevent an attack. But it also allows the hiring of personnel, security guards and others, to guard these institutions. Some of our largest institutions already do this on their own. But so many of our houses of worship can't afford it. And yet they need the help, and there's a federal responsibility here. There's been a Federal Hate Crimes Act. I helped pass it back from the 90s. But to just have it on the books and not have it fully enforced and not have our houses of worship, which are targets, protected, would be doing words and not action. So we're proposing quadrupling the $90 million to $360 million in the next budget vehicle that comes along, which should come, they come along every few months. And the previous grant, the going from 60 to 90, had strong bipartisan support, and I believe this will too. This will not be a Democratic or Republican issue. But we need to do, so we want to do that. The second part of the plan increases the support to federal support to prosecute hate crimes. This was passed back in 2009 and signed by President Obama. But it only authorized $5 million for the Department of Justice. And it provides, quote, technical, forensic, prosecutorial, or any other form of assistance that the federal government can give to state and local law officials in the investigation or prosecution of a hate crime. Again, the NYPD is pretty good on its own. I have a lot of faith in them. But you're a smaller town, you're a smaller community. You don't have a police force that can deal with all of this. And this would be for the federal government to cooperate with all of the law enforcement departments throughout the country to go after hate crimes in a stronger and more significant way. There's been a need for resources, but it hasn't been funded to the extent it should. The $5 million should go up to $100 million. Okay? So that's what we're proposing. We have broad support among the various religious and ethnic communities, particularly those who are subject. And I'm going to call on some people to speak. And I think the first person I'll call on is Rabbi Niederman. Rabbi Niederman comes from the Satmar community, and it was, as you know, they lost. I paid a Shiva call to the Deutsch family after their loss in Jersey City. Rabbi.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Senator Schumer. As we spoke then, and you said that very clearly, words is not enough. Action. I can tell you, since that tragic day, and this is unfortunately that just 2 weeks later, I have to stand here again at a press conference talking about the horrific violence against the Jewish community. I thank you, Senator, that you are taking action, and I hope that everybody would understand the importance of securing the community, so when we get a phone call in the morning, is it safe to me? We have 30,000 children just in Williamsburg, and the question comes, can we safely send our child to school? Will he come home safe? I hope with both initiatives we will be able to tell them, yes, with Hashem's help, it will happen. Thank you.
And next, from the Orthodox Union, we have Nathan Diamond. I don't know how to say it. Diamond. It said diamond, but it's spelled different. Diamond's what I always said. Said it right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you so much, Senator Schumer. More than a decade ago, my organization worked with Senator Schumer and other allies in Congress and coalition partners to create the nonprofit security grant program that he spoke of today. We did it then out of concern and an abundance of caution. We did not anticipate the nightmare that we are living through as certainly in the Jewish community right now. Jews attacked on the streets of New York, Jews attacked in Jersey City in a kosher grocery store, and a Jewish family attacked in their home in Muncie in the midst of a Hanukkah celebration. So we're very thankful for Senator Schumer's leadership that started more than a decade ago, and his bold proposal today to dramatically increase the federal support to keep our communities, our synagogues, our schools safe. It is a very dramatic and bold step forward. There's more that needs to be done. It is remarkable that in this country where I think government officials understand that their first responsibility is to keep their citizens safe, that there are so many synagogues and other houses of worship that have to pay out of pocket to have police patrol or be posted in front of their synagogue or their church or their mosque. Senator Schumer's proposal will be very, very helpful in addressing this need. But we also are looking to work with state officials and local officials and step up the resources across the board so that everyone who steps into a house of worship in this country, every child that steps into a school in this country has a sense of security and safety and knows that they will not have harm befall them when they're exercising their most basic and fundamental rights of worship and study. Thank you again, Senator Schumer, for your leadership.
And now representing the Muslim community, we have Mohammed Razvi. Right.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
So the most important thing is, my name is Mohammed Razvi.
Tell them
And
your title. Yep.
I am the CEO of COPO, Council of People's Organization, and the president of Muslim Census Committee 2020. We represent over a few hundred organizations that we're working with, and Senator, our heart goes to you because you are at the forefront of helping everyone. It's not just the Jewish community, it's not just the Sikh community, but it's the Muslim community, it's the Catholic community, it's all communities and all ethnicities. What steps you have taken previously and what you're proposing now, we as a collective group are coming together to make sure that we are all safe. Attack on any one of us is an attack on all of us. And hate is not something a child is born with. That's something at the dinner tables when somebody makes a remark, seeing someone who's different and talking to their children or something. This is something we need to figure out how to have our community members to understand. And I'm tired of this word tolerance. It's respect. It's respecting each other. And it's an honor. It's honoring each other's differences. That's what's going to make it better. And if we have to, with our senators' help to get these resources, so be it. We're going to have security cameras. We're going to have more security. And we look forward, and I hope, and I really hope that others come and join this collective group and pushing this, and others do not block the senator of what he's proposing. And if they do, we're going to be there backing you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from Our Lady of Fatima in Astoria, is Pastor DaCosta.
I'm going to echo that statement of being a hate crimes. When we target one person, one group, it is targeted for us all. The hate has no reason. Hate is a destructive to our fabric in our city. I'm Father Darrell from the Roman Catholic Church and part of also Faith in New York. And one time we had a campaign talking about our beautiful city. We need to work together. And when there's events that make a message, send a message of a destructive message that is counter to unity and harmony in our city, we need to make another statement that reaffirms our position to be united, to be able people who work together and build up our city. So I thank Senator Schumer because our laws are very important to help us to protect everyone in the city, as well as our working together and sending a message and reaffirming our message in families and in our homes and in our institutions that we need to respect one another and actually love one another as proper neighbors. So I thank you again, Senator Schumer, for your support.
Thank you, Pastor. Jonathan Greenblatt, the ADL fights hate in all its dimensions. It was formed by Jewish people, but they go after everybody who's a hater and whoever they go against.
Thank you, Senator. I first of all want to just say
your title.
I'm Jonathan Greenblatt. I'm the CEO and National Director of the ADL. So first and foremost, our hearts break for the families who lost loved ones in Jersey City. And we mourn not only for those who suffered this weekend in Muncie, but all those who've been assaulted and violated in Brooklyn over the past year. And we've seen those attacks step up. In just the last week and a half or so, we've seen more than a dozen anti-Semitic incidents, mostly assaults on the streets of Brooklyn. And look, what happened this weekend, violating a holiday in someone's home is about as blasphemous, is about as amoral as you can imagine. And so when we're living in a moment where Jewish people aren't safe in the supermarkets where they shop, in the synagogues where they pray, in the homes where they celebrate, we all have a problem because these were indeed anti-Semitic attacks. And as the senator said, the number of anti-Semitic hate crimes has gone up dramatically in recent years. But they're not just anti-Semitic, they're anti-American. Because these are attacks on all of us, as my colleagues have said. And they get to the essence of what's special about our democracy, which is that it celebrates and it honors our differences. And that's why I'm so glad that the governor called these an act of domestic terror. That's what it was. And I really want to applaud the governor. So number one, what we're going to do here, what he's going to do, increasing the funding to safeguard at-risk institutions, matters so much. Whether it's a synagogue or a gurdwara or a church or a mosque, all people should be safe in the places where they pray. And then secondly, the technical assistance, so the federal government uses the full weight of its power to help state and local authorities, could not be more important, because that's where these hate crimes happen, on the street and in neighborhoods. And I think it's a really big deal. So let's not forget, the long-term solution, the best antidote to intolerance, is education and engagement. So even as we step up security, we need to keep our eye on the ball and remember that understanding one another in the classrooms and in communities is the best way to build bridges. Thank you.
And, you know, I want to just echo what Jonathan said, just the picture of all of us here from so many different backgrounds. It says to the Jewish community, you're not alone, but it says to every other community, when, God forbid, you're attacked, you will not be alone either. We will all rally for one another. And with that, I want to call on Mohinder Singh Tanaya, my friend from the Sikh community.
Thank you, Senator. Hawali Allah noor upaya कुदरत के सब बंदे एक नूर ते सब जग उपजा कौन भले कौन मंदे. You know, this year we are celebrating 550th birth celebrations of founder of Sikh religion, Guru Nanak, who walked 28,000 miles 500 years back to spread the message of universal peace and brotherhood. You know, we have grown up with the values of intolerance and secularism, and that is why when sometimes these things do happen, they really hurt us. The proposal by Senator Schumer certainly will allow us to accomplish a lot of things, but more than that, we all have always to stay united, and even in our everyday life, we have to be very proactive and very aggressive in outreach for all the communities to get together. Then only we'll be able to remove all these disparities and all these kind of misconceptions or ignorance that many people have, and when they start behaving like this. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mohinder. Next, we have Eric Goldstein. He's the CEO of UJA Federation.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. Thank you for convening all of us here today. We are particularly grateful to Senator Schumer for championing the non-for-profit security grant program. These dollars really do save lives. We know this. Yom Kippur, there was an attack at a synagogue in Halle, Germany. A much greater crisis, much greater tragedy was averted because a short time before they received funding from the Jewish Agency and the Federation movement to harden their doors and to put in a camera system. But for those hardening the kinds of dollars that Senator Schumer is championing, the tragedy would have been much, much greater loss of life. We support a network of hundreds of not-for-profits, Jewish community centers, camps, synagogues, day schools. No one should have to walk into these institutions in fear. We can't allow the current rise of anti-Semitism, these kind of violent attacks, become the new normal in our community. So we're incredibly grateful to Senator Schumer for these efforts, which we know they will save lives. Thank you.
Next, we have Rabbi Yerucham Silber of the Agudath Israel.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for bringing us all here together. Agudath Israel is a national organization based here, but we have an office in Washington and a number of offices around the country. And for as long as I've been around, yet for many years, we've been fighting for these issues back to the days of our late president, Rabbi Moshe Sherrill, I know was very close to
guide me.
Senator Schumer, correct. I know my colleague in Washington, Rabbi Abba has worked closely together with Nathan at the OU back when these grants were first instituted, the non-profit security grants. You know, one of the biggest inquiries we get from our affiliates, our synagogues and schools around the country are about how do we access these grants, and unfortunately there's been more applications than the funds were available. So thank you, Senator Schumer, for really quadrupling these grants, which will go a tremendous way in enabling our communities to feel safe. And in this time, we've been to too many press conferences, and I'm glad we're at a press conference where there's actually action, more than just words. And Senator, you're proving yourself once again as a Shomer Yisrael and as a Shomer of all of us. So thank you very much for bringing us. Getting involved both in the and as well as prosecuting this case as well, which is a very big deal.
Thank you, Rabbi. Okay. Thank you. And now we have Yitzhak Fleischer of the Bubov community. Where'd he go? He had to leave. So last but not, I think I have everyone except David Pollack from the Met Council. Jewish Community Relations. I knew him in the old days.
Right.
Okay, the old days he was the Met Council.
Okay.
JCR. It keeps changing. I remember when Malcolm Hoenlein was head of the JCR.
I do too. I worked for him.
That was 20 years ago.
Well, we go back to 2005. We go back farther than that, but in 2005, the nonprofit security grant program was conceived. It was started, and one of our champions was our show mayor, Senator Schumer. And we have helped literally hundreds of organizations receive grants over those years with tens of millions of dollars. Back then, we started talking about at-risk nonprofits.
Right.
And we couldn't have conceived of what at-risk was compared to what we know the risk is today. So we're deeply, deeply grateful to Senator Schumer, because what we know is that when a member of Congress gets up and makes a proposal, it's important, but when the leader gets up and makes a proposal, it's critical. And we're deeply appreciative, and all of those who applied last year and didn't get grants are going to be doubly appreciative of all of your work. Thank you.
David. Thank you. Okay, we'll take questions on this subject. Any questions?
Does this have to go through Congress?
Yes, yes. But it's both are existing programs. We don't have to write new programs. We just increase the money.
A national organization based here, where we have an office in.
Pretty concerned that the president perhaps could veto this because he basically said nothing about the incident.
Well, look, I think that this will get broad bipartisan support. We'll put it in a major budget bill, and it'll. I have little doubt that it would pass. It did last time. No one objected to the 60 going to. I pushed it, but from the 60 going to 90, nobody really objected. Because we've seen in every corner of the country, go to any state, and there will have been violence against a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a temple, you name it.
Do you have any concern that this money could be used? Because we've seen video in Rockland County of armed young men protecting.
No, there are
also the incident within the church in Texas.
Yeah, there are limits on. It certainly provides for security guards, but there are provisions as to who these security guards should be in terms of their training, in terms of who employs them, etc. We're aware of that. And these two programs, one is very small, but no one has brought up any misspending of money. The main concern is too little money, but not that the money's going to the wrong way or being spent the wrong way. Okay?
Where will the money come from?
Federal budget. Okay.
Senator, I've talked with Jews in the Orthodox community of Brooklyn that are thankful for more police presence and they're looking for that. But at the same time, they talk about getting to the root of the hate, maybe some type of education or outreach in other communities that are not just Jewish or Muslim. For example, is there anything in this funding that?
Not in this funding, but there are ideas and programs to deal with hate and dealing with that. And let me call on
I can answer to some degrees. So, the ADL announced last month with Borough President Eric Adams bringing our anti-bias, anti-hate educational programs specifically to schools in Williamsburg, Borough Park, and Crown Heights, where these incidents have happened because so many of the perpetrators have been juveniles. To bring our anti-bias, anti-hate education to those kids, we're going to reach an additional 10,000 students, mostly students of color, in Brooklyn, who are the ones who are committing these crimes. Because ultimately, we need to recognize the fact that, yes, we need policing and we need security, but education is the best long-term antidote. Because keep in mind, there have been amazing statements of support from people of color, from African-American leaders after these crimes happen. So it's just a few people who need to target them. Education's a way to do it.
And when a person of one race, creed, color, religion commits something and you blame everybody else, that's racism. That's what racism is. Okay, now I have a statement on impeachment, which some of you asked me, but I'm going to let my friends all leave here, so they probably have different views on that. But thank them all for coming.
To keep our C3 status.
Yeah. Thank you.
See you.
Thanks, Mohinder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call me if you need me.
Yes,
Pastor, say hello to everyone in your flock.
All right, everyone, good afternoon or evening, depending on where you're watching Fox News now from. We're taking a live look at the Valley right here, Phoenix, Arizona, where weather has not been typical. We're going to head to Houston, Texas now, though, where the police held a news conference earlier today about 2 women found stabbed in a home. I believe it was on the northeast side of the city. So we're going to get the latest from police right now.
And that's SHARP. Okay. With HPD homicide. Right. And so basically officers were dispatched out here after one of the residents at home returned from work overnight. He found one of the two females inside deceased. One lives here. The other one's friend that was visiting. She lives close by. And they look like they both died from apparent stab wounds at this point. We'll know more once the ME gets here.
Can you tell us where they were found in the house?
Yeah, they're both in the front entranceway, inside the living room.
You mean like the entrance to the house, right there by the door?
Yeah.
Was the door open?
No.
So what's at the scene? Describe it to us. It looked like there was a robbery or some kind of a...
Well, as of right now, we don't know. I mean, we just have 2 women inside the residence. Both died from apparent stab wounds. And we have no witnesses at this point. We have no known suspects right now. You know, other than the reportee finding them this way.
Did you find a weapon or anything inside the home?
There may be a weapon inside. I can't confirm that right now until we get a better look once we're done with the scene.
And the house isn't ramshacked or anything?
No.
The person that got to the home, is it related to one of the women?
Yes, is a fiance to one of the females.
What are their ages?
I don't know off the top of my head. They're older.
They're
Yeah.
40s, okay.
Probably in their 40s, early 50s. Yeah.
And they were friends. That's where
Yeah, the other female inside there is a close family friend. We're being said that she may be also a cousin, but I'm not sure on the relation.
So I'm sorry, how were they found again? By the what?
By the fiance that returned home from work earlier this morning.
What time was that, ma'am?
Don't have the time on me right now.
Okay.
And homicide was informed about 10 o'clock. So whenever officers were dispatched out here, that's when he returned home about, I'm going to say, as soon as he got home, he called the police.
And do we have any indication of any kind of a motive of any kind?
No, not right now.
Did you see like a forced entry or anything that they used?
No forced entry that we could see. Like I said, the door was unlocked when the reportee returned home. And that's all we have right now. We don't have a witness. We don't have any known suspect. So.
Did you guys ask them what they were doing the night before?
I got an investigator talking to him right now to get a little bit more details, but I don't have any outcome of that interview right now.
Do you believe you're looking for someone at this point?
Well,
Could it have been between them two, or?
we don't know that right now, but like I said, I indicated we don't have any known suspect right now. So.
What do you asking the community for?
If they know anything, please give us a call Crime Stoppers, and remains anonymous, and just help us so we can find out what happened. We got 2 grieving families right now. I'm not sure on the time frame. It's right now. It's a wide time frame from about the time that the reportee left to go to work to return.
What time was that?
He left, I believe, around 7:30ish, and so this happened overnight at some point, or earlier this morning.
And are you identifying anybody? right now as far as victims?
Not right now until all families have been notified properly.
Do you tell us what is the age range of these females?
The females appear to be older. I want to say they're probably in their 40s, early 50s.
What about the neighbors? Did they hear anything?
Not that we know of right now.
Any calls they have received?
I don't have any information on that right now.
Can you tell us? You said that they were stabbed multiple times.
I can't. I'm not going to indicate a number because I haven't touched them or looked at them yet. But as far as details, but it is apparent stab wounds.
To both of them.
To both of them. Yes, they're in the same vicinity.
Last thing, can you just tell me
Sure.
can you describe as much detail as you can give us what that crime scene looks like? What you look like when you walk in?
No, because we're still under an investigation as far as that goes, and I don't want to give out any details that might be pertinent to our investigation later when we do identify a suspect.
What's
Okay.
What's your name and title?
Sure, it's Detective Nina Sharp. I'm with HPD Homicide.
Start with an E or?
No E.
Nina,
Yes.
N-I-N-A?
All right, everybody, it looks like we're having another Andrew Yang event kickoff, several for today. This time, he's going to be in Exeter, New Hampshire, moments away. It's the road to 2020, and you're watching it all unfold live right here on Fox News Now.
But I asked them. Some of them cheered. Maybe they were telling the truth. Some of them were Republicans. I know that because they were wearing Trump paraphernalia in Manhattan. Okay? Whatever you think of that, that is bold. That is not Trump country. Maybe one building in Manhattan. But most of it, that is not a safe place to be. But I saw young people. I saw brown people and black people. I saw Asian Americans, African Americans, Latino. I saw old people and I saw young people. But the face that I saw was what I believe the future of America is going to look like. If we are going to win the general election this year, we are not going to do it by blurring the differences. We are not going to do it by avoiding specificity and avoiding boldness. We're going to do it by declaring a new way forward, a specific alternative to what America is dealing with right now. When I see Andrew talk about universal basic income, how many of you here before Andrew Yang knew much anything about UBI or the freedom dividend? Not too many. I knew about it, but it's not something I spent a lot of time thinking about. I've been talking to a lot of people that say, I like Andrew a lot, but isn't a wealth tax better than a UBI and a value-added tax? And here's the thing. You give me a few minutes, and I can yang them. And I don't by the way, how many of you here would classify yourself currently, pre-Andrew's arrival, as yang gang? Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. I'm keeping an eye. I'm keeping an eye. Okay. Because there are times several months ago where the only people that would show up at our events back in April, May, and June were people that would call themselves Yang Gang, which it's great. And I don't know if anybody here is a preacher or a minister or a priest or anything like that. Sometimes it is fun to speak to the choir. But this is a growth business, right? We need to expand to people who are not yet Yang Gang. How many people here tonight?
Ask how many Republicans, Independents, and Democrats are in the room.
That's very good. Give me 1 second here. All right. First, let me ask this: you didn't know you were about to enter quiz phase of the time-killing portion of this program. How many of you here? Be honest. We're friends. Did not raise your hand when I said, "Are you already Yang Gang?" Raise your hand. It's all right. Yeah, baby. That's what I like. You know what, y'all? You all are future Yang Gang. You don't realize how close you are to becoming part of the Yang Gang. So what is the Yang Gang? Anybody here in the Yang Gang want to tell the folks that aren't yet, that are about to be, what being part of the Yang Gang is?
The most wholesome gang in the country.
I didn't know what he was going to say, folks. You shouldn't be that much excitement. It truly is. It is, I have never seen a less negative base of supporters, because we figure that everybody's got a shot at becoming part of the Yang Gang eventually. So if you're with another candidate tonight, it's a free country. At least it still is. And that's great. But I also know, as a kid from New Hampshire, I was 10 years old in 1984. And everybody thought Walter Mondale was going to be the Democratic nominee and blow through the primary. He blew through the Iowa caucus. And you all know that in New Hampshire, we do not like reaffirming what the state of Iowa tells the country to do. Some folks are like, oh my God, if we don't finish first in Iowa, we're screwed. And I'm like, hey, this is New Hampshire. Sometimes the worst thing you could do is finish first in Iowa. We think we're going to do well in Iowa, but we're going to do real well here in New Hampshire because this diverse base that was mentioned here. How many of you here are registered Democrats? All right, how many registered Republicans? Oh, I see. The hands are half up. That's okay. Right on. How many undeclared, independent, never voted before? Yeah, that's New Hampshire right there. All right. If you're comfortable, I'm going to ask. Anybody here vote for Donald Trump 4 years ago? All right, it's okay. If you notice, why does Andrew Yang get less time on the debate stage than anybody? Because he's 6 for 6 on getting the least time on the debate stage than anybody. There's the Yang media blackout. There's MSNBC anti-Yang. This is also part of the Yang Day. But I'll tell you what else it is. If you look at a diagram of who mentioned other candidates in the course of a 3-hour debate, Andrew almost never mentions any other candidate. He is not running against Joe Biden or Pete Buttigieg or Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren or anybody else. There is a mission. There is a place to go. There is a message to deliver. There is a problem to solve. A specific set of solutions that get us there, the math to tell us how much it would cost, and a plan on how we can sustainably generate that revenue. That's Andrew in a nutshell. And it is amazing how many people find that refreshing. It's amazing. I remember I was at the July debate with Andrew in Detroit. I got to help him with debate prep. I got to play Michael Bennett. Who knew that my guy that I played was still in the race? He was amazed because he would get 90 seconds to answer a debate question, right? And he would go 70 seconds. I'd be like, Jesus, Andrew, these seconds are worth millions of dollars. Like a free airtime. Use your 90. Why did you use 70 seconds when every other political candidate filibusters to turn that 90 seconds into 105 seconds until the ding goes off 4 times and the music comes up like the Academy Awards? How come you go 70? And that's why I love Andrew. Because he said, because I could answer it in 70 seconds. This is not a politician, folks. To go back to 1984, and I think when I heard Andrew, I thought of a young outsider politician that a lot of folks had not heard of in these parts, that was trying to beat a former vice president of the United States. Walter Mondale was a former VP at that time, and the young outsider was a guy named Gary Hart. Gary Hart got crushed in Iowa. Mondale was going to cruise for the nomination. And then something happened in the final month and a half or 2 months leading into it. It turns out that he represented the next generation that could take on, he thought, the only way to beat Ronald Reagan in 1984 was going to be with something that was generationally different, stylistically different, that was specific, that had a little bit of nerd in it, a little bit, but that represented a fundamental, clear-eyed, different argument about where the country had to go and specific solutions as to how to get there. I was 10 years old, and the day before the primary, I was in 4th grade. And we put our heads down because the teachers didn't want us cheating by seeing who everybody else was voting for, right? And so all the kids were like, all right, raise your hand if you're voting for Ronald Reagan. And half the kids did because their parents told them to. Right? And then they said, raise your hand if you're voting for Walter Mondale. And most of the rest of the kids did. Remember John Glenn? American hero, astronaut, U.S. senator, like amazing. The kids raised their hand for him. Gary Hart got 1 vote that day. This kid. The next day there was a blizzard. Different from today, but nasty nonetheless. 1.5 feet of snow. I got up and I made a sign. You got to have heart. I was 10, that's all I got. H-A-R-T. We lived on the top of a hill in Pinardville, just outside of Manchester. And it was a dead-end street. And it turns out only 2 cars passed my sign the whole day. The one guy that lived above us, and a plow. And he won by 11 points. So you know why? Yeah, it's a damn sign. Yeah, of course it's a sign. No, it's because New Hampshire, more than any state in the country, the state I'm from, the state I'm going to die in, the state I love so much, it's the state that says a couple things. Number one, hey, Iowa, you do what y'all want. We're going to decide whether or not this race is over in 2 states or not. And I think there's immense change that's going to happen in the next 6 weeks. The Iowa caucus is 5 weeks from tonight. 5 weeks from tonight. The New Hampshire primary is 6 weeks from tomorrow. How many of you here have definitely decided who you're voting for? And I bet most of you are here because you've decided it's Yang. So is it fair to say most of you are up for grabs? What do you want to see in the person you're going to vote for on February 11th?
Young.
Check. Check. Any data we got, anything shows Andrew does a better job against Donald Trump than any of the other candidates. We do better than anybody in terms of percentage of 2016 Trump voters who, in a head-to-head, in a 2020 hypothetical matchup, go with Yang. We energize young voters, voters that did not vote at all in 2016. And one thing that I think is worth highlighting, what is the fastest growing non-white population in America? Anybody? Asian Americans. We as a party have not done a very good job of communicating, engaging the way we have, as we should, with African American and Latino voters, and to help drive up voter turnout. Asian Americans voted for Hillary Clinton in overwhelming numbers over Donald Trump in 2016. But the base of that number was smaller than it could have been because we did not engage this fast-growing dynamic base of Americans. Many immigrants, children, or grandchildren of immigrants. It is sitting there on a tee with explosive growth from an electoral standpoint that can help us in this critically important election. So we need somebody young representing the next generation of America, somebody electable who's going to beat Donald Trump. What else you want? Now the worst thing, the worst thing I could do is answer. I can't help you on that one. Anything else?
Good judgment.
Good judgment. I hope I just exercised good judgment right there. But the look,
we need a nominee with good judgment. That's what a president does. Makes decisions. Do we go to war? We want to nominate for this, that, what have you. Good judgment. That's what a president needs most.
Here's the reality. I mean, this was true as a mayor, as a governor, and as a president. In the executive position, the reality is that we typically do not know what the biggest decisions will be over the course of the term that we seek to fill. But we know that there will be big decisions. And so I would argue strongly that as much as anything, the positions matter. You'll hear about them tonight. He will answer the questions. But what you want is a thought process. Is this somebody whose mind is moving very quickly? Is this somebody who takes in information quickly? Is this somebody who listens to a diversity of opinions as part of making a decision? When I spent time with Andrew back in January, I fired a lot of questions at him. There are a lot of people that are skeptical that somebody who has never run for dog catcher before can be president of the United States, as if that's never happened before. And I believe this so strongly. I would not be with Andrew for several months, because I'm a relatively well-known political figure in the state, and folks were like, I like you and I trust your judgment. What the hell are you doing? Andrew who? John Yang? Like, the name's everything. The good news is they don't say that anymore. If you get a chance to see Andrew in person, invariably what I hear back is something like, okay, now I get it. Now I understand why this person has a chance to do things that better than any other candidate in this race can do, can be transformative as a president. But what I also saw was somebody whose mind was moving as fast as anybody I've ever seen that's run for political office. I trust his judgment. His learning curve in this unique set of circumstances is unlike any other candidate that I've been around in a presidential race. Very few people have run for president and achieved this status. In the last week and a half, tied for 4th place nationally I want you to consider this. There have only been a handful of people in the post-war period who have run for president having not held elected office ahead of time. Dwight Eisenhower, he beat Hitler. That's pretty good. That's solid. That's going to get you up there. Donald Trump, not solid, but one of the most famous people in the country entering the process. Not analogous. Even people like Herman Cain or Ben Carson were pretty famous, writing best-selling books, having movies, these sort of things, well before they ran for office. Andrew is truly an anomaly in the post-war history of our country. Somebody who was not recognized on a walk down to Manchester, who now is tied for 4th nationally in a presidential race. Now, I am told he is moments away.
Moments away.
But see, I told you a while ago that he was minutes away.
Now it's moments.
Now it's moments away. A distinction without a difference, potentially. He is, so I've been asked if he's in the city. Is he in the city? I believe he is. We need NORAD following his vehicle. 4 minutes away. Jesus. What else are you looking for in a president? The ability to filibuster? Yes, Nate.
The ability to form coalitions.
The ability to form coalitions. How are we going to beat Donald Trump? And more importantly, or just as importantly, how are we going to build a durable governing majority? If we win the election in a 50-50 country, or frankly, a 46-48 with the rest voting for somebody else country, that's kind of what we are. We're not actually a 50-50 country. The minority of people in raw numbers elected this president. This is a uniquely messy situation. It's only happened a few times, obviously. You've got to build durable coalitions to get big things done. When I look at the freedom dividend, the number of libertarian-leaning Republicans who tell me they like the freedom dividend, giving you $1,000 a month, because they like the fact that what Andrew is saying is he trusts you to know best what to do with that $1,000 a month per 18-year-older in your home. It may be that you have kids about to go to college, and if you have, say, 2 parents and a kid turning 18, that is $36,000 a year that you can push towards higher education. If you need to buy your first home, you can take that money and push it towards the down payment of a home. You can use it as it relates to medical care. You can use it as it relates to needing a new vehicle. There are so many things that you can do with it that in so many ways address the fundamental problems that we hear about at all the Q&A. And I can tell you right now that as much as I appreciate most of the leading Democrats, all of them, all the leading Democrats running for president, does anybody really believe that any of the folks, the 4 folks that are ahead of Andrew in the polling, can connect with as wide a coalition, create a durable coalition, excite the base to the level that Andrew is doing right now? I don't think so. And if we don't build that coalition, our worst case scenario is we don't win the election. And if we do, we're unable to govern and show that we deserve to lead. All right, what else do you want in a president? Bipartisanship. It turns out that some folks think the way to get bipartisanship, and I mentioned this earlier, is to blur the differences everywhere possible. To almost be boring. As if there's bipartisan agreement that boring is awesome. There's bipartisan agreement on this, that most typical politicians are not what the country wants right now. People are definitely looking for a different direction. Consider the pinball machine that is America in the course of my lifetime. We went from Richard Nixon to a small state ex-governor Jimmy Carter, to an ex-actor ideological conservative in Ronald Reagan, to a blue-blooded vice president of that president, to a small state governor with some personal issues but a ton of charisma from Arkansas, to the son of the blue blood guy, to Barack Hussein Obama, to Donald Trump. That's my lifetime. That's it. Is there any pattern that you've ascertained in that? I'll tell you this. The best pattern I can tell you is the further we get from the 70s to today, the wider people are willing to consider. They don't know what they're looking for exactly, but they know they're not looking for what they got right now. If we nominate somebody who is a typical politician, we run the risk, in the name of bipartisanship, of actually furthering the divide. And I think there is one candidate who I believe is not just in the community, but is in the building. I know what you feel like now. He's parking now? They're parking and getting out. When this is all done, I don't mean like the campaign. I mean like this monologue. I will be at the bar. And I hope you will too. But not until you've agreed to take a volunteer shift and knock on doors, because direct voter contact is the name of the game if we're going to turn energy into votes and win this primary, because that is the mission. This is not a moral thing. This is about getting the W. I would not be taking as much of my life right now doing what I'm doing, taking some crap early in the year for being with the guy that you hadn't heard of before. If I didn't think he was the best person to be president, the best person to beat Donald Trump, the person that I want my kids a few years from now to be like, all right, my dad was there on the ground floor when he worked for somebody who changed America for the better. For the better. There's a lot of change going on. These are the stakes. And this is why better than we ever have before. At the end of this process, we're going to have to work together. We're going to have to work with each other. We're going to have to stop talking about, I'm out of material. I'm out of material. Try the prime rib, yeah. Oh, no, that, I will get fired. I don't know if that's true. That's all right. That's all right. I think it's moments away. No, seriously. No, that's all right. What you need. What you need to do before you get out tonight, whether you raise your hand that you're already in the Yang Gang or you don't know yet that you're about to be part of the Yang Gang, is I need you to sign up. I need you to get your information out if you haven't already. We're knocking on doors. We have 10 offices around the state. We have dozens of staff and growing every day. We've got an amazing core of volunteers that we need to grow further. Andrew will be in New Hampshire the next 3 days. Please go, I don't know if we have some of it printed out, but go to yang2020.com and go under events. You'll see we've got a gazillion events the next 3 days. Then he'll be back next week from the 8th through the 12th for 5 days of jam-packed events with bigger venues. Evidently, we need them. And I thank you again for being here. Is Andrew in the building? Yeah.
If you haven't seen Bob Costa's interview with Andrew, you can see on YouTube. Bob Costa is a tremendous interview. Anybody see it? It's worth seeing. He asked a million questions, and Andrew has got a thoughtful, logical, reasonable answer right like that. And he's not just blowing smoke. Bob Costa interviews Andrew Yang.
Oh, Bob Costa.
Bob Costa.
All right, not the sportscaster.
Not the sportscaster.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Washington Post. That's right. That's right. All right. I'm told 2 minutes for real. Can I get an amen? Amen. Can I get a louder amen? Amen. You want to give me something else? Yang Gang? What? Those of you that aren't Yang Gang yet, what do you need to find out tonight in order to seal the deal? I still want him to get here because that's such an awesome answer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the next President of the United States. Thank God he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Yang. Doing well. There you go.
school here. I stayed in this inn just a few months ago. How many of you actually saw me speak at PEA? A few of you, I thought. Wow, are you a student there? Ah, so fun. I graduated from Phillips Exeter in 1992. How many of you knew that? Yes. Well, and I can 100% affirm that I would never be running for president if I had not attended Exeter. Because I grew up the son of immigrants, and the conversations around the Yang household were not, you're going to run for president someday. And at Exeter, those were also not the conversations. But after Exeter, I went to Brown University. Anyone here do that? Really? Awesome. And then I went to New York City and went to law school and became a lawyer. Was an unhappy lawyer for 5 whole months. And then left to start an ill-fated .com. How many of you have started a business or organization? All right, so if you had your hand up, you know 2 things. Number 1, it's much, much harder than anyone ever lets on. And number 2, when someone asks you how it's going, what do you say? Great. Only one answer to that question. So my business went great until it failed. My parents told people I was still a lawyer. Like, oh, okay, I'm just doing great. And I'd been bitten by the bug, and I said, I need to try and get better at this, building something. So I worked at another startup, and then another, and then I became the head of an education company that grew to become #1 in the US. Then was bought by a bigger company in 2009. Now, 2009 was a very tough time in much of the country. Can you believe the financial crisis was 10 years ago now? And this community was better insulated than many others, but it was a devastating time for much of the country. And I thought I had some insight as to why the financial crisis had unfolded. It was because so many of the, frankly, very smart kids I'd gone to Exeter and Brown and Columbia with had headed to Wall Street and come up with mortgage-backed securities and derivatives and exotic financial instruments. And that had crashed the economy. And I thought, what a train wreck. That does not seem like what you would want your talent and energy dedicated to. So then I thought, well, what would you want to dedicate your talent and energy to? And the idea I had was that our young people should head to Detroit, Cleveland, Birmingham, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, and help create businesses. But that thought seemed out of reach because I tried to start a business myself in my 20s and had failed. So it would be impossible to ask people to take on that same mission in cities that were new to them. But I thought, well, what would be realistic is for them to learn the same way I learned, because I apprenticed to more experienced entrepreneurs and leaders for a number of years to develop. So I thought, well, you could have enterprising young people go work at existing growth companies in Detroit, Cleveland, St. Louis, Baltimore, and then help those businesses grow. So that was the vision. I started a nonprofit called Venture for America to make that vision real. How many of you all work at nonprofits? How many of you volunteer at nonprofits? You should all have your hand up, or at least pretend on that one. Be like, I'm a good person. You can look around, see if anyone's fact-checking you on that. So the way I started a nonprofit is I put some money in, and I started calling rich friends with this question: do you love America? And then the smart among them said, what does it mean if I say yes to this question? And then I said, at least $10,000. And a number of them, including friends from Exeter, said, I love America for $10,000. So we raised a couple $100,000 that grew to the millions, helped create several thousand jobs in 15 cities around the country. I was honored by the Obama administration multiple times. I got to bring my wife to meet the president. So my in-laws were very excited about me that week. Oh, look at this picture of our daughter with the president. How many of you grew up here in New Hampshire? Many of you. Northeast, like me, I grew up in upstate New York. Midwest, couple South, West Coast, or Mountain West. Anyone? So I grew up in upstate New York and then came here for high school and then Rhode Island for college. I had never been to Ohio, Michigan, Alabama, Louisiana, all these places that Venture for America operated. And I was staggered by the gulf between regions, where if you fly between Michigan and Manhattan or St. Louis and San Francisco, you feel like you're spanning dimensions or decades or ways of life and not just going a few time zones. How many of you have had the same sort of experience when you travel other parts of the country? So I was trying to absorb what that felt like, where I was getting clapped on the back and brought to the White House, and I had this sinking feeling where the work I was doing was like pouring water into a bathtub that had a giant hole ripped in the bottom. That things were getting better, not worse, in many, many communities in Ohio and Michigan and Missouri. And then Donald Trump won the election in 2016. How did you all react when that happened? Tears, shock. Well, I've never heard regurgitation, but there are many people who I'm sure had that impulse. I thought his victory was a massive red flag, where tens of millions of our fellow Americans decided that taking a bet on the narcissist reality TV star was the way to go. And though you might have reacted with shock or dismay or disbelief, we all have family members or friends or neighbors who celebrated. That's particularly true right here in New Hampshire. Now, if you were to turn on cable news and try and figure out why Donald Trump's our president today, what answers would you get if you just turned on one of the big networks? Russia? Well, this is at that time. So, but you could say economy, immigrants, Russia, Facebook, racism, Hillary Clinton. Wiener? I hadn't heard that one, but maybe. Electoral college. Yeah, that might have been a big explanation.
Too many people didn't vote.
Lack of turnout, Hillary Clinton, emails. So I'm a numbers guy, and I looked at the numbers for a clearer explanation as to why he won, and I found it. We automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs that were primarily based in Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Missouri, Iowa, all the swing states that they needed to win, if that list sounds familiar. This happened in New Hampshire too, but it happened earlier in the northern part of the state. I've been to that part of the state. This state lost 12,000 manufacturing jobs over a number of years. And if you go to one of those towns have never come back. Where the plant closed, the shopping center closed, they lost population. When I was up in the northern part of New Hampshire, the town supervisor said, we measure our progress by how many people leave. Like if the rate of departure slows down, that's actually progress for us. That's what happens in many manufacturing communities that are hard hit. Again, 4 million manufacturing jobs lost in the swing states primarily. And if you doubt this explanation, there's a straight line up between the adoption of industrial automation in a voting area and the movement towards Trump in that area. It's the strongest correlation you can find. And unfortunately, what we did to those jobs, we are now going to do to retail jobs, call center jobs, fast food jobs, eventually truck driving jobs, and on through the economy. How many of you have noticed stores closing in your area of New Hampshire? And why are those stores closing?
Amazon.
One word answer, Amazon, right? Amazon's soaking up $20 billion in value every single year, closing 30% of our stores and malls. Most common job in the United States, retail clerk. Average retail clerk's a 39-year-old woman making between $9 and $10 an hour. What is her next move going to be when the store closes? How much did Amazon pay in federal taxes last year? Zero. That's the math, New Hampshire. 20 billion out, 30% of stores and malls close, zero back. Most common job starts to disappear. When you all call the customer service line of a big company and you get the software or bot, you do the same thing I do, which is you pound 000, say human representative until you get someone, right? Right? How many of you all do that? Oh yeah, we all do that. That software is miserable. Like as soon as you hear the voice, you're like, oh no. Start pounding it. But in 2 or 3 short years, the software is going to sound like this. Hey Andrew, how can I help you? It'll be seamless, efficient, delightful. You might not even realize it's software unless you know. What is that going to mean for the 2.5 million Americans who work at call centers right now making $14 an hour? How many of you have seen self-serve kiosks in a fast food restaurant like McDonald's? Every location in the country in the next 2 years, they say, is self-serve kiosk. And now they're looking at the back of the house, like the robot burger flippers and fry cookers. The rubber is really going to hit the road with truck driving or freight. How many of you know a truck driver here in New Hampshire? There are 3.5 million truckers in the United States, most common job in 29 states. My friends in California, and I want you to imagine Asian guy, goes to Exeter, goes to fancy schools. I literally have friends who are working on the self-driving trucks in Silicon Valley. They tell me they're 98% of the way there. A self-driving truck just took 20 tons of butter from California to Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago. Why butter? I have no idea. But if you Google robot butter truck, you'll see it comes up. And the reason why my friends in Silicon Valley are working on the robot trucks is because the cost savings are estimated to be $168 billion a year if they automate truck driving. Think about that number for a second. That's such a staggering sum that if you're an investor and someone comes to you and says, I've got software or equipment that can help automate truck driving, I just need $500 million to develop it and hire hundreds of engineers, you write that check because you see the $168 billion a year pot of gold. And if this team can make any meaningful progress, you're going to get your money back multiplied many, many times over. My friends tell me that self-driving trucks are 5 to 10 years away from hitting our highways in earnest. What will that mean for the 3.5 million Americans who drive a truck for a living, or the 7 million plus Americans who work at truck stops, motels, and diners that rely upon the truckers getting out and having a meal every day? Something like 10% of the jobs in the state of Nebraska support trucking. What will those towns look like when the truck doesn't need to stop? This is the greatest economic transformation in our country's history, what experts are calling the fourth industrial revolution. When is the last time you heard a politician say the words fourth industrial revolution? 2 seconds ago. And I'm barely a politician. My wife would have run the other direction if she ever thought I was going to run for office. Honestly. Again, now the conversation around the Yang household. And she jokes even now. She's like, you'd make the worst politician ever. Because I'm really bad at lying. Got a terrible poker face. Even when I proposed to her, I was like so nervous. I had like this ring. I was like burning a hole in my pocket. I was like, oh my gosh, she knows. Anyway.
What happened?
What did happen? So I proposed, and I eventually got a yes. In the same general afternoon period. Now, I'm not sure I've ever told people this story. I mean, I hope she's not embarrassed by this. But I think her exact reaction to me was, why are you doing this? Which is not exactly what you want to hear when you're on one knee. It's like, that's not exactly the desired response. But we got to yes. 2 kids later, happily married. Anyway. So my first reaction was not to run for president, even after I went through all these numbers, said, oh my gosh, we're scapegoating immigrants for problems immigrants have nothing to do with. We're going through this historic transformation. How are we going to help our people transition? My first move was to head to Washington, D.C., to sit down with our leaders and say, what are we going to do to help our people through this time? And what do you think the folks in D.C. said to me when I said, what are we going to do? Who are you? Nothing. The 3 major responses I got were these. Number 1, we cannot talk about this, Andrew. Like, we cannot communicate this to the American people. Number 2, we should study this further, Andrew. Number 3, we must educate and retrain all Americans for the jobs of the future, which sounds pretty good. How many of you have heard a politician say something effectively like that? Yeah. But then I said, look, I looked at the studies. Do you all want to guess how effective the government-funded retraining programs were for the manufacturing workers who lost their jobs? I'm anchoring you low because it's very low. 0 to 15% success rates. They're a total dud. Of the former manufacturing workers, half left the workforce and never worked again. And of that group, half filed for disability. You then saw surges in suicides and drug overdoses in those communities to the point where now America's life expectancy has declined for the last 3 years because suicides and drug overdoses have each overtaken vehicle deaths as cause of death in the United States of America. You know the last time America's life expectancy declined for 3 years in a row? The Spanish flu of 1918, global pandemic that killed millions. You have to go back that far. It is highly unusual for life expectancy to ever to decline in a developed country. It only just goes in one direction, right? Because you're getting richer, stronger, healthier, it just keeps creeping up. Highly unusual for it to go down once, and then a second time, and then a third time. Almost unprecedented. You have to go back 100 years. So when I said this to the folks in D.C., one of them actually said to me, well, I guess we'll get better at it. And one person in D.C. said something that brought me here to you all tonight, here in New Hampshire. He said, Andrew, you're in the wrong town. No one here is going to do anything about this because fundamentally this is a town of followers, not leaders. And the only way we will do something about it is if you were to create a wave in other parts of the country and bring that wave crashing down on our heads. And I said, challenge accepted. I'll be back in 2.5 years. And that was 2 years ago, New Hampshire. And I stand before you tonight. I stand before you tonight. I'm 5th in the polls to become the Democratic nominee. We raised $10 million last quarter in increments of only $30 each. So my fans are almost as cheap as Bernie's. And we are growing because we are laser focused on the real problems that got Donald Trump elected, and we're advancing real solutions. We need to rewrite the rules of the 21st century economy to work for us and our people. Now, if you're here tonight, and I really appreciate you braving the elements and coming here, I have to say, I have a briefing document anytime I do one of these events, and it said, expected audience, 80 people. And I look around, and I'm like, this seems more like, what's the fire code in this room? I don't want to get in anyone any trouble. But one of the reasons why I love campaigning here in New Hampshire so much is that you all have the future of the country in your hands. And I'll give you one data point. How many, raise your hands and show me how many presidential candidates you've seen in this cycle so far. So this would be 4, this would be 8. Go ahead and just raise your hands. So 7, 1, I appreciate that. 5, 7, more than 5. So the reason why we all come here and stump for your vote is because you all have outsized power and influence in our democracy. I did the math. Do you know how many Californians each of you is worth? 1,000 Californians each. So you look around this room, there are about 160 of you here. That's like 4 football stadiums full of Californians. That is the power of this room. The power to change the course of history. Just like that. It's one reason it's such a joy to campaign here. Because other Americans look up and they see the pipes just clogged full of money. And they think there's nothing they can do about it. They're generally right. There is very little they can do about it. But you all can. You can flush the pipes clean just like that. You can take a vision of the rest of the country and have it sweep the nation like wildfire. In, what are we talking about, 7 weeks, 6.5 weeks, something along those lines? That's the power in this room. So it's a joy to be here. This is the real thing, unlike all of the other window dressing. And certainly a lot of the chatter from the cable news networks is completely irrelevant to the reality of what is going to happen here in 7 weeks. So the question is, how do you use that power? What do you do with it? If you're here tonight, you know that my flagship proposal is that every American gets $1,000 a month starting at age 18. How many of you know about the freedom dividend? If you're here, yeah, probably everyone. And the first time you heard it, I know what you thought. You thought that's a gimmick, that's too good to be true, that will never happen. But this is not my idea, and it's not a new idea. Thomas Paine was for it at the founding of the country, called it the citizens' dividend. Martin Luther King fought for it in the 1960s. It is what he was fighting for when he was assassinated in 1968. It's called the Guaranteed Minimum Income. In his 1967 book, Chaos or Community, he said, this is what we need to bring the country together. I had the privilege of sitting with Martin Luther King's son in Atlanta. And he told me that this is what Dad was fighting for when he was killed. And my first reaction was, I can't believe you just called Martin Luther King Dad. But then you realize he is your dad, because you're Martin Luther King III. I'm just like, wow, that's incredible. 1,000 economists endorsed it in the 60s. It passed the U.S. House of Representatives twice in 1971 under Richard Nixon. Family Assistance Plan came this close to being law. And then 11 years later, one state passed a dividend where now everyone in that state gets between $1,000 and $2,000 a year, no questions asked. And what state is that? Alaska. And how do they pay for it? Oil. And what is the oil of the 21st century? Technology, AI, software, self-driving cars and trucks. A study just came out that said that our data is now worth more than oil. How many of you saw that study? How many of you have access to a Netflix password? There's a documentary called The Great Hack, and it includes that study. How many of you got your data check in the mail last month? We laugh, but where did the data checks go if there's so much value being generated? Facebook, Amazon, Google, the mega tech companies that are paying zero or near zero in taxes. Do you see how it's happening, Exeter? This is your job to change it, to make sure that the Amazons of the world pay their fair share. $1 trillion tech company paid zero in taxes. How is that possible? How do they pay less in taxes than everyone here tonight? So what we have to do is we have to get our fair share of every Amazon sale, every Google search, every Facebook ad, every robot truck mile, and then put it into your hands in the form of this dividend of $1,000 a month. We generate this value. Your data is generating tens of billions of dollars worth of value. You're not seeing a dime. One argument I'm making is that our data is still ours, even if we loan it to the tech companies. Am I right? So if anyone's profiting from it, should we not participate in this? Especially because after this $1,000 a month comes into your hands, where would the money go in real life? How much of it would be spent right here in New Hampshire? Most of it, not all of it. You might get your own Netflix password. But most of it would go to car repairs you've been putting off, and daycare expenses, and Little League signups, and local nonprofits, and cultural and religious organizations. This is the trickle-up economy from our people, our families, and our communities up. This is how we make it so that everyone's included in the 21st century gains that are being generated at almost unimaginable levels underneath our feet. And I see it. I've been there. I've been to the Googles and Amazons. I'm friends with some of the leading technologists in the world. And they tell me that they see what is coming out of the labs in artificial intelligence, and they are deeply concerned about the impact it's going to have on the rest of the country. What they say, you know how the sentence never goes? It's like, I see what's coming out of the lab, and it's going to be fine. That's not the end of that thought. I spoke to a group of 70 CEOs in New York City, and I asked, how many of you are looking at replacing back office clerical workers with AI and software? Guess how many hands went up out of 70? All of them. All 70. The fact is, you could fire any CEO who didn't have their hand up, because we know that all of their incentives are around maximizing the bottom line, and their workers aren't part of that bottom line. That is the system that we have built, and it is up to you all to change it. There is no one else. If you don't change it, it doesn't change. That's the power of New Hampshire, but that's also the responsibility you all have. And one of the reasons I love being here is that you take that responsibility and own it. You take it very, very seriously. So this $1,000 a month goes from being dramatic to necessary and inevitable as soon as you recognize the enormity of the situation we're in. And here in New Hampshire, I've been all over the state. There are many, many rural areas that feel like they're being sucked dry, truly. And you see the negative spiral that ensues. When the main street starts closing, people start leaving, property taxes, what happens to them? They start going up because then you have to support the school, and they're looking around being like, well, not as many people around. So then you get trapped in this tough cycle because your property taxes are creeping up, and your housing stock's actually harder to sell. So this is the negative spiral that many communities here in New Hampshire are experiencing. And their kids feel like they have to leave the community or even state in order to access the opportunities that they want. That is what we have to change. We have to make it so that the economy works for us, and that we're not all inputs into the machine. And I know this on a personal level, in part because my wife is at home with our 2 boys every day, one of whom is autistic. What does her work get included in our economic measurements every day? 0. That gets a 0. Staying home with our autistic son gets a 0. Caregiving, nurturing, volunteering, all zeros. Arts, very often a 0. Journalism, increasingly zero or near zero. We're zeroing out many of the most important things in our lives. And this disproportionately impacts women and underrepresented minorities that the marketplace will systematically undervalue or exclude. Right now in this country, I talked to my wife about this, and we talked about universal basic income, which is the historic name for the freedom dividend, which is just everyone gets a share of the value that society is generating. And Evelyn asked me, she's like, how did it go from being mainstream, 1,000 economists endorse it, Milton Friedman, to now it takes the futurist presidential candidate to somehow drag it into the mainstream? Like, what happened in the last 50 years? And what I said to her is that we got brainwashed over the last 50 years to think that economic value and human value are the same things. That what the market says we are worth is what we are worth. That's how you wind up with otherwise reasonable people suggesting that we should turn a town of coal miners into coders when the mine closes. Because if the person or the town doesn't have any economic value anymore, then we stretch ourselves to ridiculous lengths to try and find some new economic purpose for them. And that's going to be a losing battle over time for us all. It's a losing battle for my autistic son. It's a losing battle for the truckers who, no matter how hard they work, cannot outcompete the robot truck that's going to hit the highway. It's even a losing battle for the accountants and lawyers who are going to be competing against software that can do that job more cheaply and efficiently and more accurately than even the hardest working human professional. This is the truth of the era we're in. Right now, we're measuring our economic success through 3 big measurements. And what are they if you turn on cable news? Like, what does it say about, like, hey, things are going great? Stock market's 1, GDP's 2, headline unemployment's the 3rd, right? So stock market prices, the bottom 80% of Americans own 8% of stock market wealth. The bottom 50% own essentially 0. If you trumpet the stock market, you're tracking the fortunes of essentially the top 20% of Americans if you're generous. It's actually more accurately like the top 5% of Americans. GDP is at record highs while we're also setting record highs in stress, financial insecurity, overdoses, student loan debt, and the rest of it. Again, our life expectancy is going down while our GDP is going up. So which do you listen to? I would suggest life expectancy, because if you're dying sooner, like, it's not the sign of health. No, seems pretty obvious to me. And the headline unemployment rate obscures the fact that millions are dropping out of the workforce, that people are working 2 or 3 jobs to get by, that the majority of new jobs that are created are temp gig or contract jobs that don't have benefits. The fact that if you are a young person who's fortunate enough to graduate from college, you have tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and there's a 40 to 44% chance that you do a job that does not require a degree. So if you're a parent of a college-age person and they're coming out and you feel that uncertainty, you're not alone. If you're a young person, we have set you up with massive indebtedness and a very insecure economy in terms of your ability to climb a corporate ladder that may or may not exist. If you're a young person, I apologize to you because we have left you a mess. We need your help to clean it up. The first thing to do is to acknowledge the crisis state we're in. So if GDP, corporate profits, and headline unemployment rate aren't the right measurements, what would actually get you excited if I said it got better here in Exeter? Health, right? Health and life expectancy, that's pretty core. It's like if I say, hey, you got healthier and you're living longer.
Climate.
Clean air and clean water. If I said we've got more sustainable, our emissions went down, you would be happy about that. Mental health and freedom from substance abuse. Say I got happier. And New Hampshire, unfortunately, is one of the epicenters of the opiate epidemic. 8 Americans are dying of drugs every hour, which is unconscionable. And that was a disease of capitalism run amok. We let some of the drug companies profit to the tune of tens of billions of dollars and kill tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of Americans. So these are the measurements that would tell us how we're actually doing. How about childhood success rates? How about proportion of elderly Americans who can retire in quality circumstances? Income and affordability. So these are the things that actually will tell us how we're doing. And as your president, I will update GDP to these measurements. And that sounds like magic, but it's really not. We made up GDP almost 100 years ago. And even the inventor of GDP said this is a terrible measurement of national well-being and we should never use it as that. And that was 100 years ago. Think about that. So now we're following this century-old measurement off a cliff and being like, hey guys, things are going great, look at GDP, while our people are struggling and suffering. Self-driving trucks will be great for GDP. They're going to be terrible for many American communities. So you have to line up the measurements to tell us how we are doing. Donald Trump, in 2016, said he was going to make America great again, and then what did Hillary Clinton say in response? America's already great. Remember that? I know it's been a long 3 years, Exeter. Oh, it's about to end, though. We're going to end it, am I right? So Hillary's response did not resonate with many Americans when she said America's already great. The problems are real. The suffering is real. We have to acknowledge the depth and severity of the problems, but then we need solutions that will actually help us all move forward. What were Donald Trump's solutions? He said we're going to build a wall, we're going to turn the clock back, we're going to bring the old jobs back. Remember all those things too? Exeter, you know we have to do the opposite of these things. We have to turn the clock forward. We have to accelerate our economy and society as quickly as possible to rise to the real challenges of this era. We have to evolve in the way we think about ourselves and our work and our value. And I am the ideal candidate for that job because the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian man who likes math. Now, most of you may not know this. Math is an acronym. What does it stand for? Make America think harder. That's right. We have to identify the real problems and adopt real solutions. I feel like this is the right place for that. I feel like Exeter is a very smart town, maybe in part because most of the time I was here I just had my nose in a book. just trying to smarten up myself. The problems are real, and unfortunately the Democratic Party has been acting as if Donald Trump is the source of our problems. He's actually a symptom. He's a manifestation of a deeper set of problems that we have to cure as a country. The Democratic Party, in my mind, should have had a real period of soul searching when Donald Trump won. It's like, how the heck did we lose to this guy? How the heck did tens of millions of Americans decide to head this direction? And a lot of it is that the feedback mechanism between the people in DC has broken down. Many people throughout the country don't feel like government is working for them, for us. And that's not a crazy feeling. Some of you might have that feeling too. The feedback mechanism is breaking down. The fact is that Washington, D.C. today is the richest city in our country. What do they produce?
Gridlock.
Unclear. Produce a lot of wealth, though, somehow. Our politicians in D.C. succeed whether we succeed or fail. And that is the feeling that is driving many people towards Donald Trump. We have to restore that feedback mechanism by saying, look, the government is going to activate resources and put them into our hands. We're going to trust our people. We're going to build the trickle-up economy. I'm a parent, like many of you. Raise your hand if you're a parent. Oh. So if you're a parent, like me, you've had this sense of unease. Maybe you've even been afraid to express it. If you were born in the United States of America in the 1940s, which some of you might have been, though you look great. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I'm thinking about it. 40s. Do the math. 30s? Oh, wow, you look fantastic, sir. 1938. If you were born in the 1940s in the United States of America, there's a 93% chance that you were going to do better than your parents. That's the American dream. That's pretty strong. That's the dream that brought my parents here as immigrants. If you were born in the 1990s, which is some of you, I'm guessing, you're down to a 50-50 shot, and it's heading downward very, very quickly. That is what we have to address, New Hampshire. If you don't address that, it's going to be very, very hard to bring this country together. I'm running for president not because I fantasized about being president. I'm running for president because, like many of you in this room, I'm a parent and a patriot. I have seen the future that lies ahead for our kids, and it is not something I am willing to accept, and you should not accept it either. we have to do better for them. If we do come together in this way, we can be able to look our kids in the eyes and say to them, your country loves you, your country values you, and you will be all right. And that is the message I want us to send to the rest of the country in February of this year. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Exeter. We're going to make history together. We're going to rewrite the rules of the economy to work for you. Because if the rules are not working for you, they are not working. Am I right? Oh, I love it. I love being here so much. What's the number one criteria for Democrats in terms of the nominee? Beat Donald Trump. That's right. That's actually number one. How many for you is that? That's the number one criteria. Let's try that. It was a poll right here in New Hampshire that said that 10% of Trump voters would choose me over Donald Trump, which is all we need to win. You get all the Dems and progressives together, and then you peel off independents and libertarians and 10% of Trump voters. We win this thing in a landslide. Now, most Democrats have not realized yet that I am the candidate to take on and beat Donald Trump in 2020, but more people are realizing it every single day. It's a beautiful feeling. One survey came out that said that 18% of college Republicans would choose me over Trump. Think about that. It's us plus 10 to 18% of Trump voters, and we're going to knock him out so bad. It's going to be a landslide, and it has to start right here in New Hampshire in the next number of weeks. I love you guys. Would love to take some questions. Thank you all so much. So this handsome gentleman here is Zach Grauman, who's my campaign manager. And he has passed me a note, said that we just had our 1 millionth donation to the campaign, as I was saying. Was it someone in this room? Were you on the phone while I was talking? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, so we'd love to take a question. Sir, go ahead. Yeah, raise your hand. Yeah. Let's get this man a mic. We'll all do it. I'm coming your way, sir. Look at this.
Thank you. I'm Attorney David Mirsky from Exeter, and my question is, I know that you have the brilliant ideas for the future, but I just want to know, how are you going to defeat the evil that Donald Trump really is?
Thank you, David. In many ways, I'm the ideal foil for Donald Trump. And if you look at the candidates, he has messed with every single candidate in the field except for me, because I'm better at the internet than he is. And a lot of his strongest attacks don't work on me at all. Because what does he do? He caricatures his opponents as DC insiders and creatures. I'm another outsider, but unlike him, I want to solve the problems of the American people and improve our way of life. So I can draw in, again, 10% plus of Donald Trump voters who don't like DC very much. And as a Democratic nominee, all the Democrats are going to be obviously super excited. A survey just came out that said I am among the least disappointing nominees for the Democratic field. No, really, but this was like an incredibly important stat, because they surveyed thousands of Dems and like lined all the Dems up and said, who would you be disappointed in and the least disappointed in? And I was among the least disappointing. Which means that the turnout is going to be high, because people will get behind me, and then I'll get, again, the 10 to 18% of Trump voters. And can you imagine me debating him? That one of the things I can do more effectively than the other candidates is I can make him seem completely ridiculous. Let's go man-woman. Thank you, Lacey.
How would the freedom dividend affect those on Social Security?
It stacks on top of Social Security. So I would increase the income of every Social Security recipient right now by $1,000 a month. And that seems, again, too good to be true, but I've talked to hundreds, thousands of Americans who are receiving Social Security, and a couple of things became very clear. Number one, it's impossible to retire on Social Security alone. Number two, Social Security benefits are different depending upon whether you had to take time off from work, often to parent a child. So in many families, the mom is getting less in Social Security benefits. Number three, millions of Americans are facing essentially never retiring because they have to work until the day they die because they can't afford to stop. And if you look at the demographics, you see that we have to reformat our economy around caring for our aging relatives, but we don't have the economic resources in place to do so. So that's what this $1,000 a month can do for our society. It can enable Americans to retire with dignity, because you have $1,000 plus Social Security, and then you're talking. And then we can put actual resources in work to take care of people as they age gracefully, instead of right now. I have no desire to go into a convenience store and see a senior citizen working until the day they die. That should be a teenager working for beer money. Am I right? Yeah, I'm proposing the greatest expansion in Social Security benefits in history. And what I'm talking about now was mainstream wisdom in the 60s when we passed Social Security. It's just we've gone a very, very extreme distance since then.
Andrew, you have a lot of good ideas about campaign finance reform, and it's one of the most important things to me. We have a broken system. Thank you. So, what would you do to fix our broken campaign finance reform, and what hurdles do you think you will face when you try to do that?
I love this question so much, because this is one reason why Americans have lost complete faith in government. Again, millions of dollars of lobbyist cash is clogging the pipes, and you feel like your vote doesn't matter. There was a joke headline that said Americans should hire our own lobbyist, because that's the only way we would actually get anything done. It's like, I represent the American people. So most every Democrat will say we need to overturn Citizens United, which is correct. We do need to do that. But the fact is, corporate money had overtaken our government before Citizens United. Citizens United just made it more extreme. So what we have to do is we have to unify the people and the money. And I said this on the debate stage in LA. Fewer than 5% of Americans donate to political candidates or campaigns right now. So my proposal is to give every American 100 democracy dollars, use it or lose it, that you can give to any candidate or campaign that you want. That would get the donate rate from 5% to what? What do you think? 60 or 70. Americans are pretty lazy, so even $100 free dollars. A lot of people will be like, I can't be bothered. But you could get it up to 60%. And if you got it to 60%, you would wash out the lobbyist cash by a factor of 4 or 5 to 1. And then if a person was running for office and got 10,000 people behind them, that's $1 million in financing. And then if the lobbyist comes along and says, I've got $25,000 for you, you could be like, pass, because I'm getting $1 million from the people. I'm going to represent them. So that is something that is bipartisan, because many Republicans don't love, well, I shouldn't stretch. I mean, a lot of Republicans are in the pocket of these companies. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Dems too, unfortunately. I mean, I have a friend I went to Exeter with who worked in Capitol Hill for years for the right reasons. And he hated lobbyists when he showed up in Capitol Hill. What is he today, 15 years later? Lobbyist, yeah, you know the drill. So democracy dollars would free up legislators from having to pass the hat all the time. I'm for term limits of 12 years. We should send people to D.C. to do work and then come home. Problem is that they're trying to make a multi-decade long career out of being in D.C., and that should not be the orientation. So the first big move is to pass some sort of public financing democracy dollars. But I'm going to suggest to you all that one of the ideal ways to get money out of politics is to send someone into the White House that doesn't owe anyone a dime in terms of corporate PAC money. And that's me. Tens of millions of dollars raised in increments of only $30 each, purely people-powered, purely grassroots funded. And I joke sometimes that, of course, the companies would never have sent me because I'm like the anonymous Asian man. Like, that's the dumbest, if you're like the corporate being like, oh, this is going to work, let's send that guy. No, like, I'm just another citizen who represents our own interests, and we need to break the stranglehold of the money. So I agree with Tom Steyer. I agree with a lot of other folks. You know, Tom Steyer went to Exeter as well. I don't know if you all knew that. Yeah. We need to break the stranglehold of corporate money and flood the system with people-powered money. I want to overturn Citizens United, but the fact is that corporate money is going to find a way to creep back in unless we flush it out. I would also try and shut the revolving door between government and lobbyists in various ways. And like, I would have a ban on ever lobbying, but if you're going to do the ban on ever lobbying, or 10 years, which is an eternity in DC because everyone ages out and then your relationships don't matter anymore, then you would need to ramp up compensation at the government level. Say, look, no going to industry, but we'll pay you more. And that is a very, very fair trade. So my friend, who, again, I went to Exeter with, like, maybe he would not have been a lobbyist if there had been a ban on being a lobbyist and he'd gotten paid a little bit more on Capitol Hill. He's a good guy. I mean, I'm still friends with him.
Hi, my name is Yoon-So. I'm a student at Phil's Exeter. And my question for you is, what would you do to stop gerrymandering and give more people access to the ballot booth?
It's an excellent question. There's a lot of voter suppression going on around the country. Gerrymandering is a huge problem. It should be that voters choose our leaders, not leaders choosing their voters. So the leaders in terms of reform and activism on this are Eric Holder and President Obama, who have this anti-gerrymandering initiative that I endorse wholeheartedly. There are a lot of things I think we should do to try and elevate the ability to vote. I would have automatic voter registration. Anytime you get like your driver's license or something like that, we should be registering you automatically. We should be giving people the day off on election day so that more people are able to vote. So there are a lot of things we can do to try and encourage voting participation rates. We almost deliberately make it hard to vote in this country, and that includes, unfortunately, the way we're drawing up the voting areas, because that's being drawn up to favor one party or another. And in terms of democracy reform, and this is related to this, I'm for ranked choice voting, because you need to be able to have people express their preference. You need a more dynamic party system in this country. Right now you have this duopoly, and I'm a Democrat, but right now independents outnumber Democrats and Republicans in terms of self-identification. And if you're an independent, you look up and say, I'm not sure either of these parties are getting it all right. And your voice is getting drowned out because we have this winner-takes-all voting system. If you had ranked choice voting, you could express your true preferences. It would make our democracy much more vibrant and dynamic.
What about the Electoral College?
So the Electoral College has problems, but I think that advocating for its abolition is, frankly, a stupid waste of time. Because you would require a supermajority of states to get on board with it, and literally, like, many of them would be like giving up their own power and shooting themselves in the foot. The other thing is, if you're Democrats and you lose by rules that are literally engraved in the Constitution, and then you say, hey, we should change the rules, what does that say? You're saying, like, I can't win by the rules, so I'm going to try and change them? If you're going to advocate for changes in the Electoral College, you have to win an election by the rules you have first, and then go and say, hey, let's change these rules. If I'm for anything, I'm for proportional allocation of electors. Because, and you all benefit from this, and it's cool, and I love you for it, but there are only a handful of states that people campaign in because they're swing states. And if you had proportional allocation of electors, then you would have candidates going to any state just to try and rack up some support and votes, and it would even it out in a much more truly democratic way. Another side effect of abolishing the Electoral College that most people don't reflect on, it would privilege people in major cities and urban areas, because every candidate would just go where they could get a lot of bang for their buck in terms of media exposure, because a vote's a vote. So would I ever go to a rural area to campaign? I probably wouldn't. I would probably just go to every major media market, because anytime I show up on New York or Los Angeles TV, I reach many more people. So there are problems with trying to abolish the Electoral College, starting with the fact that it's completely impractical unless you had dozens of states that are willing to vote against their own interests, which we all know is not going to happen. I'll let you choose, because I see so many hands and they all seem so smart.
That's what I was thinking. I was interested in what you would do in your first year to address climate change if you were elected.
How many of you all are concerned about climate change? Yes, me too. It is bearing down on us. I was in Portsmouth, and there were buildings that are literally flooding more regularly now than they were years ago. There's a multi-million-dollar shrimping business that went to zero because the water got too warm and the shrimp died. If you saw me several debates ago, I outlined the new third position in American politics on climate change. Remember this? Position number 1, we need to fight climate change. Position number 2, climate change is a hoax. And then my position number 3 is it's worse than you think and it's already here. Do you all remember this? And then people were like, oh, Andrew's being negative. And then all of a sudden they adopted my position, like the next debate. Like, he's right. We need to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in protecting ourselves right now. You can't have towns in New Hampshire that are flooding and then having to fend for themselves on it. So, number 1, put a price on carbon day 1. If you're polluting, you have to have that cost built into your bottom line in the business. And that would give us tons of resources to try and move towards wind and solar, and it would make the companies that are polluting have to become much more efficient or pay big bucks into the system. Climate change action and financial insecurity, in my mind, are tied together. Because right now, 78% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Almost half can't afford an unexpected $500 bill. So if you go to them and say, we need to fight climate change, what is their reaction? Can't afford it. I'm worried about next month. You know, like years from now, has to wait. And then what's the next natural reaction? It's probably not going to be so bad anyway, or like maybe they're just hyping it up. We have to get the boot off of people's throats so that they actually can focus on the bigger problems instead of just putting one foot in front of the other. If you put resources into people's pockets, then instead of hearing, we have to fight climate change and thinking, oh, my costs are going to go up, it's going to be more inconvenient, we're going to lose jobs, which is what many Americans hear, they'll think, yeah, you're right, we have to fight climate change because we're going to be here a while, my future is secure, my kids' future is secure. The big move I would make is to build environmental sustainability into our actual economic measurements. Because right now, that tug of war is something that we're losing on with many Americans, where you say we need to fight climate change and they just hear higher costs. The argument I'd make is, what is going to be the cost of climate change if we do nothing? Trillions of dollars, easily. What we have to do is internalize that cost into our current measurements and say, look, when you pollute, that has a cost. If inaction has a massive cost, we have to act, invest hundreds of billions of dollars, and make our infrastructure more resilient before the fact. And if this seems dramatic, we've already moved a town in Louisiana because the water levels rose. Do we think that's the only town that likely will have to be relocated? Of course not. There are going to be dozens, maybe hundreds of towns around the country. So we have to start making bigger moves now. And that's what I would champion as president from day 1. I'm also the only candidate who's proposing a constitutional amendment to address climate change intergenerationally, because we can't let this be something that flip-flops from one administration to the next.
All right. I'm going to be the bad guy. Thank you guys for your patience. We're going to take one more question. And then, this is very important, the selfie line. If you decided to plant yourself here earlier this evening, you won the lottery. Because we're going to have the line go this way, we'll be very smooth and efficient, get the pictures, get the selfies, and appreciate how long you've waited here tonight. So, one more question. How are you going to do this? All right. Shout out. Give me an even number between 1 and 3.
3.
2. That's how we roll, baby. Thank you. Last question.
Hi, Mr. Yang. My name's John, and I'm with the Partnership to Protect Our Retirement Future. And my question is about the financial transaction tax. We like to call it the retirement tax because it would really hurt a lot of it. While it sounds good on paper, it would hurt a lot of just middle-class people. It would really it would hit all 401ks, 403bs. It would hit anybody with a 529, and it would really hit pensions, any pension funds. So I was just wondering, do you have a position on it? And that's it.
I want to strengthen the middle class and put everyone in position to be able to eventually retire with dignity. I want to rewrite the rules of the economy to work for us and our people across the board. I do think a financial transactions tax is a good idea. And the fact is, if you're a retiree who has your accounts in like a 401k, many of those investors are through ETFs, exchange traded funds, and they're not like turning over their assets all the time. And if you had a financial transactions tax, you could easily, if you were a firm, say, hey, maybe we're not going to incur more financial transactions and have our transaction costs go up. If you have a 401k or 529, you're probably allergic to any kind of transaction fees or taxes. You just want the money to be there and then grow steadily. So I'm for a financial transactions tax, but bigger picture, I'm for putting money into the hands of every American and making this economy work for us instead of trying to see ourselves as inputs into the giant capital efficiency machine. Because right now we're in a race that frankly more and more of us are not going to be able to win. We have to evolve from thinking of this as like some kind of rugged individualism, meritocracy, where everyone's worth is determined by like a combination of their like hard work and virtue and character, and start evolving to say we all have intrinsic value, whether you're able-bodied, disabled, a software engineer, or a stay-at-home mom. We have to make this economy work for everyone and let the rest of the country know it's not left, it's not right, it's forward, and that is where you all are going to take us in 2020. Thank you all so much, New Hampshire. Thank you.
All right, everybody. One of several campaign events that Andrew Yang held in New Hampshire today. Now it's Bernie Sanders' turn, right here on Fox News Now. Sanders is holding a town hall in Winterset, Iowa. I have been recording on it since the beginning, so I'm going to take you there now on Fox News Now.
For all the work she has done with Iowa CCI. And thank you so much for coming on board the campaign. Let me thank Denise Keller for her work in the trade union movement, and thank Brian McLean also, who is an active member of the trade union movement. Let me thank everybody for coming out tonight and wish everybody a wonderful holiday season and a very happy new year. And in case you got nothing else to do early tomorrow night, we're having a New Year's Eve party in Des Moines. We're having Prince's Band. Who remembers what that band, what's the name of it? Yeah, they're a great band. We heard them in Minneapolis. They are really something else. So if you got nothing else you want to do tomorrow night, come on out and join us in Des Moines. Our campaign, and Bob and others have touched on the theme, is about two things, really. Number one, it is absolutely imperative that we defeat the most dangerous president in the history of our country. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about Trump, except to say that regardless of our political views, I am more than aware that not everybody in Iowa agrees with everything that I stand for. But regardless of our political views, I think most of us as parents, grandparents, just don't want a president of the United States who is a pathological liar. I mean, we can deal with the president who we disagree with. There's no president who's going to agree with everything that you believe in. It's called democracy. But you don't want to have somebody who lies every single day, somebody who is a bully, somebody who demeans people, somebody who thrives in chaos. You don't want a president who is not only a liar, but who is a fraud, who told the working people of this country that he would work to provide health care for all, and then he tried to throw 32 million people off the health care that they have. He was a candidate who said, I'm a different type of Republican. I know you heard that here in Iowa. I'm not going to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. And then as president, he proceeded to bring forth massive cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, and cuts to the Social Security disability fund. This is a president who wages savage attacks against the undocumented in our country, but it turns out he hired undocumented workers in many of his resorts. This is a president who denounces corporations for going abroad, but it turns out as a businessman, he manufactured his products abroad. This is a president who wants to throw hungry people off of food stamps because we cannot afford to provide them nutrition, and yet when he was a businessman, he received over $800 million in corporate welfare as a real estate developer. So Trump is not just a liar, he is a hypocrite, and he is and will be defeated, and I look forward to doing just that. But this campaign is far more than just defeating Trump. And I think what makes our campaign kind of unique is that I'm here to tell you what I think no other candidate will tell you. And that is that no president, not Bernie Sanders, Bob was referring to this a moment ago, no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do it alone. Because I'm going to tell you what you don't see on TV much or hear from Congress. And that is, in America today, when you got Wall Street, where a half a dozen banks have assets of over $10 trillion, when you got an insurance industry that makes huge profits by ripping off the American people, when you got a pharmaceutical industry that charges you by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, when you got a fossil fuel industry who lies every single day about the products that they are producing and what that means to climate change, when you got the entire 1% which has enormous wealth. No one president can do it alone. We need millions of people to stand up and fight for justice, and that is what this campaign is about. So that is why what our campaign is about is us, not me. We are in this together because real change in America, whether it is the trade union movement, whether it is the women's movement, whether it is the environmental movement, whether it is the gay rights movement, whether it is the civil rights movement, no real change in America has ever taken place from the top on down. It has always taken place from the bottom on up. And that's what this campaign is about. And when we talk about a political transformation, we are raising questions and fighting fights that other campaigns don't do. And we're asking the hard questions. We're asking the question about the degree to which our country today is fighting, the leadership of this country is fighting to undermine American democracy. All right? We got Republicans out there who are trying to suppress the vote, who think that they will win by getting support from billionaires and making it harder for poor people or people of color or of young people participating in the political process. Well, my view is diametrically opposite. I want to make it easier for people to vote, not harder for people to vote. And I will tell you something else why I believe we are the strongest campaign to defeat Trump, because we have a very, very strong, unprecedentedly strong grassroots movement. Right now, one of the real crises facing American democracy is the degree to which billionaires are buying elections. You got billionaire families out there that are spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to elect candidates who represent the wealthy and the powerful. Our campaign does not have a super PAC. We don't want a super PAC. Billionaires are not contributing into our campaign. I do not spend my time going to wealthy people's homes and sitting down with a dozen people who are millionaires and billionaires and then leaving with hundreds of thousands of dollars. I am extraordinarily proud to tell you, and this comes from the bottom of my heart, that in terms of fundraising, our campaign has done what no campaign in the history of the United States of America has done up to this moment in a campaign. And I believe that within the next day, by tomorrow, we will have, for this campaign, received 5 million contributions from over 1.3 million Americans, and that average contribution is about $18 apiece. So when we talk about a political revolution, when we talk about having a government that represents all of us and not just the 1% and powerful special interest, raising money from working families rather than billionaires and super PACs is part of that political revolution. And I'm very proud that we are doing right now what has never been done in the history of this country. Now, when we talk about an agenda that works for working families, what are we talking about? All right, let me stop there, and I'm going to ask you a question, all right? We'll start with the questions earlier, and we'll come back later. All right, you're running for President of the United States. What are the issues on your minds? What would you be campaigning on? Ma'am? Stand up. I want everybody to hear that. Can we get do we have a mic, Misty?
Nice to see you again. I'd like to see more done to combat military sexual assault. Last year, 26,500 service members were sexually assaulted. And at the VA, 80% of females and, again, men are sexually assaulted per capita more than women, which is surprising. But 80% of the female veterans reported that they were either sexually harassed or sexually assaulted during their time in the military. It's a disgrace, and we need to work on it.
All right, can we get a, who's this? Okay, let's see if this can work. Thank you. I'm the former chair of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs. I am more than aware of those terrible statistics. My God, we want to stop all forms of sexual assault in this military, but the idea that, in this country, but the idea that somebody who goes serves their country, put their lives on the line, has got to worry about not somebody on the other side, but got to worry about people on their own side is unacceptable. And this is an issue we will certainly focus on. All right, what are the other issues that are on people's side? You're running for president of the United States. What you got? Yep, stand up. Can we get, do we have mics here? I guess we do not. Oh. All right, so there we go. See if that works.
The inevitable threat that is climate change that our species is facing. It's kind of life or death at this point.
Thank you very much. What's your name? Robert? All right. You know, as all of you know, I campaigned here in Iowa 4 years ago. And during that campaign, I was asked more than once, you know, what I believe to be the major national security threat facing the United States of America. And people often would think that I would respond by saying, well, it is Al-Qaeda, it's another terrorist organization, ISIS, whatever it may be. And what I said, that the greatest national threat facing the United States is climate change. And 4 years ago, people thought I was a little bit crazy. Well, they still do. But they think in terms of climate change, I think there has been, I see it in Iowa, I see it all over this country. People's views have changed. And you know why people's views have changed? Because they're now seeing what climate change is doing with their own eyes. You don't have to read a scientific report. You're seeing it with your own eyes. And let me just say something, Robert. I mean, Robert raised an issue that should get all of us very, very nervous. And that is because what the scientists are telling us is not just that climate change is real. Everybody in the world knows that except Donald Trump. not just that climate change is caused by human activity, not just that climate change is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. What the scientists are now telling us is that they underestimated the degree and severity and speed at which climate change is wreaking havoc all over the world. They underestimated the speed in which the polar ice caps are now melting and the ocean is now warming. And what that means will be rising sea levels, which will inundate major cities in America and all over this world. When you talk about the degree of climate change that we are looking at, unless we as a planet get our act together, you're talking about increased global warming to the degree to 7 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the century, which means more drought, which means more flooding, which means that farmers will have a shorter planting season to grow their crops, which means less crop production and a deterioration in the quality of crops that farmers are producing. It means an increase in illness because bacteria thrive in warm weather, and they will now expand beyond the areas they are currently in. It means more extreme weather disturbances. Some of you may have seen that Venice, Italy, one of the most beautiful cities in the world, was underwater last month. Houston, Texas, experienced unprecedented downfall. So bottom line here, and then on top of all of that, what the United Nations is telling us is that if we don't get our act together as a result of climate change, where people around the world are unable to find water to drink or land to grow their crops, there will be hundreds of millions of climate refugees. Think about what that means. Hundreds of millions of people on the move going to other locations, other countries, causing massive international conflict. So, Robert, thank you for raising that question. And let me just be very frank with you. From a moral perspective, we must make sure that our kids and future generations live in a country and in a planet that is healthy and is habitable. That is our moral responsibility as human beings. Now, I have been criticized because I have come up with the most comprehensive and sweeping climate change plan of any candidate to ever run for federal office. I believe that is the case. Okay, and it's an expensive proposition. I acknowledge that. But I want you to think for a second. Help me out on this one if you disagree with me. Tell me what the alternative is if we're going to save this planet for future generations. How much should we not spend? And I don't think there is an answer to that question. I think we have a moral responsibility to save the planet. Goes without saying. I've got 7 grandchildren, beautiful kids, and I want to see them and their kids live in a planet that is healthy. So I am a strong supporter of the concept of the Green New Deal. And what that is about is it tells the fossil fuel industry, coal, oil, gas, etc., that they will no longer have the right to destroy this planet, and that we will transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And in the process, we can create up to 20 million good-paying jobs as we invest heavily in retrofitting our older buildings. Vermont has a lot of older buildings, so do you here in Iowa. Create a whole lot of jobs. We cut people's fuel bills. We transform our transportation system away from fossil fuel, and we invest heavily in wind and solar and other sustainable energies. Iowa is one of the leaders in this country in terms of wind. You're doing a great job. But Iowa and other states, all of us are going to have to do much more. And here's where this issue becomes even more complicated and more difficult. if it's not difficult enough already. And that is, if the United States of America did everything right tomorrow, it would still not solve the problem. Because obviously, climate change is a global issue. So what I am here to tell you, that unlike this president who denies the reality of climate change, I will do my very best to help lead the world, talking to the people of China and India and Pakistan and Russia and Brazil and countries all over the world, making it clear that we have got to go forward together, making it clear that instead of spending $1.8 trillion a year on weapons of destruction designed to kill each other, maybe we pool our resources and fight our common enemy, which is climate change. So this is not easy stuff. This is not easy stuff. But the future of the planet is at stake, and it's something we just cannot turn our backs to. Okay, you're running for president. What do you got on your mind? Yes. I don't know if you're old enough to run for president, but anyhow, we'll let that be.
Medicare for all.
Okay.
Healthcare should not be for profit. It should not be reserved for the wealthy. It's health care for the wealthy, health scare for the poor. And we need a system that treats everybody fairly. And every single person, health care is a human right. And people should not go under. They should not lose their home. They should not die. Health care is a human right. Medicare for all.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to spend a moment on that issue. What's your name, by the way? Amy? I agree with Amy. But I want to spend a moment on that. It's a little complicated issue here. Throughout my entire life, for a variety of reasons, I have believed, as Amy does, that health care is a human right. And I believe that all people, regardless of their income, you're poor, he's rich, so what? You're both going to get sick. You're going to both face serious problems. You may have an accident. And it has never seemed right to me that just because you don't have a lot of money, you can't get the access to health care that you need. That's number one. Number two, I want to spend a minute on this, and I need your help. I want you to tell me whether I'm telling you the truth or not. Right now in America, what is the truth? We are spending almost twice as much per person on health care as do the people of any other country, okay? In other words, if I were to buy a car for $25,000 and you bought a car for $50,000 and my car worked better than your car, something is wrong, right? So we're spending almost twice as much per capita as our Canadian neighbors and friends all over the world, and yet we have, despite that spending, 87 million people who are uninsured or underinsured. I want to underline the word, underinsured. We got 30,000 people a year who die because, as Amy just suggested, these are people who don't get to a doctor when they should because they don't have the insurance. And amazingly enough, and this is a statistic that really does blow me away and talks about the cruelty of the current system. We have some 500,000 Americans last year who went bankrupt because of medically related bills. All right? Now, if you want to gamble away your money and you go bankrupt, it's your business. You want to engage in a risky business enterprise, it's your business. And if you fail, you fail. If you want to, buy a house that you really can't afford and you go bankrupt, that's your problem. But you should not go bankrupt in the United States of America because you're suffering from cancer. That is immoral and that is wrong. And we're going to change that. Now, healthcare is an expensive proposition. That is the way it is, and I'm not going to tell you it's not. So before we talk about Medicare for all, which is what, as some of you may know, I wrote the damn bill. All right. But before we talk about what Medicare for All does, I want to look at the current system. Because I have been criticized. People say, well, Bernie, you know, how are you going to pay for it? That's a fair question. And I'm going to tell you in a minute how I pay for it. Before I tell you how I am going to pay for it, I want my opponents, whether it is Trump in the Republican Party, whether it is the healthcare industry, whether it is the Democratic establishment, I want them to explain how we are paying for it right now. And I want you to help me explain it to them. Okay? Let's talk for a moment about premiums. All right? Anybody here paying premiums? Yes, you're paying premiums. All right. All right? Anyone want to tell me how much you're paying in premiums? A month? All right. He is paying $1,400 a month. That's about $16,000 a year. You got any deductibles or co-payments? Or is that? And on top of that, you got deductibles and co-payments. That's how you're paying for health care. I assume you're not a billionaire. You wouldn't be at this meeting, I think. Okay. Kind of a middle-class guy? Yeah, okay. All right. $16,000 is a lot of money to pay for health care. It's a large percentage of his income. All right. Anybody else want to tell us what they're paying for premiums? Yes, ma'am. $1,100 a month, which is $13,000 a year. Do you have any deductibles? Got a deductible. And you're also another billionaire in the room, right? You wish. Okay. All right. That's how we're paying for it. Anybody else want to talk about premiums? Yeah. Jesus God. I mean, that's a lot of money. Plus $6,000 out of pocket. All right. See, these are the points. You're paying $1,500 a month. That's $18,000 a year. Plus how much out of pocket? It's $24,000 a year. That's how he's paying for health care. Okay? All right, that's premiums. Now I want to talk about something else, which we don't talk about. And I appreciate so much people volunteering that information. Because everybody in America is roughly in the same place. That's how you're paying for it. Now, you can call the premium a tax for the insurance companies, whatever you want, but it's money coming out of your own pocket. Okay? Now, that's premiums. Let's talk about another phenomenon of American healthcare, and that is the so-called deductible. Now, what our campaign is about is trying to think outside of the box. Take a look at what goes on and say, whoa, does that really make sense? You would think on the surface that if you had insurance, you pay for insurance. Okay, I pay for insurance, maybe I'm paying too much, but I go to the doctor when I get sick, right? That is what you would assume. And yet, if you got a deductible before you can go into the doctor, you got to come up with thousands and thousands of dollars out of your own pocket. Think for a second. What happens if you are a working class person and you don't have the hundreds of dollars you may need to get the tests or go to the doctor? What happens? You don't go to the doctors, or you have to borrow money and go more deeply into debt. Okay? Who wants to talk about deductibles here? What kind of deductibles are people in Iowa looking at? How much? 8,000? 8,100? All right. So what she's saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, that before insurance kicks in, you have to take out 8,100 out of your own pocket. That's how that's before insurance. I didn't ask you your premium, right? You're also paying a premium. 1,400. Gee, God. You're paying high medical costs here in Iowa. Didn't anyone tell you that? You're from Missouri. You're paying a high price. I know that. Missouri has their own. All right? All right, deductibles. What else you got? Anyone else want to talk about deductibles? Any hands about deductibles? Yes, sir.
We have a $10,000 family deductible.
All right. You're paying $10,000 out of your own pocket before insurance kicks in?
For hospital.
For hospital, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else on deductibles? Okay, yes, sir.
A $6,000 deductible, and we just found out a couple weeks ago the same policy is going up to $13,500 next year. And we have $1,100 premium a month.
So the next time, thank you, the next time that you see on television somebody saying, hey, Bernie Sanders, how are you going to pay for Medicare for all? Remember what these folks here are saying tonight. And this is how tens of millions of people, workers and employers, are paying for their health care. They're paying outrageously high prices. And here is just a broad national, so you have humanized it by giving us some personal examples. But what the statistics are is the median family income in America, that family in the middle of the American economy, makes about $60,000 a year. That family is paying $12,000 a year for health insurance, 20% of their income. That, my friends, is an outrage, okay? So, now, what is Medicare for all? Now, that's how we're paying for it. We're paying for it. I was in New Hampshire the other day doing exactly this, and some guy shows up, Bernie, you want to know how we're paying for it? I don't have any health insurance, and I'm scared to death that I'm going to get sick. Sir, yeah. Is that your situation? Yeah. That's how we're paying for it, that people are scared to death that they may get sick. And if they go to the hospital, what's going to happen? You're going to go bankrupt, yes? You can't pay off the bill. That's how we are paying for it today, in a grossly unfair, regressive, and outrageous way. So let me talk about Medicare for all. Amy asked the question. Am I going to sit here and tell you, I'm not sitting, you're sitting, I'm standing. Am I going to stand here and tell you that it's for free, that it doesn't cost anything? That would be untrue. Of course, health care costs money. So instead of paying for it with outrageous premiums and deductibles and copayments and out-of-pocket expenses, we're going to pay for health care in a different, more rational and fairer way. Okay, for a start, what are you getting under Medicare for all? What kind of health care are you getting? You're going to get comprehensive health care. Now, Medicare today, anybody here on Medicare? Okay, you know two things. You know you got to be 65 to get into it, with certain exceptions. And number two, Medicare, while a strong program, does not cover, in fact, many health care needs. It doesn't cover dental care, which is a huge issue for people, and particularly seniors. Doesn't cover hearing aids, doesn't cover eyeglasses. And you know what else it doesn't cover? Home health care. The Medicare for All legislation that I wrote covers all of that. Because last that I heard that oral health and hearing and eyes, that's health care. And I don't know how you're not covered. So we expand Medicare to cover all of those health care needs. Okay? Then what we do is we have a 4-year transition period. And that is right now eligibility for Medicare is 65. We lower it first year to 55. That means everybody above 55 will be in Medicare. Number two, we then lower it to 45. We lower it the next year to 35. And the fourth year, everybody is in. Okay?
All right, everybody, good evening. Pilar Arias popping in here to let you know we are less than 5 minutes away from Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9. Unfortunately, I am going to be showing some footage from Haiti, so you will not be able to see me here on the News Now stream. Christy Larson will have you for a bit, but if you'd like to watch the show, just hashtag double tab, head on over to fox10phoenix.com/live. See you there, everyone.
So remember, covers everybody, comprehensive health care. Whether you're employed, whether you're unemployed, whether you're a school teacher, whether you're sleeping out on the streets, whatever you may be, you have health care, comprehensive health care. Without premiums, without copayments, without deductibles, without out-of-pocket expenses. Okay, that's good. Everyone's saying, that's good. Now, how are you going to pay for that? All right, let's deal with that, because we have to pay for it. Well, we pay for it through a number of different options, but I want to talk about one that is most relevant to working families all over this country. This is what we say. We are going to raise your taxes by 4% on your income with a $29,000 tax exemption. What does that mean? It means if you're that average family who makes $60,000 a year, your 21st, 29,000 are exempted. You are paying 4% of $31,000, which is a little over $1,200 a year for comprehensive health care. How's that? Okay, and we fund it. We eliminate premiums for employers as well, and there will be a payroll tax that will save the overwhelming majority of employers substantial sums of money. Now, how can we do this? Are we pulling these numbers out of the sky? We're not. Right now, you are living with the most wasteful, complicated, and Byzantine healthcare system in the world. All right? I was just reading something today where a lawyer, a guy who was a lawyer, his wife, I think, was a PhD, trying to figure out Part D Medicare, for example. I mean, it takes, it's very complicated dealing with insurance. So how do we save money? We save money because last year the healthcare industry and the pharmaceutical industry combined made $100 billion in profit. This president will take on the greed and corruption of the pharmaceutical industry. We will very substantially lower prescription drug prices in America. And the pharmaceutical industry is not just greedy. That they are notorious for. They are corrupt. They engage in price fixing. Anyone knows anything about the opioid epidemic? They were selling a product that they knew was addicting people and killing people, and they were making money off of that. We are going to take them on and very substantially lower the cost of prescription drugs. Some of you may know that a number of months ago I went to Canada. We have lost some great men, but so many other lives could have been lost. Someone's been asking today, do you know this guy? Did you know this guy? I had seen him. I had visited with him. I had given him food. I had offered him food at other occasions. He had been to our building. I thought about what to say today. I had it all written down. I'm going to read a blanket statement for our congregation in just a few moments for the media. But I want you to know, I'm not out here for these cameras. They could turn them off for all I care. Because it's not about anybody but this church and this community. We lost some great men. And I love this community. I love this church. I love this state. And I love our country. And I love our freedoms. And I'm not going to let evil take that away. You are the reason we are here. God said, go into all the world and teach. That's what we're trying to do. We're going to serve and do what we can to make your life easier. Y'all smell some food? They smell good? Well, that's for you. We have the Carpenter's Tools Care Ministry. It's a crisis care, rapid response care. Has come tonight ready to feed 1,000 people. And it's right around the corner here. And as soon as we're through, in just a moment, you're welcome to go. We want you to go and eat, feast, and fill your bodies. But we also want you to know that if you want to feast on the Word of God, it's going to be preached here, in truth and in love. I appreciate you being here. Please keep us in your prayers. Jeff Williams, DPS, is here tonight. I asked him to come out and be my buddy. He's my new hero. But this man right here has put his arm around me, hugged my neck, lifted me up whenever I needed it. And I have not hit the wall yet, but I will. And I know that I could call on him right now and say, hey, I need you. And he'd sit there and talk to me and visit with me. But this man, along with literally hundreds of other officers, came to our aid. White Settlement Police responded within 60 seconds of the first call and first call out. That's pretty good. In less than 1 hour, I counted over 75 officers on our premises. And literally hundreds came in and out, and people in and out. I know tonight we have people here that are part of a counseling group. If you need counseling, I know Bland's probably told you all this. By the way, Joel, little Bland is my buddy. I love calling him my little Bland. He's one of my friends, as well as my brother. Know this. Evil did not win. Jeff, you want to say anything?
I want to echo those sentiments that evil did not win. The partnerships that we have with law enforcement that responded to this event it's remarkable, and I'm very proud of everyone that participated. We're here to help this church recover and heal, and we'll do everything that we can to support that. Thank you all for coming out and your prayers, lifting up these families. Thank you very much.
I want to pray. And if you want to join me, I would appreciate that. So, gentlemen, if you would remove your lids and join me in prayer. Father God, I ask your blessings on these folks that are here tonight. They've taken time out to honor your congregation of people here in this place. The lives that were lost, including that of the man who caused evil. We pray, Father, that there are those who are hurting because of his loss, that you will comfort them as well. Comfort this church. Bless us, Father, when we leave this place tonight, that we may be stronger than we were when we got here. Father, the food that's been prepared, thank you so much for those that prepared it. And for those who share in that meal, Father, we ask that you bless it to nourish the bodies, that we may commit to ourselves to following you in your service. We love you, Father, and we thank you so much. Thank you for each and every one that came and opened their heart tonight. As they sang and as they prayed and cried and shared thoughts. Thank you, Father. I don't know what we'd do without you. I know that you're working, and sometimes we don't even know it. Some of us are even denying the fact that you have a place in our lives, but we look around us and we say, how did this happen if not by the hand of an almighty God? Thank you, Father, for loving us. But most of all, Father, thank you for Jesus, the sacrifice that he made, that we might have the hope of eternal life. In Jesus' holy and blessed name we pray. Amen. Please make your way over. Feel free to eat and enjoy. Stick around. Counselors are here. I've got to go back in and be with my family. I love you all. Thank you all.
good evening or good afternoon, everyone. Not quite evening yet. London, thank you for sharing with us your family story. I think it just highlights the fact that we don't provide the kind of services in this country that Americans deserve and that we can certainly afford. And I'd like to do something about it. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to thank you in particular for the warm welcome. I spent half an hour with your father earlier today. His father is the head Democrat in this state, and I'm happy to report that his father thinks that this mayor is doing a very good job. I thought the press would laugh at that, but they don't even do that. Anyways, earlier today, the mayor, as he said, took me around the National Memorial for Peace and Justice and the Legacy Museum. They are both very powerful and very important. The Crest Building also does some impressive jobs of trying to reckon with the legacy of racism. And throughout the morning, I've been thinking about someone who has spent his whole life fighting for civil rights, Congressman John Lewis, whose picture is in one of those museums. John Lewis is a true American hero, and if there's anyone who can win a fight against cancer, I think it's him, and I know all of us are pulling for him, and we're here today to continue the work of racial equality and justice that he's been doing for so long. He really is a great American, and our thoughts are with him. Now, as London said, we really do have a crisis on our hands, and when it comes to women and children's health, there are things that we should and can do. On Christmas Day, I visited a hospital in New York, St. Mary's Hospital, Children's Hospital. The kids and the families and the staff are just amazing. But it breaks your heart when you think about how many kids with birth defects have to be taken care of by society, and we're not doing a great job. It is mostly due to a lack of good prenatal care in so many communities. This is something that is totally preventable, and shame on us for not providing the care that pregnant women need. It's a very vulnerable time in their lives. We know it, and we know what to do. We just don't have the political courage or the compassion to take care of these women. And I'm determined that we acquire those two things. The reality is a life and death crisis, and it particularly hurts African American women. And yet you wouldn't know that by following the presidential campaign. One candidate, the president, is making the crisis here worse, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But even my fellow Democratic candidates are not spending time here in Montgomery or Jackson, Mississippi, or any of the other places that I've recently been across the South. So many Southern issues, especially in African American communities, haven't got the attention they should be getting. I'm trying to change that, and that's why I am here. This morning, I had a chance to sit down and talk with a group of local doctors and experts, and this is a reality that they see every single day. Nearly 2/3 of Alabama mothers report some kind of medical problem during pregnancy. Think about that. 2/3. Alabama ranks near the bottom of all 50 states, both in women and children's health and maternity care and infant feeding. And that's one reason why 40 years ago there were 45 hospitals in Alabama providing OBGYN care. Today there are only 16 that provide that care that so many women need. This is not just a problem, incidentally, just here in Alabama. Across our country, black women are nearly 4 times more likely than white women to die during childbirth. Just think about it, 4 times as likely. And the main reason is that black women are far less likely to have access to affordable quality care. This is completely unacceptable and completely something that we are just not going to tolerate, and as president, I will do something about it. It would not cost a lot of money to provide the care that they need. It only requires the attention and the will to do it. At the same time, here in Alabama, black babies are twice as likely to die during childbirth as white babies, and we need strong national leadership to end that disparity as well. Today, I'm releasing my plan to protect the health of women and infants. You can read it in full on our website, but let me just touch briefly on a few points. First, as president, I will end the war that President Trump and Republicans in Washington are waging on health care. Now, it's not just Washington that's the problem. State capitals across the South are also attacking women's rights and women's health. And here in Alabama, the attacks have gone far further than anywhere else. We need a president who will counter those attacks and protect the health and rights of women. The Trump administration has doubled down on them, unfortunately. They've pushed for limitations on Medicare coverage, which only hurts the people who need the help the most. They tried to eliminate the Obamacare requirement that insurers cover contraceptives. They've effectively blocked Planned Parenthood and other family planning organizations from receiving federal funding. And they even blocked health care providers from referring patients for abortion care. I will reverse all those actions as president immediately, and I will work to repeal the Hyde Amendment, which effectively prevents many low-income women from getting abortion care. Second, I will expand access to reproductive health services by working with Congress to codify Roe v. Wade into law. I will defend and fund Planned Parenthood, something my foundation has been doing in New York for a very long time. It's really simple. If we want to improve preventive care for women, if we want more women to have access to cancer screening, if we want to reduce the number of unwanted pregnancies, and if we want to save lives, then the smart thing to do is to support and fund Planned Parenthood. I've done that, as I said, for many years, and my foundation is happy to promise to continue to do it. And with women's rights increasingly under political attack both here and abroad, my White House will stand strong for Planned Parenthood. Make no mistake about that. Third, I will provide a public insurance option for all who want to purchase it, and we will provide it free to charge to low-income people in states that have not expanded Medicaid. Right now, in the 14 states that have not expanded Medicaid, including Alabama, the program covers new mothers for only 60 days after they give birth. That is just not enough. All the doctors will tell you that they are vulnerable for a period greater than that. So our plan would allow for low-income women who would otherwise qualify for expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act to enroll and get the care they needed free of charge for as long as they need it. Fourth, I will expand the National Health Service. The Corps provides scholarships to students studying to become doctors, nurses, or other health care providers, and who agree to work in low-income communities. We will increase funding for the Corps and increase the number of doctors and nurses who will work in high-needs areas. Fifth, we will increase support for medical students from Black and Latino communities, and that includes more funding for medical schools at historically Black colleges and universities. The data shows that the greater racial diversity among physicians, that greater racial diversity for physicians will help improve the patients of color's outcomes. So this really is a priority. And to help address racial bias among all healthcare providers, we will require doctors to have training in understanding and countering the implicit bias that unfortunately comes in medical care. Sixth, we're going to address the impending shortage of OBGYN doctors. We'll encourage states to allow nurse practitioners and physician's assistants and other medical professionals to perform the full range of procedures that can help protect a woman's health care. If more people can give these services, the more will be available and the cost to the user will be lower. The last step I'll mention today won't make headlines, but you should know about it because it's critical. We're going to collect better data on women's health. That's a saying I used throughout my career that I brought to City Hall. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it, and that certainly is true here. Better data will give us a better understanding of the scope of the problems we face. So my plan standardizes data collection and concentrates it at the Centers for Disease Control, where it's available to all doctors and research institutions. And we will use that data to improve care and direct resources where they are needed the most. Taken together, all these actions, I think, will improve women's health, and they will be a top priority for me as president. And you can believe me when I say that because protecting women's health has long been a focus for me, going back to when I was mayor of New York City, we know what to do. We just have to have the political courage or the moxie to go do it. We increased access to emergency contraception, which helped us dramatically reduce unwanted pregnancies in New York City, particularly among teens. We brought the infant mortality rate down by 25%, more than double the national average in New York City. We also created a nurse-family partnership program to assist low-income mothers in being able to get the care they need when a doctor wasn't available or they couldn't afford it. At the same time, women's health and choice remain an important part of my foundation's focus. Bloomberg Philanthropies is proud to continue to work hand in hand with local partners and improve outcomes in some of the worst countries for maternal health around the world. I've been dedicated to these issues throughout my career. I know we can get results because we've done it before, both in government and in the private sector. In the greatest and wealthiest country in the world, we cannot accept the racial inequality in health care that exists here in Alabama and across the country. And as president, I promise you that I will make ending that inequality a top priority. I'm happy to take a few questions if you have any for London, the mayor, or me. I can't see, so if you speak up if you have a question. It's got the microphone here.
Sorry, I took it first.
That's all right.
Mayor Bloomberg, a question. You're still the co-founder and the majority owner of your company, and there have been concerns from both parties about conflicts of interest. Do you have a plan, if you're elected president, to avoid conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I've said if I were elected president, when I'm elected president, because I think that will happen, I will either put the company into a blind trust or sell it right away. It would be absolutely wrong for me to have that company while I am president, and that will not be the case, unequivocally. Next question. Somebody over here?
Just to make sure I'm clear, for low-income women, they would be enrolled in Medicaid regardless of their pregnancy status?
In Medicaid, for the people with the states that did not take the extra federal money, those women don't get the same benefits. We would fix that and make sure that the federal government provided that. We are too wealthy and too compassionate to let people go without critical care when we know they need it. We know in advance in this case. Another question?
Hi, you started off talking about race and a topic that is of big concern to a lot.
We can't hear you, so speak
I'm sorry,
up.
can you hear me? Can you hear me now? You started talking about race, and a subject that's come up a lot is the Central Park Five. And when you were mayor of New York, you defended the city and the police department's handling of this Central Park Five case. You argued that they both acted in good faith. Do you still believe that today? And do you think that the
I really have no idea. I've read in the paper. I've been away from government for a long time. Apparently the courts have ruled that they did not commit a crime, and that's the final word, and we just have to accept that.
But
it isn't a question of what anybody believes.
At the time, you did not believe that, and so I'm saying, have you changed your stance on that?
I think there was an awful lot of evidence presented at that time that they were involved. There's been questions since then about the quality of that evidence, and so I've been away from it for so long. I just really can't respond because I just don't remember. But there's been plenty written about it, and I'd suggest you go and read some of that. Next question.
You've bought some television ads here in Alabama. It is a Republican-controlled state. Why focus some of your campaign efforts here?
Well, it doesn't make any difference in a primary whether it's a Republican or Democratic state. because every vote counts, and the Democratic Party here has lots of members, and I would like to convince them to have their delegates committed to nominate me. When people talk about 6 states being critical in the election, that's in the final election between a Republican and a Democrat, where it's winner take all in every state except Nebraska and Maine. But it has nothing to do with the way primaries work. You want same number of delegates come from this state, whether the state is controlled by the Republicans or the Democrats. I think I roughly have 35 delegates, if I remember. And those are the people that I would like to have the voters commit to me.
Are they critical to the primary for yourself?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you add them all together. Somebody's got to, whoever, when all is said and done, and it may be without a contested election, a negotiated selection process, or with it. In the end, somebody will have a majority of the delegates, and that person will be the Democratic Party candidate to run against whoever the Republicans pick, which I think we can assume is Donald Trump. And I think that I can beat Donald Trump. I think that Donald Trump should not be president of the United States. I said that back in 2016 at the Democratic National Convention. He's just not the right person for the job, and I think he's done enormous damage to this country, both domestically and in terms of our relationships around the world. And I'm spending an enormous amount of money to try to replace him. Anybody else there? Yes.
Mayor Reed, this question is for you, Mayor Reed. You mentioned how candidate Bloomberg can connect to you because he has served in the position that you are now serving as a mayor. Is your appearance here today an endorsement of Bloomberg for president?
No, not at this time. What we're talking about, and he has not asked me for my endorsement, what we've been talking about is the city as a whole, this race and what it means for our democracy and what it means for our future.
Anybody else back there? I can't see, so there's a young lady here. Yeah.
To follow up on the question about advertising, your advertising blitz kind of it outpaces your rivals.
It's what I couldn't hear. You got to speak up.
Your advertising blitz outpaces your rivals by far.
I don't know what they do. You'd have to ask them. I'm not familiar with it.
Previous Democratic candidates, including Senator Clinton, have tried to damage Trump and didn't get that message across. Why do you think you'll be successful this time? And do you think that's causing criticisms that it's attempting to buy the presidency?
Well, I'm not trying to buy the presidency. I'm making an investment in the country that I love and that has been so good to me and my family. And so I'm spending a lot of money to try to replace Donald Trump. And for people that don't want me to do that, I guess they want to keep Donald Trump as president, because if you want to get him out there, you should hope I spend even more. Why do I think it's going to work? Because I think if the public really understands the empty promises that he's made and the reality of what he's done to this country and to the world, they will decide that they want somebody else to be president. Anybody else back there?
Yes, one more. Mayor Bloomberg, yesterday there was a church shooting in Texas, and the person who potentially saved a lot of lives was someone within the church that had a gun. A lot of people like to use the quote, good guy with a gun. Where do you stand on that, and what's your plan to tackle gun violence in this country?
Well, I've spent an awful lot of money and a lot of my time on Everytown, which is our gun organization that is trying to get background checks so that we don't sell guns to minors, to people with psychiatric problems, or people with criminal records. We're not trying to take guns away. The Second Amendment guarantees your right to have a firearm, but the courts have said that we can have reasonable restrictions, and the courts have ruled that those three things are reasonable. So we've supported a whole group of organizations, Moms Against Guns, and throughout the whole country of trying to get these background checks and red flag laws, and we have been making progress. Roughly half of all the states have them right now, even some states with Republican governors that have signed onto it. So getting guns out getting background checks is the first thing. The second thing I would say is, yes, it may be true, I wasn't there, I don't know the facts, that somebody in the congregation had their own gun and killed the person who murdered 2 other people. But it's the job of law enforcement to have guns and to decide when to shoot. You just do not want the average citizen carrying a gun in a crowded place. The likelihood of them, even if they're a police officer in a crowded place, of hitting the wrong person is high, and particularly if they're not police officers that are trained and with recurrent training as well to make sure that they know what to do and when. So it turned out okay, but that does not make this a practice that is sensible, and I don't think most people want to go to events where people have guns and decide who they want to shoot and who they don't want to shoot. If there's no other questions? Yes, last one.
There was a report this morning that your campaign is going to open a field office in the U.S. Virgin Islands. As far as I know,
couldn't hear one word you said.
There was a report this morning that your campaign is going to open a field office in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
I believe we are, yes.
What is the importance and the significance of doing that, being that you would be the only Democratic candidate to do so?
They have delegates, and I think we should treat everybody the same. We are competing for something called Delegates Abroad, where you can live in lots of different countries, and you get some delegates to allocate based on your preferences. Yes, the Virgin Islands are 3 small islands, but why not treat them the way we treat everybody else? We're also going to do something in Puerto Rico. We're going to be in every single state on the ballot and have offices in almost all of them. So I'm a believer that this whole country should be treated the same ways, and this is just part of that effort. Is it going to be a big effort? No, but it will be an effort that is sincere, and we'll try to inform the people of the Virgin Islands of what our policies are and why they should pick me as their candidate. Thank you all. I just want to thank the people of Alabama for having us, particularly the mayor, and London, thank you for your help. And all of you, we will be spending more time here in Alabama like we will in every other state. Thank you and have a good day.
All right, good morning. My name is Fred Waller, and I serve as Chief of Chicago Police Department's Bureau of Patrol. I am happy to be standing here beside so many of our partners, particularly the Office of Emergency Management and the Illinois State Police, as we prepare to celebrate the new year. New Year's Eve is a busy time for CPD. As others celebrate with friends and family, roughly 1,300 additional police officers will be deployed to keep everyone safe. This additional deployment of officers will be on top of our regular patrols that will be busy safeguarding all 22 police districts throughout the city. I want to begin by thanking all the officers who will be out on the streets in the final hours of 2019. Many of these officers have had their days off canceled to work on this important night. Others have shifted their assignments to focus on Chicago's many vibrant entertainment districts. With this shift also comes a change in hours, so many of our officers will be working late to keep an eye on the people of Chicago. Officers from every district and every division will be pitching in this year. Besides our reliable beat cops, CPD has called upon its Marine and mounted units for additional patrols. Officers will also be patrolling on bites in the Central Business District. K-9 officers will monitor the CTA and other large gathering places. Officers will also be patrolling on bicycles. Many of these specialized units will be part of a team of 300 additional officers that will be deployed specifically for the fireworks display planned along the Chicago River on Tuesday night. Another team of officers is assigned to the fireworks display planned for Navy Pier. The bulk of the officers assigned to these events, as well as other events throughout Chicago, will be in full CPD uniform. The idea is to boost our visibility on a night where so many people are out celebrating. That said, we will also have plainclothes officers at events mingling within the crowds in a discreet manner to watch for public gatherings. I'd like to recognize the Chicago Fire Department and the U.S. Coast Guard, too. These partners will be helping CPD monitor our waterways on New Year's Eve. The Department of Streets and Sands also deserves kudos for providing the barricades that mediate increased pedestrian and vehicular traffic on what is sure to be a busy night. And while CPD is adding manpower and strategically deploying resources, we rely most heavily on individuals throughout the city to make smart decisions on New Year's Eve. CPD asks everyone to be conscious of their alcohol intake, be safe at all events, and make responsible decisions. If you've been drinking, don't drive. The CTA, again, will offer free bus and train rides from 10 a.m. on Tuesday to 4 a.m. on Wednesday. And if you see something suspicious or unsafe, don't hesitate. Just call 911. The Chicago Police Department wishes everyone a safe and happy New Year. And now I'll turn it over to the head of OEMC, Rich Gaitis.
Chief Waller. Morning. I'm Rich Gaitis, Executive Director of the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications. We're here today to remind residents and visitors to enjoy New Year's Eve celebrations safely and responsibly. As always, the city will be monitoring events citywide as well as in the various entertainment districts throughout the city. Those heading out to celebrate are reminded to use public transportation or rideshare services to travel safely throughout the evening. Metra is offering free rides from 6 p.m. tomorrow night, and the CTA will provide free bus and train service from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. With 2 firework displays occurring on Lake Michigan by Navy Pier and the Chicago River, as well as other festivities around the city, we are anticipating large crowds and significant traffic impacts in the downtown area. To ensure the public safety during the Chicago River display, the Riverwalk will close for the evening at 10 p.m. Viewing will not be allowed from anywhere on the Riverwalk. In addition, the public should anticipate that the following roads and bridges will close to all vehicular and pedestrian traffic as early as 11 p.m. and will be in place until approximately 12:30 a.m. or whenever it is safe to reopen them. Upper Wacker Drive between Lake Street and Lakeshore Drive, and all bridges in between Franklin and Columbus Bridge. A final reminder, wherever you're celebrating, we encourage you to do so safely and be aware of your surroundings. Please report any suspicious activity to 911 or on-site security personnel immediately. I'll bring up Lieutenant Colonel Byrd from State Police.
Guys, thank you. Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Colonel David Byrd. I'm Assistant Deputy Director of the Illinois State Police. I would like to thank the Chicago Police Department for hosting this joint press conference today to discuss our law enforcement efforts through the New Year's Day holiday. I would also like to thank our other partners who are here today at this event for their efforts as well. Before I begin, I also want to thank the Northern Region Patrol Commander for the State Police, Rob Meter, for being here, and also want to thank the Executive Officer for District Chicago, Lieutenant Henry Spike, for being here as well. As 2019 comes to an end, we have one final statewide enforcement goal in common, which is to save lives. The Illinois State Police will be working additional enforcement patrols through the new year, focusing on impaired driving, seatbelt usage, speeding, and distracted driving, also known as the Fatal 4, as well as other traffic law violations. The Illinois Department of Transportation crash data indicates that in the last 5 years during the New Year's Day holiday, 40% of individuals who were killed died in crashes where at least one driver was under the influence of alcohol. These statistics leave little question that drunk driving kills. Driving under influence is a crime, not an accident. It is one of America's most often committed and deadliest crimes, and it occurs most often at night. Conversely, we know that seatbelts can save lives. Your best defense against a drunk driver is to use your seatbelt. Buckle yourself up and remind others to use theirs as well. Much of the tragedy that results from crashes could be prevented if everyone followed these safety recommendations. 1, if you're planning to drink alcohol with friends, designate a sober driver before going out. If you've been drinking any amount of alcohol, don't drive. Use a ride share or a taxi service. Use mass transit or call a sober friend or family member to get you home safely. Lastly, buckle up. Every trip, every time, in the front and back seat. The Illinois State Police, again, will be focusing on all traffic violations with an emphasis on the fatal 4, speeding, driving under influence, seatbelt compliance, and distracted driving. While we're out there working our patrols or our enforcement details, we want to remind the public about the Move Over Law. The Move Over Law, also known as Scott's Law, is clear and mandates when any vehicle approaches any other vehicle, including a police or other emergency vehicle, stopped along the roadway with their hazards or emergency lights on, the driver of the approaching vehicle must reduce speed and change lanes if possible. I hope that as a result of our combined efforts, we will see 0 traffic deaths and a reduction in the number of crashes this holiday. Please drive sober, protect yourself with seatbelts, and drive to survive during this holiday season. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions now. We haven't changed our planning. What we just make sure that we have coordinated efforts with our federal partners and with everyone who's deployed to the pier. We haven't changed our plans at all. We'll still have deployments that'll be coordinated there. Go ahead, Rich.
Just wanted to add, Chief, that there's always escalation plans that are part of all our planning when it comes to public safety and major events throughout the city. So there's escalation plans that we're able to quickly, if needed, if something.
Right. All right, we'll be beefing up our mass transit patrols, about 50 additional officers. We've bulked it up continuously throughout the year, and we'll have about 50 additional officers along the CTA railways and the buses, so about 50 additional officers. I don't have any specific updates right now. We're encouraged because the CTA has some of the best cameras, the high definition cameras, and we use those for crimes of this sort. But again, we'll be beefing up those. There'll be stops that'll be designated where we'll have people who will be on foot, and they'll be designated to those stops during New Year's Eve, because we know some of those stops will be high volume with people celebrating. It hasn't changed. State and Lake is one of the high volume stops, so we'll make sure that we have someone there so everyone feels safe riding CTA. As we said, it'll be free to ride CTA, so we expect a high volume of traffic coming through as we celebrate.
For patrol personnel, will not change anything for patrol personnel. We will still use our standard field sobriety testing as an indicator of impairment. So, to be honest, we're going to continue business as usual. Our standard operating procedure will stay in effect. We use those same criteria, whether there's alcohol or if there was some other controlled substance. We would still use those same those priorities, those same indicators of impairment. We would use those. It is, and we're working on that. We have a team in our training academy who's doing some testing of a lot of different there are mechanisms out there that we're still looking into, but we're doing a lot of training, a lot of extensive look at this, because we want to be able to come up with the best, whatever instrument they have out there that's going to assist us in determining if someone is impaired or not. But I will stand by the standard field sobriety test. We will continue to use those until we have something that comes along better that we can use in conjunction with, because those tests will always be in play for not just the Illinois State Police, but all law enforcement. So. There will be those same indicators that we use for impairment we use throughout. So whether it was alcohol, if it was any other controlled substance, those indicators would identify themselves through standard field sobriety tests.
No, we have videos out to instruct the officers what the new laws will be. We have instructions. We have bullet points. We do roll calls, extensive roll calls we've done. We put out, as I said, bulletins so the officers will have some clear and direct guidance as far as what we can and cannot do, what the limits will be in vehicles on public and private property. So we have a lot of things in place. Like I said, some scenario-based videos. So, and any questions, we'll have a question and answer place where people can call in, officers can call in and send emails to if they have any questions about what and may be unclear as far as what we can and cannot do. Right. Right. Exactly. Right. We haven't seen anything here, but we have taken some precautionary measures against that at some of those local synagogues and different places. So we're looking at that. We look at any critical incidents that happen throughout the country, and then we take precautions against those type of places. The trend, as you said, has been decrease the last 3 years, and we hope to keep on that steady pace of decreasing the crime. All the index crimes, robberies, burglaries, all those different things have all gone down, car thefts, vehicular hijacking. So we just hope to keep building upon that.
professionals ready, but they also had members of the congregation. I think you can see from the video that guy was surrounded rather quickly by more than just, a few people.
Mr. Attorney General, it's obvious that since the church had its own security force, if you will, in full accordance with Texas law, and they prevented a further loss of life, how do you go about, do any changes need to be made to prevent the shooting from happening in the first place?
Well, I mean...
Hold on, it's false.
How's that? I'll just hold it. Whoever's mic this is. Anybody know who this is?
Put it right in there and we'll get it out. Do you need to make any changes to further ensure that a shooting like this doesn't even happen in the first place?
Well, I mean, I don't think every shooting can be prevented. I mean, this is a problem that I think we're always going to deal with. There are going to be people that are mentally ill. There are going to be people that are just crazy. And so, yes, can we do more in the area of mental health and trying to address people that have problems and try to identify them before they do this? Yes, I think that's true. But is it possible to ever prevent every possible incident? I don't think anybody can do that. At least I've never heard a solution that offers a way to prevent this from ever happening again. So, knowing that, all I'm saying is that we should be prepared for when it does happen, and this church is a model for that preparation.
Have you spoken with the person who took out this shooter?
No, I've not had a chance to speak with that person. I spoke with a lot of members that were in the church when it occurred, but I've not talked to the actual shooter. My understanding, he was a reserve deputy and had significant training, had his own shooting range, and taught other people how to shoot, and had taught many people in this church how to be prepared. And so he's not just responsible for his actions, which ultimately saved the lives of maybe hundreds of people, but he's also responsible for training a lot of the people in that church.
Has the FBI told you anything shared anything more about what motivated this man, the shooter?
So it's an ongoing investigation, but what I'll say is that, when you have a dead shooter, motivations are a lot harder to find unless something's been found in writing. I know that is an ongoing part of the investigation with both the FBI and with the state police. And so that's always the question that people want to know the answer to, and sometimes we get it and sometimes we don't.
Did they share with you at all any indication that this was a man? They said last night he was from the area, although transient, but did he have a direct connection to this church?
So my understanding is they didn't necessarily have a direct connection. He had been here, I think, several times, and they always, or I think from my understanding, they were very open to helping people that are transient, that are homeless, or that just need help. And so I think they welcome those people into their church, and they welcome this guy into their church.
Have you learned anything? I apologize for asking you from this position.
It's
here.
okay.
Have you learned?
I kind of like it.
We'll discuss that after the news conference. But
if the rest of you want to do this, I'm okay.
Have you learned anything about the shooter? What his ideology may have been, what may have led him to do this? Do we know anything more than what we knew last night?
I don't think we do. Those questions are being asked. They're trying to find people that knew him, but I don't think he had a lot of connections to very many people. And so my understanding is more of a loner, and probably going to be very difficult to determine exactly what his motivations were, other than maybe mental illness.
And what do you say, Mr. Paxton, to those who have already suggested that you, the Lieutenant Governor, and the Governor, quote unquote, have now politicized this horrible incident as an advocacy for accessibility to guns and weapons inside places of worship, and to advocate it in that regard?
Sure, I guess that's one way to put it, but that's not my goal. My goal is really to solve the problem. So when you see an example of something that worked really well to prevent the loss of life, I'm not going to apologize for talking about it and hopefully encouraging other people to follow the same model, because if that means we save one life and they call that being political, then I guess that's political, but we end up saving a life. It's darn worth it to me.
One more question, guys. We have one more question.
I told him I'd ask answers.
Go ahead.
I'll do two. So why don't you go first, ladies first. Go ahead.
Do you know how many church members did return fire against the gunman? We were told yesterday there were 2. Do you know if it was just 2, if it was 1?
My understanding is it was one shot by one person, and that's all it took.
And do you know if any of the 2 victims were part of the security team? attempt to?
My understanding is that they both were.
Both of the deceased were part of security teams.
Hey, General, I'm just kind of want to get your sense about Jack Wilson, about what the church is saying about the commissioner, how long he had been actually here as commissioner, and just kind of what kind of training that he actually went through.
Yeah, so Jack was the one that shot the deceased, is my understanding. I don't know how long he'd been here. I think a while, because he was the one that had spent some time training not just the security team, but other members in the church to shoot. So I've talked to members of the church that weren't on any particular security team, but their spouses had taken training from him because he had a business of doing that, and I think he had a shooting range. So he was here for at least a while because he had the opportunity to train several people in this church. Hey, thank you all. You guys have a great day.
Thank you all.
Rabbi May, Executive Director. I'm going to, Rabbi Heyer, please come up.
Okay. It's a very sad day in the United States of America. In 40 years, it was 40 years ago, that Simon Wiesenthal's permission to create the Simon Wiesenthal Center and later the Museum of Tolerance. I do not recall a time in American history, in the United States, since during those 40 years, which is as serious a moment as now. Imagine the United States, the greatest democracy in the world, where anti-Semitic attacks occur almost every day, many unreported because nobody wants the people are scared. Believe it or not, let me begin. There was another attack after Muncie that just took place. Would you believe it? The whole world is focused on Muncie, and there was another attack. Excuse me. It's difficult, sir. Sorry. Okay, fine. This just came to us, so I want to read you. I will eliminate the name. I was taking the S train from Grand Central Station to Times Square at approximately 3:30 p.m. That would be after the attack, the day after the attack at the Hasidic synagogue in Muncie. At approximately 3:30 p.m., when, this is someone else reporting this, when this young man was chased off the subway car by an African-American male. The middle-aged man was shouting about my kippah, yarmulke, skullcap, and drawing a circle referring to my kippah, saying, "What's that you got on your head?" Make a long story short, he tried to talk some sense into the person, to no avail. So he was chased by this individual in front of hundreds of people at Grand Central, chased for blocks. In the end, this young man succeeded in avoiding a catastrophe, and he just sat down with his yarmulke and cried in public. His first instinct was that maybe he shouldn't report it, but then he thought better about it, went down to the police station and reported what happened. Imagine on a train where you have hundreds of people in the car and somebody is not embarrassed to go over to somebody with a yarmulke and create an episode. Is this the United States of America? Forget about we have political division. Political division is part of our country. You have different parties and they disagree over, but this is beyond that. It's absolutely unbelievable that this is taking place in the United States. Let me make one thing clear. I don't want to get into politics. I don't want to anticipate, but there'll be people who might ask, so I'm going to answer the question right now. Who's responsible for this? Is it a Democrat? Is it a Republican president by the name of Donald Trump? In my opinion, all of that is nonsense. The reason it's nonsense is, where are we? We know that for 15, 20 years, the cancer of anti-Semitism has affected every European country. We know as a historic fact you cannot wear a yarmulke in Paris, in certain sections of Paris. Well, you're taking a chance. Certainly not in Berlin. How about what could have been Jeremy Corbyn's England? Could you go in all sections of England at night with a yarmulke? You can't. That's 75 years ago. We're about to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. Adolf Hitler, before he died, wrote a number of letters. In one of the letters he said, it will take a few centuries for National Socialism to come back. Here we're going to commemorate the 75th anniversary of Auschwitz, and you name me a single European city that is not affected by the cancer of hate. You will not find it on the map. Now it's crossed the Atlantic. Right here in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, in New York City, in the Midwest. We know about Poway. We know about what happened in Pittsburgh. This is a terrible moment in American history. For that reason, the Simon Wiesenthal Center calls upon President Trump to create a task force of the FBI to exclusively combat the cancer of anti-Semitism so that you avoid, we have great police, they do a wonderful job, police, firemen, but when you get into you had an attack, you have to research it. The FBI has the resources, the financial resources to do that job. We are now in an emergency situation, and we call upon the President of the United States to create a task force, to order the FBI to have a task force on anti-Semitism to combat this cancer before it gets worse. It's not going to get better just by saying, when we took note of it and it appears in the newspaper, on television and radio. That's not going to do it. We need a task force 24/7 working on this issue. Let me also say something about, let me also say one more thing, and then I'll take questions. And that is this, that I know a person, and for those of you who read the story in the Los Angeles Times, there are many such people. They don't eat in kosher restaurants. They're afraid it'll be attacked. There are others who will not send their children, little children, to a shul, to a synagogue, because the synagogue doesn't have appropriate security. Look what happened to the Nessa synagogue. And these are the challenges that we face. And so we call on the American people, Democrats and Republicans, to stand together against the cancer of hate, bigotry, and anti-Semitism. That's the only way the United States will continue to be the greatest country in the history of this planet. And we all want it to be that. I'll take your questions.
Rabbi, have you ever been this demonstrative, this strong about this situation?
No. I tell you, this is the worst moment, and I fear for it because I don't want to make any comparisons. I don't want anyone to say that Rabbi Hayer said, oh, this could be like Nazi Germany. Of course it's not Nazi Germany. But let's remember, Nazi Germany started innocently. It didn't start where in one day in 1933, the newspapers, and there wasn't television, but the newspapers reported all over the world that 50,000 people were killed. No, it didn't happen that way. It happened that they beat up a few people on the corner. There was a big debate in the United States. Should we send the Olympic team in 1936, not send the Olympic team? Some people said, don't send them, that's the right way. Others said, these are small incidents. They knocked a few people. It doesn't speak for the whole country. It all starts that way. But if you don't nip it in the bud, it can happen anywhere again. And, you know, I'm all for climate control. But, ladies and gentlemen, climate control on this planet will do us no good whatsoever if there are no human beings left. So our priority now is to undertake hate control, hate and anti-Semitic control. If we do it now, we will give a great gift to our grandchildren and to future generations. If they want to create the DHS, you know, yeah, no, I know, but if they want to give them this responsibility and provide the resources that are necessary, financial resources, and they say they don't want to do the FBI, but do that, that would be good too. But the idea of local governments, state governments, taking the responsibility for what is a national catastrophe, I think it belongs outside the responsibility of states and local governments. It needs to be handled by the federal government with a proper budget so that we can see some success in going after these perpetrators.
Any thoughts about whether there may be some lessons learned? What happened in West Texas?
Yes, every state. Listen, security. Look, we know all about it here. You know, we know about it from 1999 from a man called Buford Furrow. He came down to this neighborhood. Across the street, there was still, at that time, there was a gas station. And he took note. This was 1999. Stood across the street, took note, what's going on around here? At that time, he saw that people were wearing uniforms of a private security firm, and he wouldn't take the risk. So basically, he took the easier risk. He went to the valley, and the rest is history. Unfortunately, there were people that were killed, and others, and one person was killed, and others were injured. But his main focus, what kept him away from attacking the Simon Wiesenthal Center? A man with uniform. And if we don't, in other words, so there are two ways to deal with it. One way is we need to improve security in all public institutions. And look, the young lady said restaurants, she doesn't want to take the chance. And that's up to a mother to make that decision. But my answer is that this is a moment in American history where change must come. We can't address this question the way we've addressed it the last decades. We have to make a turn and say this is a turning moment in American history. Let's accept the challenge. Yeah.
Rabbi Howard, Jersey City attackers were influenced by Louis Farrakhan. Yeshiva World News reported that this attacker yesterday was a recent convert to Islam. What about Farrakhan Nation of Islam in influencing black anti-Semitism today?
Well, Louis Farrakhan is a notorious anti-Semite. There is no question about it. And the idea, even if it was a friend, even if he knew the person, like Aretha Franklin, to seat Louis Farrakhan in the same row as presidents of the United States is an abomination. Whoever made that decision. Imagine, you go back, forget about what happened in 1945. Let's say it was 1942 and there was an international conference or there was a funeral. You sit Adolf Hitler with the President of the United States. Farrakhan doesn't belong to be seated in the row with presidents of the United States. Period. If you give him honor, he accepts the honor.
Would you expect the black leaders in America to take a stand?
Absolutely, they should repudiate. Listen, there's no excuse for not repudiating him. He's never lost his anti-Semitism. He wears it on his sleeve.
Why the rise worldwide in anti-Semitism?
That's a good question. It's hard to know. Look, a lot of it, I don't want to blame. I don't want people to misinterpret. Certainly, part of the blame comes from fundamentalists associated with Islam. And they hate Israel. They hate everything that the Jewish state stands for. And they make trouble wherever they are. And, to them, Jews support Israel. Israel is a cancer to them. And that's one reason.
What specifically
to basically 24/7 concentrate on anti-Semitism in the United States. 24/7. Issue reports where people have violated the law, to apprehend them, to prosecute them, and to give a signal to the entire country. This is now under very serious, that the United States takes this very serious. It doesn't want to follow the example of Europe. Europe is in real trouble. When the Yellow Jackets go in the center of Paris and they yell, Macron, Rothschild, Zionism. That's what they say in the center of Paris. In other words, why is everything bad? It's bad. Macron, you should know, because there's a person by the name of Rothschild. He's Jewish. That's one reason it's bad. The other reason it's bad, there's a place called Israel, Zion. And we have to put out, otherwise the United States is really the world sheriff. Without the United States and the freedoms we enjoy here, the fact that Muslims can pray publicly, that Hasidim dress the way they dressed in Europe, with a long capota and a big bed and payas, can only happen in America. And if we want to keep America, the America that we all love, we've got to do something about it when we face a cancer called anti-Semitism. And no, I will attempt to write a letter or else speak with him on this very subject. I'll attempt it. The FBI director, I think the decision will be made in the White House because of budget. And we will try to approach, and we also will reach out to members of Congress to support this. Bipartisan. This is a bipartisan issue. This is not a Republican issue or a Democratic issue. What's that? There's no other way. No. We can't just report it that every day there's another anti-Semitic attack. And somebody's got to do something about it. Yeah. Yes? No, let me explain it. If you're referring to Charlottesville, the statement in Charlottesville, you cannot compare people who are demonstrating to the perpetrators. The white supremacists and those conservatives who Sieg Heil and love Hitler, they are in the same category as the anti-Semitic hated. We condemn them fiercely. And anybody who tries to say there's something good about white nationalists is mistaken. There isn't. Let me make that very clear. But you cannot say that the anti-Semitism only comes from the right. That's not true. You can't have a person from the United States Congress sit in the United States Congress and make a statement. The author of the statement was not the one who said it's the Benjamin's baby. She just switched it.